The wooden door closed. All the castle windows were shut. The maid, following orders, drew the curtains. She stood before the fireplace and spoke. Well, it's about time to end this. The legend of the Blue Flame. After the Jaren Empire was founded, the king annihilated his enemies with the Blue Flame and became known as the Blue Flame sorcerer in legend. But after King Ifron Jaren's death, he remained a legend, leaving behind a prophecy for humanity. I will pass on the Blue Flame to the one who calls my name. Many years later, in the northern lands of Errol, a man in a black cloak appeared. He turned around, his voice echoing as he asked the red-haired girl before him, "Who are you?" She cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, sorcerer." The sorcerer's name had been called. The man curiously continued, "How do you know my name?" He approached her, pressing further. "What exactly are you?" She simply exclaimed, "Oh dear." The girl pondered his question. "What am I?" "I'm just an ordinary soul, reborn. Back in Korea, I was just a regular office worker, but I died in a plane crash during a business trip. But when I opened my eyes, I became Catherine, the kind but unfortunate girl who has 5 suitors in the kingdom, in the novel Lady Catherine. I'm not the main character Catherine, a girl with pure beauty and long, flowing pink hair. Nor am I one of her suitors or a supporting character, but I became the villain, the one who tries to kill her, but fails. Iveria Oberon. Speaking of the villain's background in this story, she comes from a duke's family. She has status, looks, but not a good personality. Her fiancé, Prince Cassian, is deeply in love with Catherine, so she tries to kill Catherine to change her beloved's heart. Of course, her plan is clumsy, and she's caught immediately. Accusatory words rang out. "You're a terrible girl, Iveria." A boy with blonde hair said, annoyed, "How could you even think of harming someone? Killing Catherine, for instance." She just thought to herself, "How foolish." The first to pursue Catherine, Prince Cassian Jaren, is also the one who holds a grudge against Iveria. In the ending, he becomes king and marries Catherine. Iveria Oberon grumbled, "Poor Iveria, she has no taste in men. Do I really need to pine after him like the original Iveria? Things will work out for him and Catherine anyway." An idea sparked in her mind. I should just enjoy the life of a countess for the rest of my days. The thought of living a relaxed life every day made Iveria secretly happy. What's the point of liking someone who exists on a few pages of paper? She finally spoke, replying, "That wasn't an assassination." Prince Cassian's attitude shifted, incredulous at her response. Iveria Oberon continued, "It was a fake assassination. She didn't die, did she?" Cassian Jaren angrily shouted, "Do you consider that a reasonable excuse?" She cheerfully said, "Well, anyway, let's break off our engagement. I'll leave you and live in peace." Iveria Oberon said as she walked away, "Is that enough?" She walked past him proudly, leaving Cassian stunned. Iveria Oberon spoke. "So," he started, turning around abruptly. She smiled brightly and said, "Let's not see each other again." After soberly breaking up with the crown prince, Duke Oberon brought me to Orel, one of the duke's villas. It's a cold and desolate land, far in the north, but perfectly suited for this lazy life of mine. At least that's what I thought. But reality was the opposite of her imagination. Iveria Oberon stammered, "Teach this, wrapped in blankets." She yelled, "No one ever told me it would be this freezing." Iveria Oberon turned to the servant and asked, her voice trembling from the cold, You're saying you all live in this freezing air?" Emma, holding a pot of hot tea, shivered at, "I'll get you some warm tea." Iveria frowned and asked, "More importantly than tea, why isn't there a fire? I'm freezing to death." Emma bowed her head in embarrassment and replied, that is, I knew there was only blackwood in this Orel land, but it's so cold that it can't even be lit for warmth, so it can't be used as firewood. In the end, this land has nothing to rely on except for the money earned from firewood. A week ago, the Okan store, their 100-year partner, suddenly cut ties with them. Iveria Oberon asked, "The Okan store is now cooperating with the first prince's uncle, Count Melian, right?" Emma sadly replied, "Yes." The first prince, Lydon Jaren, lost his mother, who came from a count's family, not long after his birth. So he became the unfortunate prince who lost his position as crown prince to Cassian, who came from a duke's family. Of course, the relationship between the crown prince and Iveria was the worst. In the end, they say the heroine died after marrying him. But this cold reality disillusioned Iveria. I initially thought well of the character who committed suicide with Iveria, but how could he stab me in the back like this? She gritted her teeth in anger and rebuked Lydon Jaren. "If you have any pity, please spare me. You shouldn't torment Iveria so shamelessly." Iveria sat down on a chair in frustration and ordered, "There's nothing I can do. Emma, throw some firewood in the fireplace." Emma, confused, replied, yes, but Iveria Oberon said excitedly, don't worry, I'll use the all-purpose key. Since I've been reborn on the first day of the story, I'll summon the sorcerer from the book. She called out, Theo Harris. A figure in a black cloak gradually appeared from a magic circle on the floor. Iveria Oberon looked at the person before her and spoke. No, she continued. Instead, should I call you Demon Theo Harris? The white-haired man just silently looked at Iveria. So, the great sorcerer, known as a reborn hero, is actually a demon born from the blue firestone. Jaren, the self-proclaimed king, made a contract with him to establish the kingdom. Theo Harris asked, You're a descendant of that fool who wanted to be king 100 years ago, aren't you? But why is your energy completely different from his? She replied, Can I have my wish granted before I'm sacrificed to you? Iveria Oberon said, I need your blue flame's energy. Theo Harris cheerfully replied, Blue flame? All right, what do you want from my blue flame? Money, status, power. He boasted about his abilities. Speak, and I shall grant your wish. Iveria casually interrupted him. No, I just want fire. Theo Harris asked in bewilderment. What? Iveria Oberon said, I just want fire. It's cold here, and I want to light the fireplace, but the wood won't burn. That's why I summoned you. If you light the fire, you can leave. She urged Theo Harris. Do it. Iveria's words only added to his confusion. Please, just light the fire and leave quickly. Iveria Oberon said cheerfully, Now you can go. Theo Harris objected. No, I can't go. She, still smiling, asked, Excuse me, what? He approached Iveria as he spoke. Don't you know? Theo Harris stood before where she sat. A smile appeared on his handsome face. The demon you summoned is bound to a lifetime contract. After Theo Harris, the demon, was summoned, the fireplace had a fire to provide warmth. Iveria leaned back contentedly on the plush sofa. I think I understand. She was pleased that the fireplace was lit. She said, You said the flames would be blue, but they're not as blue as I thought. Ha 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 ha. Iveria rested her chin in her hand and glanced at him suspiciously. Anyway, granting wishes until the contractor dies, is that easy for a demon? Theo Harris explained seriously. Of course not. Usually, I receive compensation, blood, war, pleasurable delights. That fool who became king gave me his firstborn child. He continued, You're the first person to summon me without costing a thing. What the hell did you do? Iveria, who was reborn, wasn't very interested in Theo Harris's words. She only thought, I guess God erased the demon's name from everyone's mind. After some thought, she compromised. Well, I summoned you, so I'll take responsibility, whatever it may be. Theo Harris stood up excitedly, unable to believe his ears. Really? He rushed to Iveria excitedly. You'll release me, so I can kill and wage war everywhere. She casually objected. No, I'll just give you food and a place to sleep. This answer made Theo Harris's face fall, and he yelled, What? His face paled, and he fell to his knees helplessly. This is insane. Iveria was quite taken aback by Theo Harris's reaction. You really want me to do more than that? He gave her a mocking smile. What are you good at? Iveria, not angered by his attitude, said, You said you have to fulfill my wish absolutely. She pointed at the white wall and continued, So, how about this? No eating or resting. I want you to just stand there and face the wall. Theo Harris was immediately terrified at the thought of being left alone, facing a wall, his voice trembling as he reproached her. My lady, that's too much. He rubbed his head in frustration. I knew it, of course. Humans would do something like this. Iveria was also speechless at his complaints. She looked impassively at the disappointed figure kneeling on the floor. Asterisk on second thought, he's quite handsome. Maybe I should pay more attention to him instead of the prince's crown. Asterisk Iveria called out, Theo Harris. At this moment, Theo Harris was like a small puppy, his face sad as he cried, and complained resentfully, She really is a demon. Quickly regaining his composure, Harris said, Just call me Harry. Iveria didn't object. All right, Harry, let's discuss my wishes now. He flinched instinctively, his face paling as he apologized. No, I won't even think about fighting anymore. I don't want to face the wall. She retorted, No, not that. Iberia stated her request. Don't kill me and protect me. Harry didn't expect her to say that. What? We obviously can't kill our master. She continued, and prevent anything that could cause my death. And also, Harry sat down and asked, There's more. You're too noticeable because of your handsome looks. So could you change your appearance to be less conspicuous? He was taken aback by her words. Immediately, Harry rushed closer to her face, excitedly asking, So you think I'm handsome? Iveria's expression remained unchanged. This isn't the first time you've heard that. Why are you so surprised? Harry's narcissistic words caused her to blush and avert her gaze. It seems my look to have made your heart flutter. I thought you couldn't recognize my beauty. He then conceded to her request. All right, less conspicuous. Got it. In the blink of an eye, Harry transformed into a small white dog with sleek fur, looking quite mischievous. Demon Dictionary, soul count. Demons have a number of other souls connected to their own, allowing them to change shape as needed. Harry, confident in this new form, asked arrogantly, "What do you think of this magnificent physique?" Iveria's face flushed slightly as she rose from her chair and gestured towards the dog at her feet. I mean, you're adorable. She reached down and petted Harry's transformed head, praising him. Contrary to her attitude, he shook his head, wanting her to remove her hand, and then said with disdain, "Don't you think that's a bit too familiar?" Harry, quite comfortable in this form, asked, "So, how do you plan to explain the fire?" Sitting on the floor, she looked at the dog before her and replied, "I'm a mage." He was stunned by her answer. Then his expression turned scornful as he looked at Iveria. The white dog approached her, sniffing suspiciously. "Your magic power is around 0.5, isn't it?" Iveria rested her chin on her hand and replied, "That's right. Mages operate and utilize the magic power within their bodies, and the more magic power, the greater the mage." When Iveria was 1 year old, during her birthday magic power measurement, her magic power was only 0.5, barely above 0 on a scale of 10. Then how could she have started a fire? He thought, recalling how she couldn't even light the candles at the party. Compared to her, Catherine has a magic power level of 9. She created a huge fire there, making the other young ladies gasp in admiration. Harry asked, puzzled, "What can they do if we insist I have magic power?" While scratching the dog's belly, she calmly replied, "I'm the Duke's daughter." Harry was genuinely taken aback by her statement, his jaw dropping slightly as he thought, there really are things that can be easily overlooked. The scene changes as all the servants in the mansion are surprised and incredulous at the sight before them, exclaiming, "Oh!" Harry was incredibly startled by their reaction. Did it work? Everyone was full of praise for Iberia. "Miss, you're amazing. The black wood is actually burning. It seems like we're no longer affected by the curse." She stood next to the dog, sharing in their joy that I'm glad we finally have fire. Iberia, not one to shy away from taking credit, proudly declared, "It only works when you pray diligently." "I'm a magic user, aren't I?" Baron Bron Isatia sensed something amiss and asked her in bewilderment, "But miss, your magic power, it's almost non-existent." It was then he noticed the dog, grinning amicably. "What about that dog?" Iberia thought to herself, "Why can't you just ignore it?" Without missing a beat, she lied about Harry's appearance that I picked him up. He seemed to be homeless, so I decided to adopt him. Being in dog form and in front of so many people, Harry could only bark in surprise. Baron Braun, looking displeased, asked, "A smaller dog, you say?" Iberia protested, scowling and lifting the small white dog up for them to see that I like him. "No matter what, I like him," she emphasized with a shout. "No exceptions." Iberia's loud voice made Harry, who was being held, uncomfortable. Seeing Iberia clutching the white dog, radiating a palpable aura of possessiveness, flustered Baron Braun. "If that's what you want, then. First, we should see if anyone has lost their dog. If no one has, then you may keep it." Iberia, having successfully secured Harry's place, released the dog upon hearing the agreeable answer. A sob rang out. Confused, Iberia thought, "Asterisk what? Crying?" Asterisk could turn out to be the butler, weeping as he addressed her. "Miss, this is a miracle brought about by your kind heart." He was deeply moved by Iberia's actions, overcome with emotion. All the servants approached her. "Miss, even though you have little magic power, you said you would overcome the cold." One after another, they spoke, leaving Iberia bewildered and pale. They apologized in unison. "We know the rumors couldn't be true. Please forgive us, miss." She stammered in response, Iberia brushed them off, wanting to move past the awkward moment. "Whatever happened, let's just forget about it." The butler, still weeping, was grateful for her forgiveness. "You are so merciful." He ran towards the door, cheerfully calling out, "Then let's share these embers throughout the mansion. Everyone will be so grateful to you, miss." Iberia, her hair disheveled and still flustered, agreed. Okay. She reassured herself anxiously. "All right, it's all right, right?" At the Ellis estate, in Baron Isatia's room, Baron Braun sat contemplatively at his desk, surrounded by stacks of books. He pondered seriously. A fire that can even burn black steel? She's trying to hide her power, but that's the power of someone with the noble Iberia bloodline. I was certain her magic power was quite low, even though Duke Oberon is a brilliant strategist. The Oberon family has always been proud of the generations possessing power and magic comparable to the royal family. But what would happen if a truly superior child were born? I can't believe she's intentionally hiding something so formidable. Perhaps the Duke wanted to test the legendary northern energy with Lady Iberia. This is the northernmost region of El. A new flame is about to rise and overcome all hardships. In the quiet night, the sky was filled with glittering stars like scattered diamonds. The gentle silver moonlight poured down onto a magnificent, splendid palace below. Inside a softly lit room, Iberia was deep in sleep on a soft bed, Harry beside her in his puppy form. From a chubby dog with white fur, he suddenly transformed into a handsome man. He sat up gently and wondered, is she sound asleep? A puzzled look flashed across Harry's face as he muttered, I can't believe it. He recalled her standing by the bed, hands on her hips, ordering him, Harry, I'm going to sleep now, so get out of here. At the time, he was in his puppy form, lying on the bed, looking at her and playfully barking woof. Iberia, annoyed, grabbed Harry's paws with both hands and said angrily, why do you, a dark demon, have to pretend to be a real dog like that? He used his hind legs to try and cling on, replying, I don't want to be on the sofa. Now, Harry gently touched her hand with his finger and whispered, she has a high level of alertness, but why did she fall asleep so quickly? Is it because she's still a child? Master, what is your desire? His finger slowly trailed up her wrist, his whisper carrying a hint of darkness. You said you don't need anything right now, but if one day you find your desire. Harry withdrew his hand. Iberia's hand instinctively clenched, but grasped nothing. His voice still a whisper, he continued, this demon will help you achieve it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He exclaimed in surprise, and turned to look at the door. The noise also caused Iberia to moan softly, slightly disturbed from her sleep. The door opened slightly, letting a sliver of light in. Harry looked puzzled. Then he turned to wake Iberia. Hey, master, wake up. She slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes to wake herself. What is it? She asked. He grabbed her blanket and calmly replied, someone is breaking into the living room. Then he asked, it's not an assassin, is it? She closed her eyes with a resigned expression. Not an assassin, but making that kind of noise, it must be someone. She thought to herself, after I became Iberia, in the living room, a maid sat in front of the fireplace doing something suspicious. Iberia walked in, holding an oil lamp, and asked, what are you doing? Harry transformed back into a puppy, followed behind her. Her question startled the maid. Emma turned around, her face filled with panic and fear. Iberia looked at her with a look that could kill. Your name? It's Emma, right? Emma fearfully covered her face with her hands and cried out, please forgive me, leaving Iberia and Harry staring in bewilderment. Iberia turned to Harry and whispered, did I look that scary just now? He replied frankly, a little, I guess. The fireplace roared as Emma confessed. I felt so desperate that I was going to steal a few things. Iberia sat down on a chair and looked at her, asking, what were you planning to take? Harry, with his puppy dog eyes, also looked on curiously. Emma stammered, it was... Before she could finish, Iberia interrupted, it's all right, take it. Emma couldn't help but ask in surprise what. Iberia looked up and calmly replied, the things in this house don't matter to me at all. Besides, you're desperate enough to resort to stealing. So anything. Before Iberia could finish, Emma happily exclaimed, you're saying I can take the fire, right? Iberia gasped in disbelief. The fire? Hearing her question, Emma's voice became S-A-D-S-O. I can't take it. She looked at her, stroking Harry's head. What about the fire we told you to distribute today? Emma earnestly replied, Baron Nom forbade us from taking it off the estate. He said it could only be used here. Hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed her face. Iberia closed her eyes in thought, her voice soft. Baron Nom must have his reasons for restricting the fire like this, but the fire in the fireplace crackled merrily. She continued, this fire is probably more important to those freezing to death outside than it is to us, right? Besides, if I'm the one who takes it outside, Baron Nom won't be able to say anything. Outside, the starry sky and the moon were beautiful. Lead the way, Emma. Iberia and Harry accompanied Emma to the gate where a guard stood. Emma, holding an oil lamp, turned back to her. Miss, just as we predicted, the guard is there. Before she could finish, Iberia quickly walked forward. Let's go. Emma, surprised, called out, Miss. The guard outside opened the gate and asked, what's the matter? Emma hurried after her. Wait for me. Iberia looked at Lionel, her voice indifferent. It seems you're working very diligently, even though it's so late. He couldn't help but be surprised. Mississippi. She coldly ordered, open the gate. She looked at him and added, I want to take a walk. Lionel's expression was one of bewilderment at a walk. At this hour, Iberia patted Harry's head and explained, this friend of mine has been begging me to go for a walk. You understand, don't you? Bark, bark. He looked at her, a little flustered, thought if that's the case, then I will. Before he could finish, Harry bit his hand. Lionel cried out in pain. He lost his balance and fell. You've been taught a lesson. Harry, bad dog. You see, this dog won't go with anyone but me. Lionel, slightly panicked, held his bitten hand and stammered, but Baron specifically gave orders, and it's very late. Iberia stroked Harry's head, her voice icy as she looked up at him. How dare you? Her face darkened. Iberia shouted, blocking my way. She and Harry glared at Lionel with murderous intent, making him tremble in fear. Emma, standing behind, watched helplessly. She looked at him, thinking, Asterisk, you're scared, aren't you? The villain's face really is useful. Asterisk, Lionel, trembling, gave an I'll get out of the way immediately. So please don't take my fingers. Iberia looked blank. Fingers? Emma whispered in her ear, there's a rumor that Mrs. Hobby is cutting off people's fingers. She turned to Emma and asked, what do I gain from cutting off their fingers? Emma replied, I've never had it done to me, so I don't know. You know, I've never done that either. Emma said, surprised, oh my, you've never done it before? The question left Iberia speechless. The iron gates opened for them to pass. Iberia said to Emma, Emma, lead the way. Lionel stood behind, looking back and forth fearfully. He immediately ran after them, calling out, please wait for me. Iberia turned back to him, annoyed. Why are you following us? Lionel explained, it's late, so it's dangerous. Iberia coldly pointed at him. I don't think we're the only ones in danger. Lionel's face paled. He looked back at the iron gate, then at them, pointing at himself and crying. Lionel wailed, what should I do now? What should I do? Iberia sighed, putting a hand to her forehead. Harry looked at him with disdain, while Emma just chuckled. Finally, she said, stop crying and follow me. If you cause any trouble, I'll tell them to drag you back. Miss. A dilapidated orphanage sign fell to the ground. Under the dark night, Harry, Iberia, Emma, and Lionel stood before someone's door. This is where I lived when I was little. Emma pressed her face against the door, a melancholic expression on her face. If she were older, she might be able to endure it somewhat, but there are only little children here. Sister, a voice called out, startling Iberia. A group of small children, their faces filled with fear, huddled under blankets, looking at everyone. The oldest child called out, Sister Emma. Harry looked at the children and said, if it's this cold, most of them will freeze to death. The children inside were overjoyed to see Emma. Sister, she replied cheerfully. Yes, I'm here. She paused for a moment before responding. He knows. She turned her head and called to the person hugging himself for warmth, Sir Lionel. He looked at her. Yes, madam. Inside, they put what they had found on the way into the fireplace. Emma sat down next to two children, laughing and talking with them. Sister, but that wood won't burn. It's okay. There's only one way, one way. The little girl who had just spoken suddenly looked anxiously behind her. Iberia held the oil lamp up to the child with a stern expression. Harry was being hugged tightly and having his ears tugged by several children. Lionel was also surrounded by the little ones, holding his sword high to keep it away from them. The frightened little girl ran over and hugged Emma tightly, crying, Sister. Iberia couldn't help but wonder, does the villain face actually work? Emma hugged the little girl and turned to Iberia. Madam, everything is ready. She raised the oil lamp in her hand. They lighted. The children's faces paled as they moved aside to make way for her. The children jostled each other so much that some were pushed away, Then a loud crash echoed through the small house. Iberia and Emma looked down with expressions of both worry and alarm. Two little girls sat on the floor in pain, along with the oil lamp. The two children, pushed away, had accidentally bumped into the lamp Iberia was holding, causing both them and the lamp to fall. The incident happened so suddenly that she could only stare down. Emma and the two little girls stammered in panic. Fire! Emma, tears streaming down her face, cried, the fire that Madam was going to bring. She wept miserably, wiping her tears. Seeing her cry, the two little girls also started crying, their voices trembling. I'm sorry. Sister, don't cry. Iberia tried to comfort them. Emma, the others will start crying too. She replied shakily, but the fire, the children will freeze to death. Iberia could only sigh in frustration. She called out, Harry. He looked at her from behind her. Yes. Iberia's voice was soft. Please light the fire. He looked at her, asking for confirmation. Did I ask that okay? There are a lot of witnesses here. She paused for a moment before making her decision. There's no other choice. The two little girls, clinging to the hem of Emma's coat, burst into tears. Iberia closed her eyes, not wanting to watch. Now, then, I understand. The white-haired man, his face obscured, said with a smile, if it is my master's wish. A sparkling light flashed across the room. The fire in the fireplace suddenly roared to life, illuminating the room, causing everyone to stare in surprise. Emma and the two little girls, captivated by the sight, stopped crying and looked on. The little girl couldn't help but turn to look at Iberia. Are you a witch? The little girl looked at Iberia as if she were glowing, unable to help but ask. Iberia gently placed a finger over her mouth, smiling softly. It's a secret, okay? The little girl happily nodded repeatedly. Yes. The fire burned brightly under everyone's words. Emma, and you too, Lionel, remember to keep today's events a secret. Yes, madam. Iberia and Harry walked to the door and called back. Well then, we should head back now. Emma, come tomorrow morning. Emma replied, thank you, madam. Lionel also ran towards the two of them. Iberia looked at him and said, Sir, you dropped your sword. Emma thought to herself, Lady Iberia, when I first became her maid, I lost all hope because of a terrible rumor. But madam still helps strangers, even if it means revealing her secret. Emma hugged the two children tightly, her eyes determined. Emma, will serve madam for the rest of my life. The next day, in the luxurious mansion, a voice called out, Madam. A maid holding a tray cheerfully asked, was the bed comfortable? The butler with a white mustache, holding a teapot, inquired, did you enjoy your meal, madam? The gardener outside also chimed in, what a beautiful afternoon. Iberia walked fearfully amidst the servants who continuously called out, Madam, 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 madam. She was so scared that she quickly ran to the door. Iberia closed the door and sat down behind it, her face pale. A voice called out, why are you like this, madam? She looked up, both surprised and flustered, and said, everyone is suddenly talking to me with incredibly friendly faces. Emma cheerfully replied, it's because even though they're the butler and staff, they're also villagers. From the village, that is. That morning, in a room with a roaring fireplace, Iberia and a certain man were sitting across from each other, talking. Why don't you share the fire? After all, they're also people of this land. If there's no particular reason, how about we allow the villagers to have it? The man replied. Then I will share the fire among the regions. Back in the present, Emma cheerfully explained further. Didn't Madam go and negotiate herself? Madam doesn't know how grateful everyone is to her. Emma patted her chest proudly. Now everyone knows Madam's true nature. She glided past Iberia, leaving behind the words, surely, surely. Back in her room, Iberia stroked Harry's head as he lay on her lap, his beautiful face wearing a slightly perplexed expression. Whatever, a good deed is a good deed. Outside the door, a maid asked, should I bring the tea up? The door opened, and the two maids made eye contact, silently staring at each other in surprise. Suddenly, someone asked, what's wrong? Emma turned back in surprise. Oh. Then she entered the room and told Iberia, who was sitting on the sofa, they say Prince Cassian is here. To see you, madam. She exclaimed in surprise. Iberia pondered. He's coming to see me even after I broke up with him like that? Previously, she had ended her relationship with Cassian. Let's not see each other anymore. Let's cancel our engagement. I'll leave you and live peacefully. Iberia tried to recall the contents of the novel. Was there something like this in the novel? She concluded, then once again, everything revolves around Catherine, so it probably wasn't recorded. The door slowly opened, and Iberia hoped. Anyway, I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble. Again, she frowned as Cassian's voice rang out. It's been a while, milady. Cassian sat on the sofa, holding a teacup and smiling. You look better than when you were in the capital. His blonde hair gleamed, his handsome face sparkling with a gentle smile that made Cassian look incredibly elegant and radiant. Iberia pulled out a chair and asked, did you come here secretly? She thought to herself, if he were a little more discreet, wouldn't everyone know he's the crown prince? Iberia continued, what's the matter? Cassian calmly replied, seeing you with my own eyes is even more surprising. I didn't think you'd be living living so well in the countryside. He added, we're talking about Lady Iveria Oblong here. Moreover, Cashin picked up a steaming cup of tea and leisurely said to her with a smile, I don't even own this land. Iveria was aghast. What's wrong with him? She sat down heavily and seriously asked Cashin, enough joking. What's the real reason you came here? With the same sunny smile, Cashin replied, I really just came to see you. He continued, with a pity Iveria couldn't fathom. You pretend to be fine, but you must have been so lonely without me. Iveria was dumbfounded by his narcissism. Even the puppy beside her shivered at his words. She scoffed, seeing through his false words and realizing something. So this was how he held on to Iveria while actually making her sad. Iveria, blinded by love, had given him everything he wanted. But now look, she glanced at the puppy beside her. Iveria was proud of her puppy. Our Harry is 1,000 times more handsome in comparison. Thinking this, she couldn't help but happily pat the cute puppy's head while Cashin stared at them wide-eyed. He said confidently, I came here because I thought you might be heartbroken. Iveria quickly denied it. Then your visit is pointless. She gave Cashin a sharp smile. That our broken engagement that big of a deal? To this Iveria Oblong. Cashin abruptly stood up and shouted, Iveria. She calmly wondered to herself, why the sudden nickname? He clenched his hands, baring his heart. I didn't know if I could feel love for someone. That's why I got engaged to you. Cashin continued his story, but then I met Catherine, and I couldn't imagine marrying anyone else. His emotional confession was so awkward that even Iveria and Harry, in his dog form, shifted uncomfortably. She asked, so, you want me to bless you too? Hearing her question, he exclaimed, that's it, Iveria. Cashin said joyfully, I want you to bless my and Catherine's future. She broke out in a cold sweat, horrified by his thinking. What the hell? Cashin's words continued to horrify Iveria and her puppy. You'll bless me too, right? She couldn't comprehend his thought process. What is he thinking? Cashin stepped closer, reaching out to stroke Iveria's hair, making her grimace in discomfort. He changed the subject. Your father has withdrawn the capital for the mining operation, Iveria. It seemed this was the real reason Cashin had come. Cashin continued stroking her long hair. Thanks to you, I've run into a lot of trouble afterward. He leaned on the chair, trying to persuade her that if you cooperate with me, securing the position of Empress will be difficult. But perhaps something else? Cashin smiled obscenely, and Iveria felt a surge of ridicule at his words. In the east of the Empire, there's an untapped magic mine. It's predicted to hold a vast amount, but no one is willing to undertake its development due to the cost. But the Crown Prince's forces, funded by the Oberon family, started developing the mine. He was trying to outdo the first prince in their rivalry. Of course, after the broken engagement, the Oberons withdrew their investment. Iveria speculated, is that why he rushed here so quickly? I didn't think the cold-hearted Duke would cater to his daughter's demands like this. Even in this awkward situation, a sudden yelp interrupted her thoughts. That damn bastard. The small dog barked continuously, seeing Cashin too close to her. It barked with all its heart. Asterisk you. What are you doing to my master? Asterisk, but it was only a silent scream in Harry's mind. Because he was in dog form, the bark startled both of them, causing Cashin to fall backward. He landed hard on the floor before their eyes. Iveria gasped and whispered to the dog, oh my, Harry, did you just do that? He thought, who else? Cashin, pale and bewildered, wondered what just happened. What? He looked up, hearing Iveria call him, Your Highness. She stood before him, smiling. I don't know why you thought I'd be happy with that offer. Cashin started to explain, but Iveria cut him off. Perhaps you're unaware, but your body holds absolutely no appeal for me. Iveria chuckled and suggested, how about? Cashin stared at her, dumbfounded. It would be better if you begged me for what you want. She let out a soft laugh. The two soldiers guarding outside were startled by the sudden bang of the door opening. Cashin stormed out and ordered them. We're returning to the capital immediately. Iveria stood at the doorway, smiling at the fuming man that I won't see you out. Cashin continued to leave in a huff, but unfortunately for him, mere seconds later, he slipped and stumbled. He cried out in pain, falling hard, causing the two soldiers to rush to his side in concern. Your Highness, are you all right? Iveria turned to the white dog beside her. Was that Harry's doing too? The small dog grinned mischievously. What do you think? She smiled brightly and kissed its cheek, causing the dog's eyes to widen. Thank you. Iveria walked away cheerfully, while the little dog blushed, flustered. Miss Iveria, still walking, asked without turning back. Cashin, groaning in pain as the two soldiers fussed over him, looked up as Iveria descended the stairs. Oh dear, your highness. Cashin, his face pale, turned to look at her. Iveria spoke with exaggerated sympathy. You must have had a tiring time recently. You fell because your legs are weak. It's quite concerning. She smiled and gave a small, encouraging fist pump. But a weaker body isn't the end of the world. Good luck. On the table, a teapot and teacup with ornate floral patterns were meticulously arranged. Beside them sat a three-tiered tray laden with sweets, perfect for afternoon tea. Iveria was sitting relaxed on a chair, enjoying afternoon tea, when she stretched and said, "Ah, so comfortable." Harry, lying on her lap, asked, "Are you happy, master?" Iveria lowered her head slightly to look at Harry and replied, "Of course, I've finally gotten rid of those human rumors." He played with Iveria's hair while sulking. "Is that so? So only master is happy, while I'm feeling sad like this." Harry finished speaking, continuing to caress her hair, pouting silently, as if waiting for someone to comfort him. Seeing this, Iveria teasingly changed the subject. "Oh my, this tea tastes wonderful." Harry, seeing her ignoring him, angrily flicked her hair and said in a resentful voice, "Master must be very happy. The tea tastes good even before drinking it. Only I'm feeling sad like this. It's truly melancholic." Iveria took a sip of tea and said awkwardly, "You say this every day, though." Both she and Harry recalled his ferocious image amidst a deadly scene, murmuring, "Blood, I crave blood. You all wage war." Harry gently nibbled a few strands of Iveria's red hair between his lips and softly explained, "It's because I'm dissatisfied with my cravings that I'm like this." Still holding her hair in his mouth, he said, "For master, I even scolded the prince. I'm also trying to endure killing people." Harry whined, fidgeting and thrashing about as he accusingly declared, "Master, aren't you even going to ask if I'm all right?" Iveria gathered her hair to free it from his playful grasp and offered a perfunctory comfort. "I understand, all right? So let go of my hair." Harry sat up abruptly, his face flushed with excitement, and asked, "Will you kill me?" Iveria reached out and gently patted Harry's head, causing him to freeze, his cheeks turning rosy. While stroking his head, she gently praised him. "Good job, Harry." "Thank you." Harry, blushing with embarrassment, stammered, "Don't do that. Do you think I'm a dog?" Despite his seemingly annoyed tone, Iveria smiled and gently complimented him. "Your hair is so soft." Harry blushed, embarrassed, but feigned annoyance. "Nonsense." He sat comfortably cross-legged on the chair and reached for a pastry. "Master, do you know what kind of terrifying demon I am?" Iveria swatted his reaching hand away to stop him. All right, of course I know very well. Can I have another pastry?" Harry watched as she used her powers to levitate a pastry in the air. "No, what? You know nothing about me." Iveria handed him the pastry, took a slice for herself, and said, "Even so, you've received many other things. Don't you see how surprised the servants are at every meal?" Harry took a large bite of the pastry after replying, "You also know I can eat 10 portions at a time." Hearing that, Iveria sighed and said to him, "It's all because of Harry's appetite." Harry muttered an explanation for his actions. "Because I can't satisfy my desires. Only eating like this can relieve them somewhat." She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Is that so?" Harry looked at the cake in front of him and explained to her, "Killing is a basic need for demons, just like hunger is for humans." Under Iveria's attentive gaze, he continued, "I won't die from enduring it, but it's as agonizing as death. Like having to endure eating sweets for a lifetime." Iveria, finally understanding, sighed, I understand." Harry, gesturing with his cake fork, explained, "Even if it looks like this, I'm trying very hard." Iveria, hearing this, wondered, is there no other way to relieve it? He suddenly stopped, then repeated her question, "Another way?" After that, Harry fell into deep thought, ignoring Iveria, who sat beside him with many questions. Seeing him like this, she jumped up, approached Harry, and pressed him with questions. "There is another way without eating." Iveria's actions made him shyly avoid her gaze. Iveria moved closer, right up to Harry's embarrassed face, and persistently pressed him for an answer. "Tell me." Finally, he spoke that there's only one other method to fill the void. After that, both fell silent. Harry turned his face away, unable to look directly at Iveria, while she focused on waiting for his answer. After a few seconds of silence, she impatiently urged, "So tell me what it is." He remained listless and silent, not answering. Suddenly, Harry asked Iveria, "How old are you?" She heard him ask and replied, "I'm 18. After my birthday this year, I'll become an adult." Harry regained his composure, leaning back against the chair, his hand waving back and forth. Yeah, anyway, I can't do that kind of thing with a piece of meat like you." Iveria, hearing this, became extremely curious. Piece of meat? Ah, but Harry, how old are you really? He smiled as he held up 2 fingers and replied, "I'm 2,176 years old." She was surprised, but didn't forget to retort sarcastically, "Oh my, Harry, you're as old as an old man." Harry, hearing Iveria's words, angrily shouted, "Old man, my age is different from a human's." He looked at Iveria, sitting in front of him, and said, "Anyway, I can't do that with you, so don't worry about it." She, hearing this, grumbled sulkily, "Humph." At the Black Forest, with its dense trees shrouded in a thick fog. The Black Forest, part of Irio's territory, is the habitat of the Irio wyvern. The Black Waters are Irio's living environment. The wyvern is a ferocious, carnivorous dragon and very powerful. Because they are enemies of humanity, their eggs must be smashed and their numbers controlled before the young hatch. Iveria's maid, Emma, stood resolutely, telling her the story. Smashing the eggs that the wyverns protect is very difficult. So every year, we receive support from the royal family. If the northern trade route is attacked, the royal family shipments will be cut off, causing significant losses. Iveria listened seriously and then continued, "Is that so?" She looked at the 2 young men busy in front of her and sighed to herself, "In this remote place." The reason Cashin's 2 bodyguards came. The black-haired young man with blue eyes was Prince Moriden Jaren, famous for having the worst relationship with Ibria. The other, with light blue hair, was El Roich, the head knight of the royal guard. He also had a bad relationship with Ibria. Iveria remembered the original plot. The image of the knight appeared in her mind with the keywords: chivalrous morality, laws and rules, skill. Following that, Iveria imagined herself smiling sinisterly with the keywords: official villainess, scheming, plotting to kill Cashin. She rested her chin in her hand, silently analyzing. In the original plot, Leo destroyed Ibria. Even though he's a knight, he can't show outwardly. Then, Iveria silently resolved herself to her decision. No matter what, I have to stay in my room until those 2 leave. I'll stay in the main building and the knight's annex to avoid running into them. The wind rustled through the dry leaves, and Iveria cried out in her mind, "Hey." She looked at the 2 men standing before her and felt the cold gusts of wind blowing past, reproaching herself. Being this careless is no good. Prince Lytton greeted her. "You seem to be doing quite well, Ibria Oberon." Iveria froze, lost in thought. "Why me?" She recalled when Emma, the maid, had told her, "Irio is famous for its hot and cold springs. Aren't you going to try them?" Iveria inwardly groaned, lamenting, "I skipped all the banquets to come to the springs, and now I wish I just stayed in my room." The surroundings were hazy in the frosty winter mist. Prince Lytton and Sir Leo were gradually approaching. Iveria looked at the 2 men before her and greeted them. "I didn't know you'd come all the way here. I heard you were busy." Prince Lytton gave an unfriendly smile and replied, "We're still in the midst of a fierce war. You seem quite comfortable here, not like someone who's turned the kingdom upside down." She stood there thinking, actually before I entered this body, I was a trading company employee. Then she suddenly remembered how she used to react in similar situations and continued thinking. So, I'm used to hearing complaint from my superiors. So, people saying I've turned the kingdom upside down and am hiding out in a place like this, who knows what they're planning. In such moments, she always put on a perfunctory attitude and, without arguing, would reply, yes, oh dear, is that so? There's no way that's true." Iveria observed the attitudes of the 2 men in front of her and considered, if I'm not sincere, they'll become aggressive. This made her decide to end the conversation quickly and slip away. So Iveria said, "If you're done, may I go? I came here to bathe in the hot springs." Prince Lytton, annoyed by her attitude, sarcastically remarked, "Hot springs? You seem to be living quite well after dragging someone's life into hell." Iveria flinched, feeling uneasy, thinking, ugh, he's not finished yet. Iveria sighed wearily as she listened to the prince rambling on. Suddenly, her clear voice rang out in the freezing air. "Hey, Prince." She irritably questioned the man before her. "So, that person's life has been dragged into hell?" "That's not true, and everyone seems to have forgotten." Then Iveria looked directly into the prince's eyes and sternly asked, "Didn't that person abandon his fiancée and have an affair?" While Prince Lydon was stammering, she frowned, thinking to herself, "Even though I don't have things like a prince?" The prince was startled when Iveria interrupted him to say, "Even though I know I used the wrong methods." With a repentant attitude, Iveria promised, "Therefore I will stay in Irio for the rest of my life, to atone for my sins." She looked at the prince before her and tilted her head slightly, asking, "Or do you not believe the words of a bad person? Once a bad person, always a bad person." Prince Lydon became stunned and bewildered upon hearing Iveria's question. Shouldn't a prince protect everyone in the kingdom? She continued with a friendly smile, "As a citizen, I'm worried because you're too extreme. So I'll be going now." Iveria, immersed in the hot spring, felt relaxed and exclaimed, "Ah, this is so comfortable." She was extremely comfortable in the hot spring and said with a happy smile, "This is it." Iveria called out to Harry, who was sitting on the wall far away. "But Harry, why are you so far away?" Harry sat on the rampart, his back to Iveria. "It's more comfortable here," he replied. Her doubtful voice reached him, "But it's so far away. How can we talk if I can't see your face?" Iveria, soaking in the hot spring, looked towards him invitingly. "Harry, come join me in the hot spring." Harry's voice drifted back, "No way." Iveria giggled at his tone. "Oh, really?" Harry flinched, as if she'd struck a nerve. "Are you being shy?" she teased. Understanding dawned on her, and she laughed. "For someone so old, you're surprisingly innocent, Harry." Harry grumbled, "I told you not to call me old." He walked over to the edge of the hot spring. "Get out." She stared at him, bewildered. Harry scooped her up in a princess carry, lifting her out of the water. "It's time to go." Iveria, surprised by his actions, allowed a small gasp. "Oh." Their eyes met. Harry set her down on the ground. Iveria patted her clothes in surprise. "Huh? How are my clothes dry?" He stood beside her, nonchalant. "Magic." Harry shrugged, a smug grin spreading across his face. "While it might seem easy to evaporate the water with the surrounding heat, only I can do it so perfectly." Iveria ran her fingers through her hair. "Wow, so I don't need a hairdryer." He looked at her, puzzled. "A hairdryer? What's that?" Their conversation filled the air as Iveria explained, it's not a person, it's a thing that dries your hair." Harry remained curious. Do people with that ability also get called hairdryers? He crossed his arms, looking incredibly pleased with himself. So, I'm the best hairdryer, right? Because no one can dry things as perfectly as I can. Harry's reaction left Iveria speechless. She stammered, trying to correct him. "That's not." Deciding that further explanation was too much trouble, she gave up and humored him. "Sure, let's go with that." Yes. Harry is the best hairdryer in the world." Harry nodded enthusiastically, beaming. Exactly. As dusk settled, Iveria left the hot springs with Harry, who had transformed into a small dog. She was surprised to see someone waiting for her. Iveria looked at the man and tentatively called out, "Sir Leo Royce?" The platinum-haired young man gave a polite nod in acknowledgement. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, leaving Iveria bewildered. "Huh, he's just leaving." Harry, in his dog form, tilted his head. He one of the Rohoff family?" Iveria replied, "Yes." Harry's expression turned thoughtful in a wonder. "He looks like the one who is always next to him whenever he summoned me." Harry's canine face wrinkled, especially the part where he never says anything. As we walked, I grumbled quietly to Iveria. "When I first met him, I thought Leo was mute. In 3 months, he only spoke to you first. Blood really does run thick." Iveria listened and thought to herself. Actually, Leo is fundamentally programmed to be a man of few words. 1 word is 1 Leo. 2 words are 2 Leos. 3 words are 3 Leos. And he's usually a 2 Leo. Harry chuckled, teasing Leo. The descendant of the Silent One is still the same. Huh? Did he give up talking to master swordsmanship? What a foolish descendant. Hearing Harry continuously talk about Sir Leo, Iveria asked, "Harry, it seems like you're starting to like Sir Leo." "I'm sad." Harry, in his dog form, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, he's strong." He continued, laughing, "Strong people are interesting, Iveria looked at the little dog and wondered aloud. "So you don't like me because I'm weak?" Harry retorted, "It's more that your lack of ambition is boring than your weakness." As they continued their stroll and conversation, Harry asked, "So, taking advantage of this opportunity, do you have any ambitions to conquer the world?" Iveria replied, "I just don't find it interesting." As the moon rose high in the midnight sky, a sigh echoed from the castle. "2. Iveria announced to Emma, the maid, "I'm very sleepy after the hot springs." "Emma, I'm going to bed." She smiled and replied obediently, "Yes, Mississippi." Iveria stepped into her room and was immediately startled. Exclaiming up, she saw Harry comfortably lying on her bed with his legs crossed. "What are you doing here?" she asked. She approached, pulling her pillow from under his head, and said wearily, "I'm very sleepy, so please don't bother me. Go out." Harry remained on the bed, eyes still closed, and said, "We usually sleep together anyway." She argued, "That's when you're a dog. Harry, stop joking around." Harry opened his eyes and looked at her seriously. "I'm not joking." He then stretched out his arms and legs in an X shape, taking up the entire bed. "That I really want to see blood all the time, but you always ignore that, don't you? You know how hard it is to endure basic desires." Iveria's face was now drowsy and no longer alert. She softly called, "Harry." She turned and sluggishly walked away, murmuring, "If you want, just grumble here. I'm so sleepy." Harry, flustered, sat up. "Hey, where are you going?" Iveria placed her pillow on the sofa and lay down, drifting off to sleep. Before falling asleep, she mumbled goodnight. Harry said in a panic, "No, this isn't right." Harry grimaced and rubbed his head in frustration, speechless at the situation. He looked at Iveria sleeping peacefully and whispered, "Master, I'm really at my limit now." The warm fire crackling in the fireplace chased away the chill in the room. The moonlight filtering in through the window cast a soft glow, making the room appear even more dreamlike. Iveria felt someone near her face, opened her eyes, and softly called, "Harry." She looked at Harry crawling on top of her and said, "Are you going to keep crushing me like this?" Iveria sat up and gently pushed Harry off, "And no matter how bad I am, I won't start a war. You're heavy, so please get up and go out quickly." His hands suddenly gripped her shoulders tightly, causing Iveria to gasp in surprise. "Hey." Iveria silently observed the unusually serious expression on Harry's face. She wondered, bewildered, "What's this? This state is so strange." Then she tried calling out to him, "Harry, are you listening to me?" Seeing no reaction from Harry, Iveria continued to ask worriedly, "Are you all right?" She was suddenly stunned when Harry's face abruptly drew close, their noses almost touching, and he softly groaned, tired. He wearily rested his head on Iveria's shoulder and moaned, "I'm so tired." Harry bit in her fair, delicate neck. Iveria winced in pain and frowned. She called his name, Harry, but he, immersed in the sweetness of her blood, ignored his master's call and continued to drink. MMM. Iveria turned, trying to dodge him, but Harry held her tighter, keeping her in place. Annoyed, Iveria said, "I clearly called you." Losing her temper, she yelled, "Snap out of it." Harry released her, clutching his head in pain from Iveria's blow, groaning out. He turned back to her, eyes brimming with tears, and questioned, "That hurt. What was that for?" "Did you hit me?" Iveria calmly asked back, "Are you back to your senses now?" Harry rubbed the spot where he was hit and asked in an aggrieved tone, "Why did you hit a perfectly still demon?" Iveria's voice suddenly rose as she retorted, "Perfectly still." She frowned and pointed to the bite mark on her neck. "Perfectly still? You were about to eat me." Harry gaped in surprise at the wound on her neck. He pointed at himself, stammering in disbelief. "Me? I did that." Iveria looked at him seriously and asked, "Don't you remember anything?" He immediately confirmed, "No, not at all." He was confused and bewildered. "Why are my bite marks there?" Iveria frowned, silently suspicious. He doesn't seem like he's lying." Then she replied, "That's what I'm saying." Harry looked at Iveria and exclaimed agitatedly, "Even I have my limits. I don't know what will happen in the future." Iveria crossed her arms and questioned him seriously. "So you're saying you're enduring the urge to bite people? Isn't that like complaining while stealing?" Harry said dejectedly, "I really can't control myself like this. I'm not that kind of demon. This is the first time I haven't had blood for so long. That's why. This is driving me crazy." Iveria slapped her forehead and thought despondently, "Is my life going to end by being eaten by a bloodthirsty demon dissatisfied with his cravings? Oh dear, my fate." Meanwhile, Harry, sitting in front of her, bowed his head apologetically and stammered, "I'm sorry." Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she said, "We have to find a solution somehow." Iveria frowned and glanced at Harry. "That you're such a troublesome matchstick." Harry didn't argue back, "But I'm the best at drying things." Iveria sighed. "True. Even if you're useful, the maintenance costs are high. The next morning, as they both focused on researching solutions to the problem, Iveria murmured, Books were tossed onto the table with each muttered phrase. Immense power for revenge, conquering the world. This isn't right either. Iveria stretched tiredly and wondered, why do people summon demons for such grand reasons? For revenge, for world conquest. Harry, holding a book and leaning towards her, replied, that's normal. Who would summon a demon just to light candles? Iveria said perplexedly, doing this won't help solve the problem at all. Harry retorted indifferently, so let's just go to war. It's much easier. Iveria interjected, annoyed. I'm working hard to help Harry, so why do you keep throwing a wrench in the works? Hearing this, Harry raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly. Because of me? Isn't it just because you don't like being eaten? Iveria, with an expression that didn't deny it, shook her hands repeatedly to ease the stiffness out of course. Who likes being eaten? Harry replied, you said it yourself. Harry held a piece of Bon Hoi and asked, eating here isn't referring to a meal, is it? Iveria looked at him, sitting neatly on the table in front of her. Then what is it? Is it blood instead of flesh? I can give you that much blood. Do you want to drink it now? Harry was speechless after hearing what Iveria said and fell silent. Iveria, not receiving an answer, wondered, what's wrong? Harry turned his back to Iveria in frustration and muttered, all right, what am I even talking about with an uncooked piece of meat? Iveria poked him in the back teasingly with her finger. Even when you're shaking, you still manage to say something. The sound of a crowd chanting outside the window startled Iveria. She stood up and looked out the window to see the first prince's troops chanting in unison, displaying their determination to fight. She looked at the scene before her and said to herself, today is the day they march to exterminate the wyvern, isn't it? It'll take another month. Iveria suddenly remembered the first time she heard this news from Emma. She had blurted out in surprise. What? A month? Emma calmly explained to her, wyverns are weak against sunlight, so people can only go out around midday. There's no other way. Still not quite understanding, she had said, if you don't want to face them, you have to stay indoors. Iveria sighed, thinking about it. Why are wyverns so pointlessly strong? Her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of something. Get stronger. Iveria, while looking at the troops, called Harry over. Harry, catching a wyvern is difficult, right? For humans, at least. Knowing when they're weak is also difficult. Finishing her words, she turned her head and looked directly into Harry's eyes, smiling as she asked, so, what about you, Harry? Iveria looked at him, sitting comfortably with his arms crossed on the table, and continued, is it difficult for you too? Harry looked at her with a slight smile and replied, you don't seem to know much about the power of a great archmage, do you? The one who made the contract. Iveria smiled contentedly, having received a satisfactory answer. This is good. This cryptic statement left Harry bewildered. Iveria excitedly invited him. Harry, let's have a thrilling battle. In the middle of a dense forest, a loud call rang out. General, a knight approached and informed Leo, hey, you should probably come see this. Touching the nest in front of him, he reported, I found something in this nest. Knight Leo was surprised to see the state of the nest. Leo and the knights observing the nest exclaimed in astonishment, the wyverns, they're all dead. A new sunny day began, and within the castle bathed in the morning sun, a worried voice echoed, a week has passed. Prince Leiden sat at his desk, looking at Sir Leo standing before him. Wyverns rarely die, even just one, he said, but now they're dying in droves every day. Sir Leo reported, even though I've sent people to investigate, there are still no results. Leiden tapped his fingers slowly on the desk, lost in thought. Compared to the wyverns, some kind of magic is growing stronger. He mused, wouldn't it be better to train the knights and reinforce the palace guard now? Leo offered his own assessment that IT doesn't seem like magic. The prince's steady tapping stopped. If it's not magic, then what is it? Leiden asked. Sir Leo continued his report. There are signs of fire being used on the wyverns' bodies. Based on this, Leiden analyzed, magic can't use fire. He continued his serious speculation. Perhaps the culprit is someone very clever and also very powerful. Leiden watched the crackling flames in the fireplace and added, it could also be the work of humans, for instance. He glanced at the knight before him, then fell into deep thought. Looking at the imposing young man standing before him, a myriad of thoughts ran through Leiden's mind. Asterisk Duke Leo Royce. He's a neutralist, so he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. But how will the royal family react to this unexpected incident? Asterisk he continued to analyze his own situation internally. Asterisk the Jaren kingdom kingdom's succession prioritizes the firstborn. First Prince Leiden, second Prince Cashin, asterisk. Asterisk, but after my mother's early death, Cashin overtook me and became the crown prince. However, there are still factions that support me due to legitimacy. The queen always corners and controls me. Asterisk, sending me to the subjugation team, led by Leo Royce. She hopes I'll be caught making some mistake. Leiden recalled the current situation in the Black Forest and continued to ponder. But at this time, a powerful, unknown entity has appeared. Resting his chin on his clasped hands, Prince Leiden thought to himself, let's see how it plays out. In the forest, Iveria sat on a rock, chin in hand, watching a wyvern writhe in flames before her. Harry grinned with excitement as he continued to conjure the fire. Iveria felt bored and thought, Harry's really excited. She flinched as a part of the wyvern's wing landed in front of her. Seeing him rampage like this, I've summoned a terrible demon. Oh, the falling wings startled both of them. Harry, holding a piece of the wyvern, froze for a moment. Then, looking sheepish, he tossed it aside. Let's go now, he said with a nervous laugh. Iveria, puzzled, asked, aren't there still more? You say you don't want to go back every day. Scratching his head, he explained with slight embarrassment, no, it's just you seem bored. Iveria, hearing this, calmly replied, it took you a week to notice? Harry walked towards her, continuing his explanation. It's because you've been getting quieter. He scratched his head, looking away to avoid Iveria's gaze, and muttered as expected. Under his breath, Harry mumbled, I wonder if it's because you're starting to get scared of me. Iveria was slightly surprised by his words. Harry's words. He then hastily added, embarrassed, to reassure her. Of course, from an ordinary person's perspective, this is surprising power. But I take this pact with you very seriously, so don't be afraid. Iveria calmly comforted Harry. I didn't say anything. I'm just bored from waiting. Suddenly, a giant wyvern appeared from above, gradually descending towards them. Both were stunned by the appearance of the wyvern. The monstrous wyvern landed in the clearing in front of Iveria and Harry and hastily approached her. The wyvern exhaled a long breath and folded its massive wings. Iveria stared at the wyvern and thought in awe, so big. She felt Harry's hand on her shoulder from behind and turned to softly call out, Harry. He was still staring at the wyvern, wondering, why is it here? She turned back to the wyvern and asked Harry, is that a wyvern? He kept his guard up, never taking his eyes off the wyvern, and replied, yes, it is. The wyvern looked down at them from above and introduced itself. I, the wyvern leader. Greetings, human demon. Iveria, startled, responded. Oh, hello. Iveria whispered in Harry's ear. Aren't wyverns magical beasts? Can they talk? He answered her question. That's not how it works. This one is special, like a living mascot. It's lived even longer than I have. The wyvern's massive head suddenly moved closer to them and questioned, Demon, why? Are you killing your own kind? Startled, Iveria cried out. Harry shielded Iveria in his arms and looked directly at the wyvern. Demons don't need a reason to kill. Did you come all this way just to distinguish that? Aren't you supposed to be living alone in the south? The wyvern growled in response. You made a pact, human. A reason is necessary. Iveria looked at the wyvern and thought, I didn't expect a wyvern to question the reason for killing them. She thought with exasperation, if I had known this, I would have found another way. Then she said, let me explain, Harry. Iveria left Harry's embrace, stepped forward, and explained to the wyvern, demons lose their reason if they can't satisfy their desire to kill. So they came up with the idea of capturing wyverns. The wyvern looked directly at her and roared, satisfy desires. There is another way. Startled by the roar, Iveria exclaimed, ah. Harry stepped forward to support her and snapped irritably. What other way? They're not just some oversized chunks of meat. Isn't your clan the one raising demons like us? The wyvern, taken aback by the outburst, paused and fell silent. It then carefully observed Iveria from head to toe. After a moment, it sighed wearily, a young human. Very well, I was mistaken. Harry was satisfied with its words. That's right, isn't it? As Iveria stroked its head, the wyvern asked, but why are wyverns facing trouble and extinction? Her hand continued its movements as she replied, because wyverns have been disrupting trade and not allowing harvesting or logging. Iveria, filled with remorse, apologized. It was done to protect humans. I didn't know I could talk to you. I'm sorry. The wyvern's pledge echoed through the dark night of the forest. Control, trade, logging, harvesting. I'll stop. The wyvern looked at Harry reproachfully. So many young wyverns have died. It's so sad for our clan. Harry didn't argue back. Hey, I'm also sad and tired of enduring this. From the beginning, only a stupid wyvern would have this level of intelligence. Iveria had a headache listening to the two ancient beings bicker. Of course, Harry's problem is urgent, but killing an opponent who can speak is a bit. As if seeking her support, Harry pulled Iveria closer and said loudly, "Contractor, this is just the strong preying on the weak. It's natural." She looked at him, then at the wyvern, who was sniffling pathetically with glistening, downcast eyes. Iveria pondered, troubled. Finally, she decided that I understand, but please stop capturing and killing wyverns. Harry cried out, "Contractor!" Iveria looked at the giant purple scale and asked, "Is this the wyvern leader's scale?" The wyvern replied, "Yes." It scratched off a piece of the scale and offered it to her. "Here you are. My scale, to recognize your kind, will follow you, young lady, and obey you." Iveria took the scale and examined it. "Wyverns will recognize this and obey me." The wyvern replied, "That's right." The wyvern nuzzled Iveria gratefully, complimenting her affectionately. "Very clever girl." "That's a green squirrel," she asked in surprise. "A squirrel?" The wyvern shook its head repeatedly in an endearing manner. "Yes, a squirrel. I am the glittering squirrel." Iveria could only offer a strained smile. Iveria stammered hesitantly, "That's a compliment?" "Thank you." The wyvern straightened up and spread its wings wide, creating a powerful gust of wind that dispersed around them. Then it said farewell. Of course. "I'm off. If you need anything, just call me. Shout Starfish. That's how you summon me." Iveria gave a forced smile at its words, while Harry said irritably, "Wait a minute, Starfish is me." The wyvern soared into the air, calling down, "I'll come anytime. Stay well." Iveria, still holding the scale, breathed a sigh of relief that it's gone. In contrast to her, Harry called out peevishly, "Master!" Iveria had to cover both her ears to protect them from Harry's whiny, indignant outburst. "Why did you do that? Side with it and abandon me?" As if it were obvious, she turned and said firmly, that no matter what in that situation, I had to do that. Iveria looked at Harry, who was tearing up, and continued, "It's my conscience. You know I like you, Harry. I have to find a new way." Iveria held up the scale for Harry to see that, look. I got this thanks to you." Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings made her wonder, what's that sound? In the sky, a flock of wyverns was approaching them. Both stared in disbelief at the swarm of wyverns filling the sky. A flock of wyverns. The wyverns landed, surrounding the two of them. Iveria stroked the wyverns nuzzling against her affectionately and said softly, I'm sorry for killing your kin." Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere. Lionel the guard suddenly appeared, falling in front of the two of them while crying out, "My lady, ow!" Iveria worriedly asked him, "Sir Lionel, what are you doing here? What happened?" Harry quickly transformed into a puppy while Lionel, seeing the wyverns, fearfully crawled towards Iveria, trembling as he said, "My lady, please protect me." Iveria, bewildered, thought to herself, "What am I supposed to do?" Lionel looked at her in confusion and stammered, Iveria looked towards the sword Lionel had dropped in the distance and asked, "Get your sword over there." Lionel mumbled in a daze. Another loud call came from afar, "My lady." Iveria, Lionel, and Harry all looked towards the sound, and Iveria said with little anticipation, "What now?" A squad of 4 soldiers approached with their swords drawn, wondering what in the world is going on. Iveria sighed in exasperation, complaining, "Seriously? We snuck out for this." In the night sky, a wyvern could be seen carrying someone. Lionel was being carried by the wyvern, clutched in its talons, while Iveria and Harry sat comfortably together on its back, excitedly whooping woe. Harry asked with concern, "Aren't you scared?" Iveria laughed excitedly and replied, "No, I'm enjoying the speed." She felt the cold wind rush past and thought to herself, "This is so much better than riding in a carriage. How is this even possible?" Wanting to fully enjoy this rare experience, Iveria thought for a moment and then decided, "Oh well, I'll think about it later." The wyvern's appearance in the sky above the castle caused a commotion among the people below. "It's a wyvern. As the wyvern landed and was surrounded by soldiers, Iveria stepped forward, stroking the wyvern's head to show it was harmless, and said, "Don't attack." Baron Braun exclaimed in surprise, "My lady." Sir Leo was stunned into silence, while Prince Leiden questioned, "My lady, what is the meaning of this?" Stroking the wyvern's head, she requested, "Your Highness, can we go inside and talk for a moment?" As Iveria walked amidst the murmuring crowd, she introduced, "As you can see, this is my new friend." The group proceeded into a room together. After they were both seated, Prince Leiden asked skeptically, "You've actually tamed a wyvern? Are you certain you've truly tamed it?" Iveria calmly replied from across the table, "As you saw." She confidently affirmed, "How could I lie about something like this?" Leiden said seriously, "I'm sure you wouldn't speak that way to the royal family." Iveria replied with an air of obviousness, "Of course not." Her clear voice continued, "Instead, I want to offer this to your highness." Prince Leiden listened in silence, his attention fixed on her. Iveria sincerely assured him, "Please report to the royal family that all the wyvern troubles will be resolved." Prince Leiden sternly asked, "And what do you want in return?" Iveria gave a mischievous smile. "I don't want to see the people I hate anymore. So, I think I should continue living here." Iveria said cheerfully, "If the wyvern problem is solved, the royal family will have no reason to bother with Lauren. Let's end this relationship amicably." Her words irritated Leiden, who pressed her, "But doing this just for that reason?" Annoyed, Iveria retorted, "Just for that? It's a very important matter to me." He had to concede. All right." Iveria calmly continued her request. "Give it to Prince Leiden yourself. I'm not interested. He came by not too long ago and annoyed me." She spoke while stealthily observing the prince. Leiden, looking at the prince before her, Iveria recalled the original plot. In the novel, it was written that Leiden abruptly left when Cashin became king. A few months later, Leiden's bloodstained watch was discovered on a distant continent, likely murdered by an assassin sent by Cashin. The only main characters who died in the story were Leiden and Ibria. Iveria sighed inwardly, thinking too, so that's why I feel a sense of camaraderie. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a voice call out from across the room, "Hey, Iveria?" Prince Leiden spoke, fine. With a determined look on his face, he continued, "I'll take the poisoned wine you're offering." Iveria was exasperated. "Goodness, I told you it's not poisoned." "Well, whatever. I'll explain the details tomorrow." It was late, and the moon outside the window was high in the sky. It was getting quite late. The door opened at that moment. Leaving the room, Iveria stretched languidly and groaned, "Oh, I'm so sleepy." Then she abruptly turned back and said, "But," looking at the knight, Leo, following behind her, she asked, "Why do you keep following me, Sir Leo Royce?" Iveria turned to look at him, and then thought, "Oh, he's not going to answer me." Hesitantly, she said to him, "I also have a dog, so if you want to take me somewhere." Leo cut her off, "It's late. I can't let you go alone, Mississippi." Iveria was utterly surprised. Seeing her silence, Leo called out, "Miss?" Flustered, she stammered, whoa. A moment later, she spoke normally again. "Whoa, you startled me. Your voice is really nice." Iveria's face flushed. She touched her chest, feeling her heart pounding, thump thump. She thought to herself, "Asterisk, how can he have such a warm, husky voice with such a handsome face? It's amazing." Asterisk, then she asked Leo, your voice is so nice. Why do you live without speaking?" "If it were me, I'd be chattering all day." Silence hung in the air. He didn't answer her question. Leo was lost in memories of being bullied by his older brothers as a child. "Haha, look at this little runt." And Leo could only cry out in frustration, "Brothers, give me back my sword." His brothers ignored him and continued to tease, "Where's that crying baby?" One even mimicked a whiny voice, mocking him, "I'll give it back, followed by boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. The Royce Knight family, with its prestigious reputation. But because I was small and weak, I was always bullied by my brothers. Before my voice broke, it was the target of their teasing. They'd drag him into a corner and continue their torment day after day. One would kick him while another sneered, "Don't whine like a baby. You're so noisy." Leo could only wipe away his tears and endure, unable to fight back. "It wasn't until I was older that I learned they were jealous of me. You inherited the strongest bloodline of the family. That's why, even though I grew taller and my voice changed." He then fell into deep thought. Speaking in front of others is still very difficult. Though she hadn't heard his answer to her question, Iveria said, "Such a nice voice." Hearing this, he murmured to himself, "But that, Iveria, Oberon, though I think you're teasing me, it sounds sincere." As she observed Leo's blushing face, she wondered, what's with that expression? Like it's the first time he's been complimented. Didn't he overcome his insecurity after being praised by Catherine? Oh no, wait a minute. Leo overcoming his insecurity happens in the latter half of the original story, clearly after Catherine marries the prince, right? So then, just then, Leo said, "We're here, so I'll be going," interrupting her thoughts. "I've caused a problem." Then Iveria asked Harris, "Harry, is there a magic spell that can erase memories?" He replied, "There's no such convenient magic." Iveria shot him a look and said, "Harry Potter can do it. He's a Harry too, so why can't you?" His face crumpled as he immediately asked, "Harry Potter, who is that now?" Iveria casually replied, "You don't need to know." Then she bowed to Leo. "Well then, I'll be going," as Harris continued to glance at her. Iveria hurried off, whooshing to the door. Slam! The sound of the closing door echoed. Leo watched Iveria from behind the wooden door, murmuring, "Miss Iveria Oberon." By now, she had entered her room and flopped onto the bed, groaning. "Ugh, I don't know. Why do I care about what that jerk says?" Hearing this, Harris pondered, then there was a thud. He lay down opposite her and said softly, "Master, I'm very angry with you." Her face went blank, right? But wasn't killing dozens of wyverns a bit much? Harris argued back, "I'm not killing them anymore, am I?" He lay dejectedly on the bed. Iveria, seeing this, didn't know what to do. Then she moved closer to him and asked, "Harry, are you still mad at me?" Her face drew close to Harris's. Unexpectedly, he abruptly turned away, causing Iveria to cry out in surprise. The air fell silent. Neither of them spoke. She started running, whoosh, to the other side of the bed. He continued to turn his head as if he didn't want to see her, and this continued. Turning whoosh, it went on and on for a while, neither willing to give up. Finally, Iveria, breathless and tired, said to him, "Harry, I'm dizzy. How long are we going to do this?" Harris paused for a few seconds, then said, "One last time. If I stop now, I lose." Iveria thought, "Just one more time." It finally stopped. She lay on her back on the bed, thinking, this is so much better. Then Iveria said to Harris, "Harry, I know that seeing blood is a serious issue for you. I'm thinking very hard about it too. I'll definitely find a way, so please trust me and wait a little longer." Then Iveria thought, of course, although there are other mages living in other territories, getting caught capturing and killing them could lead to political problems. Snapping out of her thoughts, she asked Harris, "How much longer can you hold out?" Harry replied, "If I don't use magic, a few months. But if I frequently transform into a dog, then 1 month." She thought sadly 1 month. "And yet you teased me, asking if Harry would bite my head off if I couldn't find a solution in a month." You yelled, "Hey, why do you think so poorly of me? That won't happen. You just need to work hard to find a way." Iberia asked back, "Really? Why?" Harris didn't answer that question, instead saying, "Why what? What was that contribution you mentioned to the prince earlier? I'll create a foothold so wyverns can carry knights. This is probably the first time in the world, right? There's nowhere else with such a clear method of controlling wyverns. Just bring the scales of the wyvern leader and enlist the help of the other wyverns. Every year, wyverns lose eggs and suffer casualties alongside humans." Lionel cheerfully called out, "My lady, of course. It's our stone-faced knights who will ride the wyverns. The royal family possesses the hide and claws of wyverns that died at the end of their lifespan." Iberia excitedly recounted, "It was a magic user that humans couldn't capture from the beginning, but it didn't harm the royal family either. Even if House Oberon grows stronger, why would anyone doubt their loyalty? Isn't that right, Harry? This morning, Leiden and I had a meeting. During the meeting, I asked so." He slowly replied, "I'm truly amazed. This proposal is excellent." Iberia chuckled and said, "Then please write some nice words in the report that this is a very quiet and peaceful area." She sipped her tea and replied, "And now I'll live and not see them." Suddenly, Iberia exclaimed, "Come to think of it, even if I'm dissatisfied, I can only argue with myself, right?" Hearing a knocking sound, he asked, "What's that sound?" Seeing this, the young lady said, "Are you pretending not to know? It's the lumber. The Okal Trading Company unilaterally terminated the lumber trade." Leiden said in surprise, "What? You know, the cold in Iral is severe, and it'll be unbearable without wood for heating. Why on earth would they do that? Moreover, the Okal Trading Company is notoriously greedy. There's definitely profit to be made from trading with Iral, but there's no reason for me to terminate the trade because of my personal issues. And I've heard that Iral unilaterally canceled it." The two looked at each other, unable to disbelieve the other's words. One of them spoke up, "There's a strange smell." Both of them said simultaneously, "Is it me? Is it me?" She pondered, the rhythmic knocking as he placed his hand on the chair. Iberia spoke. "Count Manley, who manages House Oberon and the trading company, benefits when the two sides are at odds. Do you know who it is?" After thinking, he voiced his guess. "I'm thinking of someone, but I can't just say it out loud." Hearing this, she asked, "Is there a way to be certain?" Leiden thoughtfully replied, "There's a reliable guide." She thought to herself upon hearing him, "He's talking about Luke." Luke is the leader of the Information Guild behind the scenes and a genius in transformation techniques. He has a very close friendship with Leiden. They met when Luke happened to encounter Leiden while he was on the run. They solved many problems together and became close friends, along with Catherine, of course. She froze for a moment, then thought, if it's about investigating, then asking for a favor now would be the perfect time. Leiden said sincerely, I owe you a great debt this time. I will definitely repay you. She quickly replied, oh, if you want to repay me, money is fine too. He chuckled and said, you sound like a con artist. I'll keep my promise. The conversation with the prince, despite everything, had ended smoothly. But the ambush was still outside. Lionel fell with a thud where the wyvern was lying da-da. It heard the noise and approached him. Finally, Lionel froze, realizing he was lying on top of it. Iveria and Baron Braun, observing this, were speechless. After a moment, she said to him, I heard about what happened yesterday. You really couldn't mount it? The knights usually consider one of the Oberon lineage as their master, almost loyal to the Duke. But the 5th-generation knight is close to the wyvern living in the Black Forest. I couldn't be loyal to anyone in the Oberon family. Iveria thought to herself. So she both reconciled with the wyvern and prevented someone from becoming unemployed. 2 birds with 1 stone, perhaps. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said, truly a knight chosen from anywhere. After all, it's a barren and cold land, so the applicant standards are understandable. Thinking about how the selection process ultimately landed on someone like Lionel, Iveria put a hand to her forehead and sighed. Leiden approached from behind and said, that knight down there must be exhausted, huh? Hearing his voice, she turned around and exclaimed, Prince Leiden. He jokingly suggested, why not just send the wyvern to the royal knights? Iveria playfully jabbed him with her hand and retorted, don't you know that greed leads to ruin? Leiden, noticing her hand near him, glanced at it. She said, oh, was I too close? He laughed and replied, not at all. I just found it surprising. Since when did our relationship become one where we share jokes like this? Iveria waved her hand dismissively. EW. I don't want to have that kind of special relationship. He laughed easily. Only you are this cold to me. Iveria's face remained expressionless as she thought, oh right. Just then, a sound caught her attention. Both she and Leiden looked towards it. Seeing the large number of people gathered there, she exclaimed in surprise, huh? Then, glancing at him, Iveria thought, oh right, he's a prince. She quickly turned and ran. Leiden, his head full of question marks, wondered why she reacted that way. Leiden shouted, Iveria, catch. She saw an envelope and asked, what is it? Leiden said, you said to repay the debt. Hearing this, she quickly guessed. Is it money? Iveria fumbled with the envelope, asking Leiden. The prince is quite prompt. She struggled to find the opening. Where is it? She froze when she saw what was inside. In disbelief, she asked him again, is this real? Leiden replied, of course. Inside the envelope was a blank check. Iveria clutched the check and asked Leiden, aren't you trusting me too much? You don't even know how much I'll write. He calmly replied, I don't think you're the type to write an unreasonable amount. Iveria smiled brightly. Oh my, since when have you trusted me so much? Leiden chuckled. Back at the hot springs, you asked me if I believe in the change of the wicked. Leiden looked off into the distance. You were right. I also think that people can't easily change. Then, he tenderly turned his gaze back to Iveria, but looking into her eyes like this, I can't help but believe. At that moment, Iveria looked down, exasperated. Ah, it's Lion Neo again. He continued to ask, you don't intend to return to the Imperial Palace? Iveria softly replied, it's not like I could just go back if I want to. But she thought to herself, the Duke hasn't summoned me back, according to protocol. Hearing her reasoning, Leiden felt it was valid. That's true. It's not an easy matter. Public opinion and the Duke's wrath. But I think I'll see you again at the Imperial Palace. Oh, and that check can only be cashed at the Imperial Palace's main headquarters. Hearing this, Iveria exclaimed, what? It clearly stated Imperial Central Bank on the check. Leiden cheerfully bid her farewell. Well then, see you at the Imperial Palace. Iveria said angrily, is this a scam? Even Harry barked. Woof! She yelled, come back here. Her eyes followed the direction he was going. Asterisk anyway. I've given the prince a big gift, hoping it will help him a little in his survival. It's just a small token of sincerity for a comrade who died in the novel. Asterisk. At the Imperial Palace where the first prince resided, Leiden entered his room. Seeing another person in the room, he said, I didn't invite any guests. The person, whose face was completely covered by a scarf, handed a letter to Leiden and said, this is a letter sent from Oinmani. Oinmani was a term for the most skilled information gatherer, used as a code word to designate the leader of the information guild. Seeing the letter, he thought of someone. It's Luke, he asked. No message other than delivering Oinmani? The person replied, Yes, your highness. Leiden repeated, nothing else. The person bowed their head and answered firmly, that is correct, just the letter. Leiden drew his sword as he spoke. Is that so? Then you're not the one I asked to deliver the Oinmani message. The person stammered in fear. What? A sword swung down towards him. He quickly dodged. Thud, and said to Leiden, ah, you're attacking for real? You knew it was me, didn't you? Since when? The person who had been talking to him was, in fact, Luke. Leiden immediately replied, from the beginning. Hearing this, Luke said, what? I disguised myself so thoroughly. He then revealed the evidence of how he discovered him. The letter was too short. My request wasn't something that could be contained in a single letter, much less something to be verbally relayed to someone else. So I figured it was no one other than you. Luke, both regretful and impressed, said, what a brilliant deduction, Leiden Jaren. Leiden inquired about his request. So, what's the answer to my request? Luke replied innocently, you'll have to ask the Memini for that. Memini were the basic members of the Information Guild. Leiden, incredulous, asked, what? Neither is done? Then why are you here? Luke countered with a question for Leiden. Why would the Oinmani of the ancient tomb come all the way out to the countryside like this? Is there something interesting here? Iveria was waving to Harry and asked, a festival. Emma replied, it's a farewell celebration for the returning subjugation force, but might be relaxing for you to see it. Thinking back to what she saw that morning, the night who made her heart race, Iveria said, all right. Emma, you're a local, right? Show me the way. Emma asked hesitantly. Huh, me? Iveria, seeing her hesitation, wondered, did you already plan to go with someone else? Emma replied, that's not it. I'm just on duty. Aren't you going with the prince, miss? Iveria was surprised by her words. Huh, if it's the prince, you mean Leiden? Why would I go to a festival with him? Emma cried out in alarm, miss. Ah, why are you calling the prince's name directly like that? Iveria said casually. Ah, why are you calling the prince's name directly like that? She was about to continue. Even so, but Iveria interrupted. Hey, Emma, don't you do the same with your friends? Emma firmly denied it, telling her, that's not true. Iveria was taken aback by Emma's tone. Emma continued, I would absolutely never do that. Not before, not ever. Iveria called out to her, hey Emma, I get it. Emma still stammered, I adore Miss so much. Surprised by Emma's confession, Iveria could only manage, oh, thank you. Emma continued earnestly, please don't mind those rude people from now on. Iveria thought to herself, I'm fine. Emma went on, Miss endured the cold and shared the fire with everyone. I'm incredibly grateful. Because Miss is so kind, you let it go, but you should vent those turbulent feelings. Iveria was skeptical of her words. Kind? Me? Emma blushed and nodded. Anyway, I really adore Mississippi. Iveria smiled and said, is that so? Feeling better now, thinking to herself, this is the first time I've received affection from someone in this body. So, Emma declared passionately, today you must go to the festival with the prince, not me. You have to show him what kind of person you are. Iveria, sweating a little, told her, isn't that conclusion a bit strange? Do you think my position is suitable to be with the prince? It doesn't matter. I don't want to be someone's choice and become some great person, Emma. Harry, who had been witnessing the conversation, grumbled, Emma replied excitedly, Of course it's because Miss is always radiant, so you don't need to choose. The prince is an accessory for going out, like an earring. Iveria's face stiffened. Isn't being treated like an accessory worse than being called by name directly? Emma, seeing her reaction, said, Are you saying that where no one can hear you? Then she paused in thought. She then asked, How does Miss choose accessories? Shouldn't you choose jewelry that makes you shine? Men are inherently accessories like that. Just like Madame Lowise said, she's a very insightful writer. Iveria started to reply, anyway, but before she could finish, Emma announced, Miss, you have a visitor. Leo seemed quite surprised, and he spoke up, Lady Ziria. At this, Iveria responded awkwardly, Sir Rot, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? There was a misunderstanding with the servants. She recalled the scene from 30 minutes prior. Two maids, one brushing her hair and the other applying makeup, were fussing over her enthusiastically. One maid exclaimed, Oh my goodness, not the prince, but a knight? Iveria denied it, not at all. Emma, beside her, chimed in, a date with a knight is fine too. Iveria reiterated, no, it's not. She thought to herself, did they hear that? Back in the present, she felt a little uneasy. What's wrong? Is he very angry? Contrary to her worries, Leo wasn't angry at all. In fact, his ears were flushed red. I've only been waiting a short while. Leo considerately inquired, I hope I haven't interrupted you going out. She replied with a calm expression, I was planning to look around the festival after talking to you, so you aren't interrupting anything. But suddenly she realized something. Her surprise grew as she exclaimed, Iveria scrutinized the space behind Leo, suspicion lacing her tone. Really? Who am I talking to right now? Is there someone behind you? He just stood there, murmuring, My lady. Iveria quickly composed herself, replying calmly, I was just joking. You're speaking well now. Leo's expression was incredibly embarrassed. He stammered, so? Then his expression changed. Didn't my voice sound strange to you? At this, Iveria could only exclaim, Oh my God. Still astonished, she answered vaguely, yes, it did. She thought to herself, is it real? She still couldn't believe what just happened. He had improved because of what she said. What about Catherine? Thinking of this, Iveria broke out in a cold sweat. Because his role isn't heavily emphasized, issues related to his voice are the biggest problem. Suddenly, Leo spoke, my lady. His voice interrupted Iveria's train of thought, making her jump and cry out, yes? He continued, I think instead of watching the knight's training session like last time, you should come to the headquarters tomorrow. It's quite rude of me to come without an appointment like this. Please accept this. Iveria reluctantly accepted the gift. At this level, what's rude about it? Leo quickly explained the book. This book is about armor, stirrups, and saddles. I'm sure it will be helpful to you. She seemed a bit interested that, let's sit down and read. The two focused on the book. Meanwhile, Leo continued to talk about the book's contents. Wyverns are quite large, so stirrups are necessary when riding them. It's quite difficult alone, so it needs to be integrated with the armor, and the weight is also quite important. Iveria began to understand a few things. Nothing good about it. Making it must be difficult, right? Harry spoke up. That's probably something only dwarves can make. She was momentarily surprised by his words. Dwarves? Harry said languidly. Those guys are quite skilled, so if you give them the materials, they can make it, right? It's a bit hard to find them now, since they hate humans and have closed themselves off. He seemed confident. Now, they live in a village deep in the mountains. A moment later, he thought of a plan. What if I try to find them and persuade or threaten them? Iveria's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but praise him. That's Harry for you. She used a flattering tone. Harry is the best, which made him look extremely pleased. Iveria immediately stood up, preparing to leave. Thank you so much today. I'll definitely repay you later. Emma, who had just brought tea, saw that she was about to leave. That my lady, have some tea first. Oh dear. Her expression brightened, and she cheerfully asked Iveria, have you finished talking already? Are you two going on a date now? Leo, standing beside them, hadn't yet grasped the situation and spoke up. You two? Flustered, she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, that's not it. Iveria sighed. That made misunderstood earlier. She thought I was on a date with him. Leo looked embarrassed upon hearing this. His expression annoyed Iveria. Ugh, how irritating. He then said, I thought you had another appointment. She calmly replied, yes, with my mother. Emma, standing between them, frantically gestured, denying Iveria's words. She said, I suddenly have something to do. Her eyes shone with an intense desire for them to go on a date. If I'm not there, Miss will be alone, all alone at the festival. Emma repeatedly emphasized, alone, all alone, as if urging Leo to ask Iveria out. Iveria quickly reassured him, that's just Emma. I'm fine. But Leo quickly responded, Lady Oberon. He extended his hand towards her, expressing his sincerity. Shall we go to the festival together? Silence fell, broken only by Iveria's surprised gasp. Soon, they arrived at the festival. The scene was incredibly lively, the sky ablaze with fireworks. Some people were engrossed in singing and playing music, the rhythmic beat of drums echoing throughout the space, creating a cheerful, vibrant melody. Others were busy hawking their wares, their calls mingling with the sounds of laughter. Iveria quickly became captivated by the lively atmosphere. It's more organized than I thought. She thought, then turned to Leo, but didn't know what to say. Neither of them spoke, Iveria only thinking to herself, this is awkward. Suddenly, someone appeared, dispelling the awkwardness. He smiled and said, just looking will make you shy. Hello. Iveria was about to reply when she noticed something was amiss. No, that's not the right face. The man bore a striking resemblance to Leiden. Despite her words, he calmly continued, am I not the one who opened the festival? You can call me Eden. Leo, bristling at the man's familiarity, said, don't be so casual. The man retorted, using a false name and lacking any sincerity. The two began to bicker. Leo said, Isn't it better to hide it? The other man immediately quipped, such a principled man. Standing between them, Iveria felt incredibly uncomfortable, thinking to herself, I want to go home. Why am I stuck between these two fish? Harry then arrived, interrupting her thoughts, causing her to exclaim, Harry. He quickly and smoothly pulled her away. Let's go look around on our own. Iveria readily agreed. All right, let's go. The other two were still arguing, oblivious to her quiet departure. Leo, agitated, grabbed the other man's collar. He asked in a raised voice, what are you planning? Impersonating royalty is a serious crime. Where's the prince? Continuing, he revealed his true identity, Luke. He showed no fear of Leo's accusation. What about me and that person? It was just a little sleeping draft. He continued, I'm not here to fight you, so let go. Leo, furious, retorted, I'll show you what illegal means. But Luke remained contemptuous. Since when did you become so talkative? You were acting like a lovesick teenager on his first date just a moment ago. Leo didn't bother arguing with him anymore and said, what I do, what I think, is none of your business. You're only showing your true colors now. Oh, how ridiculous is that? He then gave a scornful laugh and continued, what? I'm telling you to stay out of my way. Suddenly, an explosion caught their attention. Luke asked in surprise, huh? What was that? Both of them seemed to realize something, their expressions turning serious. Now realizing Iveria's disappearance, they abruptly yelled, Lady Iveria. The game operator placed 3 overturned cups on the table and shouted, teacups. I'm not always around, so place your bets and win some money. Iveria pushed through the curious crowd to peek inside. The game operator continued his sales pitch. It couldn't be easier. It's a 1 in 3 chance. If you guess right, you triple your money. Who wouldn't give it a try? Iveria seemed a little surprised. They have this here too? While she was watching intently, a voice suddenly spoke close to her ear. Are you going to try? Iveria jumped, startled, and looked at Harry, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Oh, you scared me. He gave a light hum, his tall figure radiating an imposing aura. She couldn't help but exclaim, is this what a human looks like? Harry looked at Iveria, a little speechless. You seem to have forgotten that I'm not a dog. He suddenly bent down slightly and looked in her eyes. So, do I still look like a dog now? She blankly responded with a huh. He looked at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, softening his usual expression. Iveria couldn't help but blush at seeing his handsome face so close. She could even hear her heart pounding in her chest. Annoyed, she thought, ugh, this face, every time I see it, it feels unreal. Embarrassed and flustered, she scolded him. Where did you learn to use your good looks on your master? Harry narrowed his eyes and smiled. Master? So you like it like this? Iveria immediately retorted, not you, Harry, just the face. He continued to press her. Isn't it the same thing? She turned back to him and said seriously, being handsome and liking someone are not the same thing. Harry seemed unconvinced. What? Then what am I really like? Iveria pointed to his chest. Try putting your hand on your chest and see. He unconsciously followed her instructions and placed his hand on his chest. What? Not even half a minute later, he said dejectedly, I don't feel anything. Iveria stared at her unresponsive tail, trailing off. She sighed in resignation. All right. Iveria regained her composure, pointed at the game operator who was still busy hawking his game, and said to Harry, instead, look over there. He looked in the direction she indicated that I've been watching him. That guy, even from a distance, they could hear the argument between 2 children and the game operator. The little girl said resentfully, Mister, you clearly switched them just now. Give me my money back. The game operator said to the little girl with a straight face, do you have proof? Proof. Harry couldn't help but comment, how unpleasant. Iveria whispered in his ear, help me punish that guy. He's using tricks to make money. I'll ruin his game. Harry happily nodded. Suddenly, he gave a mischievous grin and said to her, that's a good idea. How about a quicker method? Iveria asked curiously, what is it? He pointed to the other side. A bang echoed, and she followed his gesture to see the game operator's stall engulfed in flames. Harry squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as if asking, aren't I great? How about it? Iveria's face went blank as she silently decided, let's run. They fled into a narrow alley. Iveria leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Harry solicitously asked, are you all right, contractor? He lifted her face to see her pale complexion. Between gasps, she replied, huff, huff. I just exercise, huff, huff. He reminded her, breathe, then speak. Suddenly, someone grabbed Iveria's wrist. She jumped, startled, landing against Harry, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at a cloaked figure who had appeared beside her seemingly out of nowhere. The woman offered her something, her aged voice muffled by the cloak. "Look here, Mississippi. Take this back." Iveria, confused, uttered, "Huh." In the woman's hand was a silver ring with a sparkling red gem. "This belongs to you, Mississippi." Iveria hesitated, and "Oh, it's not mine." The woman persisted. "Look closely. It's clearly yours." As she finished speaking, she suddenly pushed the ring into Iveria's hand. "Here, quickly." Iveria frowned, looking at the ring in her hand with a flicker of alarm. As if remembering something, her eyes widened, a question forming in her mind. Why is this here? A familiar scene flashed through her memory. The vendor had introduced it to her. This is an ancient ring made from the heart of the sun god. Iveria recalled buying it during a business trip to Peru before being pulled into this book. She bought it, and then, on the flight, the image of the plane exploding. Iveria snapped back to reality, her head jerking up in alarm. "Excuse me," she asked, "where is this?" She froze, staring at the empty space before her. "Gone. Back at the mansion." Iveria sighed, fiddling with the ring in her hand. Point two. After a moment, she closed her eyes in frustration, groaning, "I don't know. It's just the same shape. It's a different ring. If it really were the sun god's ring." She slipped the ring onto her index finger and exclaimed in surprise, "It fits perfectly." She remembered Harry's words back in the alley. "I can't sense any power from it at all." Annoyed, Iveria grumbled. Harry said the same thing. The more she thought, the more confused she became, and she slammed her head onto the table, kicking her feet in frustration. "What is this, really?" Suddenly, a maid's voice called out, "Mississippi. I heard the knights are returning to the capital." Iveria lifted her head, asking in confusion, "Huh? So?" Emma gave a strained smile. "Miss, aren't you going to see them off?" Iveria questioned. "See them off? What?" Iveria rested her chin on her hand, propped up on the armrest. "Why should I go?" Emma patiently explained. "If Sir Rot leaves, you won't be able to see him for a long time." Harry, in his dog form, tilted his head, listening to her. "Speak that he was looking for you all day yesterday." Harry communicated with her telepathically. "K, Master, it seems you don't know, so I'll tell you. That's not your maid." Iveria blurted out, "What?" Harry stated seriously. "The scent of blood is different." Iveria thought to herself, if it's not Emma's twin, then who came and pretended to be Emma? She glanced at the maid who looked exactly like Emma, thinking, "You're doing this." Noticing her gaze, the maid addressed her. "Miss, wait, are you listening to me?" Iveria silently confirmed it was him. A smile suddenly bloomed on her face, surprising the maid. "Yes, I'm listening." The person she was thinking of was Luke, whom Leiden had asked to investigate the issue with Israel and Okol. Luke found it interesting and came directly. "The guild's principle is not to kill, so Emma must be sleeping safely now." Iveria observed the fake Emma's smiling face, maliciously thinking, "Just watching this is a bit of a waste." The devil inside her chuckled wickedly. "Let's give him a little shock." Having decided, she softly called out Emma. Luke, with a smile in his eyes, replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Iveria suddenly stuck out her foot, that MY foot. Luke flinched at the sight. "That what's wrong?" He stammered, "Why, yes." Iveria lifted her skirt, revealing her long, white legs, and looked at Luke with an extremely gentle smile. "Massage my feet for me. They hurt so much." She then giggled. "Why?" "It's something you do regularly." Iveria lightly tapped her shoe against the floor, each tap like a knock against Luke's heart. She slowly said, Emma, hurry up." Her outward appearance was innocent and harmless, but inside, she was laughing with glee. "Well, Luke, you're in a real predicament, aren't you? You absolutely hate massaging Iveria Obelia's feet. Luke, a person who holds the weaknesses of others and becomes the ruler of this world, massaging her feet?" Iveria and Harry, one person and one dog, looked at Luke's slowly clenching hand and eagerly thought, "Well, give up, will you?" In this world, touching someone's feet is a display of loyalty. For that arrogant man, this was absurd. But before she could finish her thought, she saw Luke slightly bow, his expression completely calm as he agreed, "That I understand, Mississippi." Iveria was dumbfounded. Luke acted as if there was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, Mississippi. Iveria's smile immediately became stiff. "Really? What are you planning?" Luke calmly walked over to where she was sitting, sat down, and while lifting her foot to remove her shoe, replied, "It's something I do regularly." Iveria suddenly thought, Emma. Luke suddenly chuckled and asked her a seemingly unrelated question. "Is life in Israel inconvenient, miss?" Iveria asked back, puzzled. "Life inconvenient?" While massaging her feet, Luke replied, "You've come from the capital, Mississippi. In Israel, there's no time for banquets, masquerades, or tea parties." Iveria, struggling internally while enjoying the massage, thought, "He's good. If he weren't Luke, I'd hire him as a Mosa employee." Suddenly realizing she hadn't answered Luke's question, she smiled and said, "Lately, I prefer quiet. I like it here more than the capital." He didn't seem very focused on her answer. I see." Iveria was annoyed. "Don't you believe me?" He suddenly looked up slightly and smiled at her. In any case, you've adapted very well, Mississippi. You've even tamed a wyvern." Iveria, seeing his strange expression, wondered silently, "Aha, what's his goal?" "Wyvern." She waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant. "It's nothing. It wasn't difficult." Luke played along. "Really? That's amazing." As expected of Mississippi, he was praising her profusely when he suddenly stiffened as she nudged his chest with the tip of her shoe. You're my servant, so I'll teach you how to tame a dragon." When Luke bowed his head humbly, "Such precious information. How dare I listen, miss?" Iveria disagreed. "I don't think so. You're not an ordinary servant, so I'll tell you." Luke abruptly looked up, his face flushed with excitement. "Miss, what an honor." Iveria leaned closer to Luke, her tone especially serious. "The way I tame wyverns is by singing." Seeing Luke stunned, Iveria tossed her hair and explained, "Those creatures are very sensitive to sound, so as soon as I sing, they're tamed. But I absolutely have to sing this song." Luke, and Rudin too, began to sense something wasn't right. "What is it, miss?" Iveria gave him a triumphant smile. Then came the performance of a song titled Idiot. Singer, songwriter. Iveria, you actually believe that? Idiot. Stupid Luke, so dumb. You still haven't realized you've been tricked. Here, she clapped her hands and announced the end. Luke, by now, was frozen, his face pale as he stared at her. A moment later, he snorted and stood up. Iveria, watching his body make strange noises, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, how miraculous." Luke, now back in his own form, glared at his hands, "My hands." He said to her in a certain tone, "You recognize my true identity from the beginning." Iveria put on an obvious expression. "Don't people always grow and change?" She then smiled and gestured to the seat beside her. "Since you're here anyway, sit down." Luke didn't understand why. Iveria suggested, "Let's talk." He gritted his teeth, his face annoyed as he asked, "What do you want to talk about?" He sat down on the chair beside her without any courtesy. "How did you know it was me?" Iveria didn't intend to answer his question. "That's a trade secret. I have a favor to ask." Luke quickly waved his hand in refusal. "I won't accept anything from you." Iveria wasn't angry, but instead, she gave him a knowing smile. "Are you sure you won't regret it?" She then placed a slip of paper on the table. "This is a blank check. If this matter is handled, money is no object to me." She looked at the silent Luke and thought to herself, "It's not like I'm the one paying anyway." After some consideration, Luke readily agreed. "All right, if you're that determined, I'll listen. But if it involves Catherine, I won't do it." Iveria was speechless. Of course it doesn't involve her. Luke was suspicious. "Are you thinking of selling the method for raising wyverns?" She asked back, "Am I?" "You two are just discussing things like that." Iveria asked Luke to go to Die-Off Village, and he immediately proved his reputation and the value of the blank check. West of the continent are the Misty Mountains. It's said that there's a village there called Die-Off. Hearing this, Iveria was a little surprised when Harry mentioned it. "You know that place?" He tilted his head at her. "I went there when some idiots summoned me." Iveria quickly guessed. "Ancestor Jiren. There's a sword called Jupiter stuck there, so I went to pull out, but that idiot couldn't do it." She excitedly asked him, "Harry, how do you pull out?" He looked annoyed. "Why would I pull out a demon's sword? Let's not talk about that anymore." Harry asked her, "Anyway, who are you sending?" That's how it all happened. Iveria, wearing a warm cloak, stood at the door with Harry in his dog form. She smiled and said to Emma, "I'll be back soon. Emma, while I'm gone, keep everything hidden." Emma was restless and worried. "Miss, only you." Iveria immediately comforted her. "It's all right. What are you worried about?" She then scooped up the fluffy Harry and said to Emma, "Well then, let me introduce you. This is Harry. He's a fairy." Harry asked anxiously, "Is it okay to reveal this?" Iveria reassured him, "It's Emma. It's fine." She placed him down with a sigh and said, "I've been pretending to carry him alone this whole time. He's so heavy." She added, "Harry will help me with magic." Iveria turned to Emma. "Say hello." She began but stopped abruptly. Emma, frightened, sat down hard on the floor, stammering the dog talking. Iveria was surprised by her reaction. To this extent? You're surprised, aren't you? Soon, the two arrived at the Misty Mountains. Harry's voice echoed in the dim night sky. Since Die-Off Village specializes in supplying materials, people tend to live near mineral veins where there's fire energy. In his human form, he continued, so Die-Off Village must be nearby. Iveria responded, I see. She suggested, let's split up and search. Then, remembering, she offered Harry some cookies. Oh, do you want a cookie? Emma made them. He gently wiped some crumbs from the corner of her lip. Iveria didn't mind this. She continued, aren't you going to eat? Harry then playfully licked his finger. His tone was casual. I prefer cookie crumbs to whole cookies. If anything strange happens, call me immediately. He quickly bid her farewell. See you later. With that, he vanished. Iveria stood there, thinking, if it's Die-Off Village, how could the path be hidden? She tried a spell, Open Sesame. It was a spell, but it didn't work. She wondered, could it be a maze? Iveria walked, lost in thought. Or is it automatic magic? Suddenly, she tripped over something and cried out, ouch. Iveria groaned, ow, ow, ow. She didn't notice something glowing behind her. She turned and wondered, what did I trip on? She stood up, brushing the dirt off her clothes, wondering who would leave such a dangerous sword here. Iveria was unsure what to do. A thought struck her. What if someone else trips and falls? Should I pull out? She immediately started rummaging through her belongings, muttering, it's for everyone's sake. I have to put this somewhere. I don't know how long it's been here, but it's stuck fast. She firmly pulled the sword out, exclaiming, what if someone gets hurt and gets tetanus? Suddenly, the sword began to glow brightly, catching Iveria off guard. It spoke, I've been waiting for a long time, Master. Greetings to the one who drew me. I am Jupiter. Before it could finish, she threw it against the cliff face. It cried out, oof. Iveria looked puzzled and wondered, is this sword haunted? Can it kill ghosts? Rubbing her eyes, she said, ow, my eyes. The sword was hurt by her words. A ghost? It protested that I'm not a ghost. I am Jupiter. People often call me the Divine Sword. Iveria asked in surprise, a sword? Wasn't that sword supposed to be able? It replied, because you are a worthy master. She responded, confused, worthy my foot. Jupiter, you've got the wrong person. The sword continued to urge her, please take me with you, master. Giving into its persistence, she agreed, fine, fine. Stop with the glowing, it's hurting my eyes. Then the sword spoke again, but master, I have a question. It asked curiously, why were you so far away? Iveria replied indifferently, I was afraid I'd get tetanus if I touched you. It said pathetically, I don't know what tetanus is, but I'm deeply shocked, master. Suddenly, someone shouted, who's there? A figure could be seen rushing towards them from the distance. Yelling, someone pulled out the Jupiter sword. Iveria thought to herself, what now? A man came running up, panting, carrying a large hammer. Iveria thought, where's Harry? The man asked breathlessly, did someone pull out the Jupiter sword huff? Iveria replied, if you're talking about this, then yes. The sword chimed in, hey there, short stuff, long time no see. The dwarf was stunned, his expression one of utter shock. He immediately threw his hammer aside. Iveria thought fearfully, is he going to try and take the sword from me with his bare hands? Panicking, she called out, Harry, where are you? The dwarf suddenly approached her and yelled, you come to our village. Even his sword exclaimed, whoa, that scared me. Iveria, still confused, asked, what's at your village? He cut her off, come with me, and I'll explain. His eyes burned with fierce determination. She agreed, adding, let me get my companion first. He asked, companion? The sword added, that's right, her companion. The dwarf seemed to understand. If you're talking about that insolent silver-haired fellow, he's already in the village. I had a bit of a brawl with him, then saw the Jupiter signal and came here. They headed towards the dwarf's village, Die-Off. The dark space was shrouded in mist, looking incredibly gloomy. The three sat down to talk, and Iveria began, now explain yourselves. Unable to contain its curiosity, the sword asked, Master, your companion isn't that demonic guy, is he? Seeing she didn't answer, it called out, Master. The dwarf calmly explained, Jupiter is a masterpiece created by our ancestors. It has a strong will of its own and can only be drawn by its destined master. Until now, no one has been able to pull it out, and the rain and wind made it even harder. We had no choice but to wait for the sword's master to appear. He then slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly, "So, I want to ask you, please repair Jupiter," startling the sword, which cried out, "Yikes! Master, this dwarf is loud." Harry asked, confused, whose voice was that? Iveria decided to agree to the dwarf's request. "All right, I'll take on the repairs." She continued, "I can't take it with me in this state anyway." The sword asked, "Are you talking about me?" Her gaze became firm. In exchange, I have a condition." Iveria smiled and said, "I want to recruit a skilled blacksmith. I'll entrust the repair of Jupiter to that person." The dwarf, Lapachi, calmly replied, "You'll bring that person to the human realm?" Iveria answered directly and quickly, "Of course." Looking at his somewhat somber expression, Iveria thought to herself, this must be a difficult task for the dwarves here. He excused himself, telling Iveria, "Give me some time to discuss this with everyone." She cheerfully replied, "Of course." Iveria and Harry prepared to step outside. She said, "I'll wait at the village gate until sunrise." The sharp dagger chuckled, "I look cool even without repairs, master." The two sat outside, staring blankly, Harry lighting a fire for Iveria as she sat dejectedly, her face in her hands. Harry asked seriously, "Will the dwarves agree?" Iveria asserted confidently, "Of course, they built and protected this village from the beginning." However, Iveria already had a backup plan in mind. If they say they don't like it, then we'll have to transport the wyvern saddle ourselves. From afar, the dwarf elder, Lapachi, appeared with a young woman. Seeing them, both exclaimed, "They're here." Iveria, with a respectful and humble demeanor, bowed her head slightly in greeting. The young woman accompanying the dwarf elder politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lapachi. I'm the best blacksmith in this village." The elder, now beaming, his eyes filled with affection and pride, introduced, "This is my daughter." Iveria bowed slightly and introduced herself. "I'm Iveria Oberon. Because of me, you had to leave your family. What should we do?" But the other party didn't seem to mind this, replying casually, "I heard that something very interesting has been prepared." Suddenly, Iveria's eyes lit up. "That's right. I want you to make me a wyvern saddle." The young woman murmured, "A wyvern? That ghost dragon. I've successfully tamed a wyvern, but it's still a bit difficult to mount." The two began a cheerful and natural exchange. "Mount a wyvern? That's amazing. I came here by wyvern too." "Oh my goodness," the dwarf girl exclaimed in surprise. "A wyvern saddle? Then instead of dividing it, unifying it would be better. What about the material? Leather? Steel? No, if we consider the weight, or..." Iveria smiled with relief, seeming to enjoy the conversation. Thank goodness. Engrossed in their conversation, the dwarf elder's daughter finally introduced herself. "Of course, I enjoy it. Call me Riss." Iveria smiled and replied, "Call me Iveria." The lord smiled warmly at Riss. "This sword can only be repaired here, correct?" "I'll wait at Iveria's." Riss responded enthusiastically. "I'll repair it to perfection within half month." After a night, the sun began to rise, the horizon ablaze with a beautiful orange-yellow glow. Iveria, incredibly happy and grateful, said to Harry, "I'm so lucky, aren't I? I found the dwarves right away, and the sword too. But no one could pull that sword out, yet I did." Seeing Harry's silence, Iveria became a little worried. "So," she asked, "why aren't you saying anything?" Suddenly, Harry blurted out, seemingly out of nowhere, "It's not fair." Iveria asked in bewilderment, "What?" It turned out not to be anything serious, just a bit of playful sulking. Harry expressed, "Her name? I have to keep calling you master, but you let that girl call you by your name the first time you met her?" Hearing this, Iveria stared blankly, sharply questioning the petulant boy. "Harry, don't you know my name?" He replied softly, "Of course I do." Iveria affectionately stroked Harry's cheek and said softly, "Then just call me that. I do everything else my own way, so I don't find it strange. Try it." Harry obediently opened his mouth and called her name, Iveria. After calling her name, he rested his head on Iveria's shoulder. She chuckled, teasing, "See? Easy." Time passed, and not long after, thanks to Lapachi, the forging was completed. The person arrived in Irel with the Jupiter sword perfectly repaired. The Knight Squad, having been thoroughly trained from the beginning, had everything go smoothly. Riss, clenching her fist, declared vehemently, "The material must be mithril." The only thought stuck in Iveria's mind was, how will we pay for the materials? Money, for Iveria, was a slight problem. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a loud call. Iveria, a hand holding something, a mouth chattering. This. Riss held up the pitch-black lump in front of Iveria and asked hurriedly, "What is this?" Iveria pointed to the right, indicating its origin, and replied, "Oh, Blackwood? It's a specialty of our region. There's a lot of it in the forest nearby." Riss wasn't satisfied with this answer. She exclaimed, "Blackwood? No, is this used so widely?" Iveria responded reflexively, "That's right, because it's so hard, it doesn't burn even in fire." Riss placed it on the table and declared firmly, "Iveria, this is magic wood." Magic stones are stones containing magical power to operate magical tools created by mages. There's only one mine for these stones in the country, and everything from mining and operation to management is so complicated that the price fluctuates constantly. So Cassis, aware of this absurdity, still allowed the development of a new mine. "But this is wood with magical power?" Iveria, skeptical, asked Riss, "Is that true?" "Trust the most skilled blacksmith." Riss declared to Iveria that magic power prevents the wood from burning, so you can't light it on fire. The Princess of Oberon asked further, "Is there any way to confirm this?" Riss replied succinctly, "Easy." She explained clearly and concisely, "If you extract the wood resin and solidify it, it will become a blue stone, and then you can craft that stone into a magic ring." Riss finished speaking and smiled brightly, concluding, "Then we'll know who's right." Iveria also brightened, offering her well wishes. "I hope you win this bet, Riss. If that really is magic wood, the Aran market will be transformed. The barren land of Aran could generate income, and if that's the case." Thinking this far, Iveria put her face down on the table, sighing deeply. "I think I'm causing trouble." The Lord muttered to herself, "Such a large sum of money will bring great power, and that is the enemy of a peaceful life." Iveria felt completely bewildered, but money is important. "I have to buy mithril." Lost in thought, she suddenly sat up straight, thinking to herself, "All right." At that moment, Iveria remembered someone. The thought firmly lodged itself in her mind. Complicated matters should be left to a rich father. This is the perfect opportunity for Dad. Iveria felt incredibly confident and at ease with this newly hatched plan. She crossed her arms, grinning mischievously. If it really is a magic stone, then something this important, the Duke will have to manage directly. Not only that, Iveria also imagined herself lying on a mountain of gold, deluding herself. "I'm the one who found the magic wood. I'll become the luckiest person." Iveria laughed excitedly. "This is great. Perfect. Ha ha ha." Her hearty laughter echoed through the thick door, reaching the ears of the servants. They worriedly whispered to each other, "What's going on?" "I don't know. Her laughter is getting more and more excessive." "Oh, haha." 2 days later, Riss asked with a smile, "So, Iveria?" Iveria, her eyes sparkling, replied to Riss, "It really is magic Blackwood." After that, I sent the magic circle that Lapachi made to the Duke while waiting for a response from him. I also learned swordsmanship. My teacher was Sir Lionel. She recalled that time, Lionel cheerfully raising his hand and saying, "Yes, I volunteer, Mississippi." Seeing everyone else cautiously avoiding her gaze, she asked him, "Are you the only one who volunteered?" He laughed and replied, "Thanks to that, I have the honor of being assigned this task." She frowned, thinking to herself, while he's busy training wyverns, he should hate having to assist a noble lady. Even if Sir Lionel is a bit of a pushover, he might be a capable teacher. Her thoughts cleared, and she decided, "All right, I look forward to your assistance, Sir Lionel. Leave it to me." So it's like this. The basic stance is like this. Like this, ah no, left foot first. Isn't it always? I'm suddenly a bit nervous, Mississippi. Iveria and Harry rested their chins in their hands, worriedly thinking, Lionel is Lionel. While watching him, a voice suddenly rang out, startling her. His movements are clumsy, but that knight has excellent physical condition. With proper training, he could become very successful. Thinking about it, his physique did seem quite good. It spoke again. It would be better if his right foot were a bit wider in that stance. Hearing this, she suggested to him, "Hey, try widening your stance." He immediately followed her advice. "Huh? Like this?" The sword then said, "Relax your shoulders, stand up straight." She repeated its words, "Relax your shoulders and straighten your back." He followed her instructions and continued to practice. He then turned back and cheerfully said, "It feels much more natural now, Mississippi." She looked at him, impressed. He's so obedient. Harry peeked one eye open and asked Iveria, "Can you see the future, Iveria?" This went on repeatedly, with the intensity increasing each time. Of course, seeing Lionel still diligently practicing, she said, It's not me, it's Lionel. Even though he's doing well, I'm still worried. As a result, Jupiter's teachings had sunk in. Jupiter then spoke up. Now it seems worth watching. Iveria was already sprawled on the ground. She weakly muttered, "Just kill me," amidst Harry and Lionel's panic. She said to Jupiter, "Actually, no matter how much I train, I can't last 2 rounds in the arena because my body is weak." Jupiter said, "It seems the magic power in your body has suppressed muscle growth. Quite a rare case, huh?" Iveria's face darkened as she listened. "No, my magic power is only 0.5. How can you even say that?" Jupiter wondered, "If that's the case, why did you pull me, Jupiter, out in the first place?" "At the time, I thought I might be important to my master, someone who wants to achieve their goals with a sword. I wouldn't have been able to do it without me." Hearing Jupiter's words, she asked back, "Does that mean, out of all the people who pulled out the sword, I'm the one whose body is the least capable?" Jupiter was momentarily speechless. Iveria called out, "Why aren't you saying anything?" She squeezed Jupiter in her hand, making it squeak. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, Mississippi." Iveria looked up to see 2 knights looking at her questioningly. They asked, "Can we see the sword?" She frowned and asked, "What?" Seeing her expression, the 2 knights paled and stammered. Iveria's face remained annoyed. It was just a question. One of them finally managed to say, "We heard your abilities have improved recently. Isn't it all thanks to Mrs. Teachings? Miss is truly knowledgeable about swords." "Me?" Iveria asked. "Exactly. Your sharp critiques, your relaxed posture that can still see all the openings. It's an unpredictable situation." Iveria said shyly, "That person," but before she could finish, the knight, eyes sparkling, said, as expected, "You're actually training us to help us." Hearing this, Iveria panicked, sweat dripping down her face as she thought, "No." He continued rambling, "We didn't know that and just thought it was bothersome." Iveria internally screamed, "No, that's not it." The surrounding people were equally enthusiastic. "I'll follow you for the rest of my life, miss." "Us too," Iveria silently screamed. "Oh no, are they going to bother me like this again?" And so, the following scene unfolded. Swish, thwack. Everyone began training with Lionel. Under Jupiter's guidance through Iveria, chin down, waist in, Rosetto, left foot down. "Lionel, good job." Chirping voices rang out. "Thank you, miss." Iveria sighed, wondering what is going on. Seeing her dazed expression, Harry chuckled at her misfortune, muttering, "Hee hee. I knew it." Her hand tightened slightly as she snapped at him. "If you're not going to help, be quiet, Harry." Just then, the calm voice of a visitor rang out. "You seem to be enjoying yourself, Iveria." The newcomer was the Duke, her father. Seeing him, she exclaimed in surprise, "Father!" The Duke, with his usual displeased expression, said coldly, "Long time no see." Iveria responded with equal formality, "I didn't expect you to come personally." The father and daughter reunited without a smile or a hug. This made Harry curious. Her father, why did he ask if she looked happy? The gloomy atmosphere between them made Harry shrink back. Whoa, they both looked scary. The divine sword, also sensing the dark aura between the two, quickly whispered to Harry, "That demon, Master's father, hates Master, right? With a face like that, he doesn't look like an enemy." Iveria glared at them both. "I heard that." Iveria forced a smile. "The magic circle that can be seen at the Dwarf Lapachi's workplace. You've discovered it." He responded to Iveria with silence. The Duke, after a few seconds of silence, furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise in his voice. "That you're not going to guide me directly?" His question was like a gunshot. Bang. The divine sword and Harry, still reeling from being scolded, continued to whisper to each other. They look so in sync at times like these. They're really alike. Well, that's what they say about genetics. Iveria scowled, snapping again. "Are you really not going to be quiet?" Then she sighed, "Oh well." Iveria said to her father, "Let's go then." She let her father walk ahead and followed gently behind, but it's a bit far from here. "Should I call a carriage?" He replied, "No, let's walk." On the quiet forest path, the atmosphere between Iveria and her father, the Duke, was awkward. Iveria glanced at her father and muttered to herself, "This is strange." But she suddenly remembered, well, it makes sense. We don't have a good relationship. Even in the original story, we weren't a harmonious father and daughter. Lost in thought, she was startled when the Duke suddenly asked, "You seem happy?" Iveria stammered, "Yes, yes." Iveria felt conflicted. He brought me here to punish me, and now he's asking why I'm happy. But outwardly, she replied dutifully, "Because everyone is very friendly." The Duke frowned, seemingly displeased, and growled friendly. Duke Oberon stared at his daughter and repeated the word as if interrogating a criminal, then scoffed. You say the Northerners are friendly? That's a first. Iveria forced a laugh. Haha, while thinking to herself, you look pretty villainous yourself, father. Iveria maintained a calm and polite demeanor. Well, not at first. The Duke continued to question her with a slightly condescending tone. Oh, it seems you have many memories here. She replied lightly yes. Iveria suddenly recalled the original plot. In her letters, she had only written about the dwarves. So she asked aloud, don't you know everything about how I've been living? Her father replied indifferently, I only receive periodic letters. Iveria thought to herself, right, it's like my being exiled was just a minor incident, not worth monitoring. But then, the Duke's voice deepened as he said, since you don't send letters, I have no choice but to hear from others. That's how I learned about you raising a dog. I thought you hated dogs. Iveria listened to her father, her eyes glazing over. She thought in confusion, is he justifying himself to me? Aloud, she simply replied, is that so? The conversation fell silent again, and the two walked side by side without speaking. Just as the Duke started to say, he was interrupted by Iveria's sudden enthusiasm. Ah, there's the workshop. A voice called out from afar, for us. It was a house fully equipped with tools. Iveria and her father entered. Riss was already waiting inside. The Duke picked up a blue stone and examined it carefully. He asked, is this really made of blackwood? Both girls replied in unison, yes, it is. Riss was the most knowledgeable about it there. She explained, if you get the timing right, it's not difficult to make. He gently set the stone down. A calm voice spoke, developing black iron on this scale. Only Irio can do that in the whole world. The Duke worriedly said, if this is discovered, the world will be turned upside down. Then he said to Riss, it seems you have a lot of faith in my daughter. Riss, unfazed, replied, of course, not just me, but all of our villagers. She was interrupted by Iveria, who suddenly exclaimed, as if in a parade, SUC, success. Riss, who was about to say do, was cut off by Iveria's sudden excitement. She was laughing loudly, shouting, all a success. Iveria rushed over to hug Riss, saying excitedly, I passed the dwarves' little test. Iveria whispered, right, Rafa? Riss, understanding, quietly corrected her, no, that was a test, but Iveria set the matter aside for the moment. She said that, in any case, the magic wood issue had been resolved, so the production they planned to entrust to the villagers could proceed. The blue stone had also been obtained, so the village would develop. Seeing his daughter's enthusiastic attitude, the Duke couldn't help but be surprised. He sighed and said, you seem to have grown quite fond of this village recently. The Duke looked around for a long while. Even in Iasuk, because of the independent territories, it's not convenient for me to constantly interfere, but I will raise my guard within the royal family. He looked out at the peaceful scenery. His voice was light, but his heart was firm. Therefore, we must make the right choice. Live in humiliation or become so strong that nothing can stop us. After he finished speaking, he looked at his daughter again. Duke Oberon looked at Iveria for a long time before speaking out of course. If I chose to live quietly, I wouldn't be Oberon. With only Riss as a witness, he declared, Iveria, from today onward, you are the Lord of Irio. Iveria was shocked and dismayed at the words Lord, but he continued, break free from your shackles and return to the capital with your own strength. The Duke grew more emotional as he spoke. And when that time comes, we'll also deal with those bastards who dared to abandon my daughter for an affair. Iveria rushed to her father. Father, wait, what about Baron and Sisha? But her heart was telling her to speak up. Besides, I don't even need that position. In response to his daughter's question, the Duke simply replied, the Baron has already agreed. Suddenly, the image of Baron and Sisha encouraging her flashed through her mind. Miss, do your best. She gritted her teeth, her fury simmering. Baron, doing that behind my back. The Duke gently placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder. Besides, even if you don't step forward yourself, he declared, as if this position was undoubtedly hers, unavoidable, that I will find a way to lead you back to the capital. He reassured her, just believe that, my daughter. The carriage slowly rolled away from the dwarf village. Iveria could still hear her father's voice echoing in her head. Asterisk, I will prepare a splendid coming-of-age ceremony for you in the capital. Asterisk, Iveria stood still, waving goodbye, leaving those words behind. The Baron relayed everything and returned to the capital. At this moment, a pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. If only Iveria had truly known the Baron's feelings before she died. The Crown Prince's downfall was also due to a lack of family love. The Baron gently said, Lord, if the master is left, shall we begin? Iveria asked vaguely what. Mr. Braun smiled kindly. What else, my lady? Of course. As soon as he uttered those two words, study business, Iveria's exhaustion hit her. She sprawled on the table, groaning, not caring about her appearance. Seeing Iveria's listlessness, Harry quickly appeared, asking, "Are you all right?" Iveria, pale from cramming a mountain of knowledge into her head, replied, "No, I want to go home." Harry looked blank, his eyes wide, asking innocently, "But this is your home." Seeing Harry's naivety, Iveria yelled in frustration, "Harry, you don't understand anything." Iveria sprawled on the table again, sobbing, lamenting her fate. Ugh, I've tried my best to become Iveria. Why do I have to work so hard? The Lord turned and asked absently, "Then how did she endure these days?" At this moment, the divine sword joined the conversation. "Endure what?" Harry scowled and ordered, "What? Don't interfere." Divine sword, you insolent thing. You dare call me a demon? You should watch your mouth. Iveria wearily reminded them, "Both of you, stop arguing." She then addressed the divine sword. Calling Harry a demon and then not being able to take it back will cause a big problem. Oberon has been here continuously. I'm saying, how much longer can he endure this? The divine sword's voice dripped with sarcasm. Endure? Oh my. It continued in a rush. You mean to say that the craving for blood or the need to fulfill sexual desires is a base, demonic instinct? Hearing those two sensitive words, both Iveria and Harry blushed crimson and yelled, "Fulfill what?" Iveria asked in bewilderment. "Sexual desires." Harry's face was a picture of stunned disbelief. He roared furiously, "Hey, you sword, why would you say something like that?" He slammed his hand on the table, startling the divine sword. It mumbled, "Was that a secret?" "Sorry." Iveria felt confused. Figuring a direct approach was best, she asked, "Harry, you said there were other ways besides killing people. Was it that way?" Seeing Harry's silence, she assumed she was right and continued, "So why don't you use that method?" Harry hesitated. "Well, it's..." Iveria nudged him. "What is it?" Harry's voice was low. "Humans are disgusting. I don't like them." Iveria was even more bewildered by this answer. "That aren't you standing in front of human right now?" Harry replied, "You're an exception." He explained, "Because of the contract, my sin is ingrained in your soul, so I don't feel any disgust or anger towards you. It's a perk for the contractor." Harry gently twined a strand of her hair around his finger. "You," he said firmly, "only you." Iveria was puzzled, but the way the sword initially phrased it made it sound like it wasn't an option at all. Harry muttered, "Why?" Seeing that his detailed explanation hadn't gotten through, Harry started gesturing agitatedly, his voice laced with frustration. "Didn't I say I find being around anyone disgusting?" Iveria asked. "You said I'm not disgusting." Harry stared at her, speechless. Iveria repeated herself, "Me. Iveria, Oberon." Suddenly, she made a blunt proposition. "Then do it with me." Her bold statement was like a gunshot going off. Bang, bang, bang. Harry scrambled towards the door, exclaiming, "Don't." He stammered in a flustered panic. "Why, you're still a minor. You shouldn't say things like that." Despite his words, his heart hammered in his chest. Thump, 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 and his cheeks flushed as red as if he had a fever. Iveria spoke nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "I'll be an adult by my next birthday." A hint of sadness touched her voice. "The my body is already way past that age anyway." She added firmly, "Besides, there's no other way." Harry felt dizzy and lightheaded at her words, but there was no cure for this particular ailment. Harry groaned. Ugh. Iveria continued to speak lightly about these weighty matters. "But you slept with Jaren, right?" Harry cried out. "How can you say that so casually?" He sighed, covering his face with his hands. "Oh man, from the beginning, I felt like your image of a demon was that a bit strange." Iveria pressed on. "But you're a demon." Iveria said naturally, "If you're a demon, then blood, murder, sex." At this point, Harry stopped her from continuing, covering her mouth with his hand. He slumped his head onto the table in exasperation. "Kids only talk about things like that." Iveria silently protested. Kids? Not at all. Harry still tried to explain himself. "I don't know why you think of demons like that. I haven't even done anything in the demon world, let alone to humans." Iveria suddenly asked, "Oh what?" Harry slumped down further. "Because I'm not interested. Seeing blood is more interesting. And why am I even talking about this with you?" Iveria still tried to return to the previous topic. So, if you did it with me, I'd be the first, right? Harry snapped angrily. "Why do you keep putting that meaning into it?" "And I said I wouldn't do it." Iveria, with a straight face, said, "But Harry, you know we don't have time." or any other options left. A series of vague sounds emerged, and this is the last resort. If it fails at ugh, then Harry will go berserk. Iveria continued in the same matter-of-fact tone. If you want to avoid going berserk, we have to try sleeping together. But what if Harry finds it disgusting? With a serious expression, Iveria suggested, so, even if it's just a test, we have to confirm it's safe from the start. Harry also became serious. Confirm. Iveria leaned forward onto the table. Right. If we touch and it's okay, then we'll try the last resort, which is sleeping together. Harry asked how. Iveria reached out her hand with a swish. That's easy. Her bold hand pulled at his collar. Iveria gently placed her lips on his. His eyes widened in surprise. She daringly deepened the kiss, ending with a soft sound. Smooch. Iveria gently pulled back, their lips parting. Harry remained motionless, staring at her blankly. His cheeks flushed, his eyes dazed. Iveria, also a bit embarrassed, asked him, how was it? She asked again, it wasn't disgusting, right? I'm fine. She looked at Harry with anxious, hopeful eyes. As long as Harry's okay, it's fine. Even if I don't like it, it's okay. Iveria continued, despite Harry still staring at her. I'm fine. His senses returning, Harry stammered, I'm okay too. Iveria breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We found the last resort. Jupiter, the divine sword, finally spoke up. Master. Iveria turned. Huh? Jupiter said in a pitiful voice, if Master intends to use this method, please take me far away. Iveria understood. Huh? Okay. Aaron had officially started producing magic circles under Riss's direction. Following Emma and the Baron's advice, I entrusted this work to the widows. The crafting was given to the children at the orphanage. The territory grew busier day by day, but the most important thing was creating an idol. Harry muttered, idol. Iveria, incredibly excited, said, I'm going to have Harry debut as the center. Harry was bewildered. What are you talking about? Iveria sprawled back on the table. Simply put, we'll be the face of the city. And Harry likes it too. Iveria said casually, living in the form of a dog must be tiring. Hearing this, Harry whipped his head around to look at her. He slammed his hand on the table. I can't turn into a dog anymore, okay? Iveria asked innocently, or are you addicted? Iveria declared something that made Harry beam. I'm going to introduce Harry, a human, to everyone here. The chime of a bell gently rang in the early morning. Ding-cling, ding-cling. Emma rushed in from outside. Flustered, my lady, you called for me? Suddenly, the scene before her eyes startled her. She froze like a statue, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. Iveria calmly said, you're here. Emma, bewildered, darted back outside, her hurried footsteps thudding loudly on the floor. Then she yelled, guards! A dash. But before the guards could respond, Emma was yanked back into the room, the door slamming shut with a deafening bang. Iveria hastily explained, Emma, it's a misunderstanding. Emma, improvising, retorted, if it's a misunderstanding, then was my lady planning to ring that bell, but lost her balance and fell onto that man's lap? Iveria, surprised by her maid's melancholic speculation, asked, How did you know? No. If you knew, why did you call the guards? Emma bowed slightly, murmuring, because a stranger entered my lady's room. Emma looked up at him. Just who is he? That face isn't someone from the village. Harry cheerfully introduced himself. We're acquaintances. Emma looked bewildered again. What? There's no way I could forget that face. Iveria quickly said, I'll introduce him. Emma, this is Harry. Iveria explained to Emma, he's a dog fairy, but actually, he's human. Having said that, Iveria turned to stare intently at Emma. Now I want to formally introduce him, so I really need your help. But before Iveria could say more, Emma fainted, collapsing to the floor with a thud. Iveria immediately called out Emma. It must have been the words dog fairy. Ordinary people had never heard such a strange name before. Iveria quickly helped Emma up, asking, are you all right? She replied dreamily, why yes, my lady. I was so surprised that my legs lost all their strength. Quickly regaining her composure, Emma asked, but how can I help, my lady? Iveria slowly said, just verify Harry's identity. I'm planning to say that I brought this talented person here with great difficulty to train the soldiers. Emma understood, quickly replying, then we just need to say he's from the poorhouse. Tracing his past would be difficult. Iveria was very satisfied with Emma's quick wit, praising her with a smile. Good. Thanks to Emma's introduction, Harry joined the knights without incident. The other knights started to get jealous, asking in a slightly sarcastic tone, are you the lady's bodyguard? Harry politely replied, yes. A jealous expression appeared on one knight's face as soon as Harry finished speaking. He grumbled, Harry's face was indeed much more handsome than the standard standard for a knight, and now he was also skilled in martial arts. It was inevitable that he would be envied. One knight's foot kicked aimlessly in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry, "Hey!" All three of them, putting on a tough act, suddenly turned to each other and started crying, sniffling softly. They looked comical yet pitiful, all three moaning and groaning. "We've been by the lady's side longer, but he's really handsome." Because of the era of peace, being a protective knight became a role no one objected to. Words of encouragement and support echoed after a long, hard day. "Good work," Iveria asked in surprise. "You're not going to fight? Just letting it go." Harry, wary, looked carefully around. Then he moved closer to her beautiful face. Harry whispered, "Iveria." Iveria asked anxiously, "What?" Harry whispered in her ear, "Now that it's just the two of us, I can do it, right?" Iveria, relieved that Harry's secretive behavior, which had startled her, was now explained, smiled gently, and said, "Of course, Harry." Iveria patted Harry's chest a few times in lieu of a hug. "Thank you for always pretending to be calm in front of everyone," she said, "because sometimes you say dangerous things that could be misunderstood." Then Iveria suggested, "To change the mood, let's go pick out some clothes." Harry asked, puzzled, "Clothes?" Harry suddenly remembered a moment earlier when one of the knights had struck a cool pose, hands on his hips, and announced dramatically, "This is the knight's new uniform design." Another knight had muttered sheepishly, "Isn't it a bit much?" A snowflake motif made of gemstones was attached to the helmet, giving it a luxurious look. The other details on the uniform weren't cluttered. On the contrary, they were equally impressive. Iveria exclaimed, "Harry will look so cool in it." It was true. Harry's tall, well-proportioned figure and his usually cold but warmly smiling face would suit the dignified yet magnificent white knight's uniform perfectly. Iveria continued to gush, "Just being a knight is cool enough, but with this outfit too." Her heart overflowed with joy, excitement burning brightly within her. She exclaimed triumphantly, "If this is revealed to the public, people will flock to Erin just to see the knights. It'll be a war of the idols, because they're so handsome." Iveria looked at Harry with an expression full of confidence. "And the star of the show will definitely be you, Harry." Harry replied simply, "If you like it, then whatever." Overwhelmed with excitement, Iveria volunteered, "I'll take your measurements for the uniform, Harry." Iveria's instructions rang out, "Stretch out your arms a little." Harry, finding this a bit tedious, asked, "Didn't we already do this?" Iveria, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Did we? We have to do it again." Harry, fully aware of the dream filling her heart, said in a low voice, "Iveria." Seeing that Iveria was about to continue measuring, Harry quickly took her hand and said, "We really did take all the measurements earlier." Iveria laughed brightly. "Oh, you're quick-witted." Harry asked, bewildered, why. Iveria, still smiling, confessed, "No, it's because our demon lord's body is just too beautiful." Hearing these words, Harry blushed again. He didn't know how to react to this mischievous young lady. He always felt like he was one step behind, being teased by her. Suddenly, pulling himself together, Harry gently lifted Iveria up. He said, "Look here, master." Then he gently set her back down on the ground with a soft thud. Face to face, Harry said to Iveria with a serious expression, "Don't treat me like a joke. I'm a demon." Iveria wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she affirmed, "A demon who treats me like I'm made of glass." Harry was utterly surprised by his master's calm demeanor, his eyes fixed on her. Defeated, he sighed, "Good grief." He then moved his face slightly further away, looking off to the side. "That can't you pretend to be a little scared of me?" Iveria playfully suggested. "Can I try touching you?" She then shyly leaned her head against his shoulder. Iveria looked at him with a gentle smile. "How's that?" Iveria deliberately moved her face even closer, pressing further. "How does it feel?" Harry's arms went limp, hanging loosely at his sides. Iveria continued her gentle assault. "You like this, don't you?" Harry didn't seem to know whether he liked it or not, his face frozen as if his soul had been stolen. Warrior Harry had officially fallen. Harry, his cheeks flushed crimson as if about to emit steam, tried to maintain a semblance of dignity. He murmured, "No." Iveria returned to their previous topic. "Right, then let me take your measurements." A visitor arrived outside Iveria's office. "A servant knocked, knock, knock, my lady. Baron Anstesia is here." Iveria quickly replied, "Come in." Baron Braun presented her with an item, reporting, "This is the reply from the royal family." Iveria read the contents and said sternly, just as predicted, "Increase the gem production and deliver them to the royal family as planned." Seeing the Baron's bewildered expression, Iveria asked, "What is it?" Baron Braun slowly said, "I never thought you would accomplish something so magnificent." In response to the Baron's praise, Iveria laughed heartily. Haha, is that so? She then added with a softer chuckle. Even so, I'm still 1% worried. Harry immediately asked her, what's wrong? Iveria stretched languidly and replied, it's the letter. She continued, the letter about selling the gems. She explained to Harry, there's only one gem mine in the country. Have you heard that Count Nada has monopolized it? Iveria elaborated. So, first, we have to let the Count know that we've successfully produced gems. The Count said he definitely won't sell, that he'd rather sell them himself. Even the Crown Prince was betrayed, but even if I could make a little money, Iveria Oberon, would think the same way. At this point, Iveria sighed in exasperation. Oh dear, it just so happens that our enemy nation, Run, is our neighboring country, doesn't it? A series of questions and keywords echoed in her mind. Or should we try selling to the Empire and change our nationality while we're at it? The Run Empire? ALN, the Kingdom of Gret. Iveria smiled mischievously. I wrote that and sent it to the royal family. The royal family hastily moved to reconcile. The letter said they would allow us to sell gems in ALN. Iveria looked at Harry with a gentle smile and softly continued, accepting the task of supplying a large quantity of gems to the royal family. Harry, wide-eyed, looked at her in amazement. Is that even allowed? Iveria replied nonchalantly, of course not. She had already prepared herself mentally. If the royal family becomes too powerful, I might be punished as a rebel. While the army from the capital is coming to ALN to arrest me, the neighboring empire will seize ALN. As for me, I rejected the initial, incredibly good offer because I didn't want a war. Iveria looked at him and asked, if that happens, will you be on my side, Harry? He replied with utmost sincerity, I support war. Hearing this, Iveria cried out, Harry. Iveria slumped back onto the desk, sighing anyway. There's still one more hurdle to overcome. Scratching her face, she said, now I have to negotiate with the mages because they're consuming the magic circles made by the magic tools, and they're incredibly valuable customers to us. The things we need to do are increase the amount of magic stones, and we still have to develop tourism, along with developing products for knights. Iveria groaned in exhaustion. Creating a tourist city is so tiring, so tiring. Harry, with a blank expression, asked innocently, weren't we just making gems? Iveria waved her hand dismissively, saying indifferently, we have to eat to live, so we might as well eat well, right? She muttered to herself, since we have capital now, the wyvern dragon safety issue has been resolved. Harry, standing behind her and massaging her shoulders, continuously encouraged her, all right, you've worked hard. Not long after a period of diligent work, the first dragon armor was completed. Iveria stood still, admiring her first achievement. She smiled, harboring a bright future in her mind. Everyone wearing uniforms and riding. It would be wonderful. Rhys was equally delighted. She asked loudly, so, Iveria? Iveria gave a thumbs up, replying, wonderful. The knight's abilities, under Jupiter's guidance, have also significantly increased. Among them, the most prominent is Lionel. Iveria stood silently, observing everyone. My role as the master of the sword is to discover talent. At this moment, the divine sword Jupiter tiptoed closer, saying to her, that's not it, master. Jupiter affirmed, my choosing a master had no purpose at all. Jupiter recalled the moment they first met, when Iveria, in a fit of impatience, drew lots. Master had no ambition. That's why you drew me. At first, Master even thought it was cleaning up trash. It was the first time I saw someone like that. Before that, those who sought Jupiter were driven by their own vain and wicked desires for revenge, to become the strongest, to become famous. Iveria's different attitude and pure heart attracted Jupiter, making it determined to serve her. But Master has no purpose at all. I believe someone like that will use me for the sake of others. Iveria, humble, didn't mention his praise, skillfully changing the subject. Wow, Jupiter, you really look like a sword now. Jupiter sighed, Master, I've always been a sword. The two chatted and chuckled. Haha. Iveria's carefree laughter attracted the attention of Lionel. Iveria looked up at him. Well, I guess I'll have to introduce you to the knight out there. Iveria called out his name, Harry. Harry still had that dazed expression. Iveria ordered, instead of me, you take Jupiter to train the knights for a bit. Harry's face darkened. What? I don't want to. Jupiter also disliked the idea. Are you going to hand me over to that demon? Iveria, with a bright expression, told them both, but I have things to do, so I don't have time to look after the knights. Iveria spoke to Harry with absolute trust. I can't entrust Jupiter to anyone else either. Hearing this, both of them exclaimed in unison, "Hey, but..." Iveria smiled brightly, reassuring them, "You two will get along just fine." They immediately protested, crossing their arms that, "I don't want to. That's impossible." At Count Nada's castle, a hand curled into a fist, slamming down on the table with a bang, cursing that arrogant child. Count Nada was furious, ranting angrily, his face red with rage. How many gems does she intend to sell? His secretary cowered before this outburst, reporting, "She's selling them 10% cheaper than us. If we sign a long-term contract, it will be even cheaper. The mages will definitely reduce their purchases from us." Count Nada grew suspicious. Why is she selling them so cheaply? He remembered the sugary sweet letter. She pretended to be polite in the letter, and now she's turning against me. Count Nada roared as if he wanted his entire city to hear. Moreover, the royal family, whom we once trusted, is siding with her. The secretary trembled with fear, whimpering, seeing his fist clench tighter and tighter. The secretary shuddered, Not only did he yell late into the night, but Count Nada also smashed things. Loud crashing sounds echoed repeatedly, frightening anyone who heard them. Asterisk crash, asterisk bang. The terrified secretary screamed, "See, Count, please calm down." Count Nada gritted his teeth, growling each word. "Iveria Oberon, I will not forgive you." In Iral, Our Lady Iveria was extremely relaxed. She yawned widely and contentedly. Asterisk yawned star. So peaceful. Fireworks boomed in the clear, tranquil weather. This was a party being held to welcome the Dragon Knights. The party also included all the local nobles, and everyone was eagerly waiting. The boisterous atmosphere outside reached even the spacious room where Iveria stood, watching the ongoing party and the succession of distinguished guests arriving. Iveria turned and asked, "Have the bluestone crests been prepared?" Baron Braun slightly bowed and presented a wooden chest. "We have prepared enough for all the nobles, my lady." Iveria praised him, her tone very much that of a lord good. "Let those who receive these spread the rumors." She continued, "The nobles in the capital, who consider themselves at the forefront of time, will flock to Iral." Baron Braun hesitantly asked, "You aren't sending invitations, my lady?" Iveria replied, her face slightly stiff. "It sounds a bit negative to use my reputation to send out invitations." Baron Braun, seeing the logic, replied, Iveria lamented to herself, Baron Braun addressed her again. "By the way, my lady," he read from a piece of paper and someone reported that Count Nada has arrived. Iveria replied, "I invited him because he's the type to refuse, but I'm sure he's curious as well." Baron Braun quickly explained the reason, because his assets were seized. Braun looked worried as he said, "Should we split up and take action?" Iveria, now only able to choose a peaceful approach, quickly told Baron Braun, "No, I can't do anything now. Just leave it." Then Iveria gave Braun another task. "All right, in the previous investigation, a valuable fabric was found. It's quite a large amount, but its location hasn't been determined yet. Where is it? First, prioritize its deployment. The investigation team will handle the rest." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Iveria instinctively called out, "Come in." Emma shyly entered. "My lady, it's time to get ready." Iveria immediately left, saying to Braun, "We'll talk later." Braun bowed slightly. "Yes, my lady." Iveria wondered to herself, how long will it take to get ready? Emma, by her side, cheered her on. "My lady, you can do it." Harry was already dressed in the White Knight's uniform, just as she had imagined. He was waiting for her, his posture dignified and steady, his handsome, masculine face adding to the effect. Seeing Iveria appear, Harry said in a sweet voice, "I'm here, Ive." A gentle breeze, a faint fragrance, wafted past. Harry gazed at her, captivated, without blinking. The fragrance drifted by again. Today was an important day, and Iveria had put on more makeup than usual. Her already beautiful face was even more attractive and captivating today. She wore a close-fitting white dress that subtly highlighted her alluring curves. Seeing Harry staring in a daze, Iveria couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Harry stammered, his eyes still wide with admiration. "Oh, you look a little different today." Iveria acted more naturally, speaking comfortably and without hesitation. So it's not the first time you've dressed like this." She turned to smile and thank Emma, her little maid. "Emma prepared a lot for me. Looking at you, you seem like a different person, don't you?" Harry, embarrassed by the compliment, blushed slightly. "No, I don't look like anyone else. I don't even smell disgusting." Iveria's face fell. "Idiot," she scolded. Then she called his name, Harry. he replied. Iveria smiled, offering another compliment. In this case, I can only say you look truly handsome. Emma, equally enthusiastic, chimed in. Indeed, Sir Harry. Harry affirmed her as well, saying, beautiful. He continued, I really think so, not just because you told me. Iveria tried to dispel the awkwardness by playfully bumping his chest and laughing You have good taste, Harry. Harry mumbled in agreement, just my type. Pleased with the compliment, Iveria laughed heartily. Now shall we go? Harry called her name affectionately, Iveria. He reminded her, the way to the party is over there. The atmosphere at the party was lively, a mix of sounds that was occasionally a bit loud, just a little. Iveria greeted everyone warmly. It's a pleasure to see you all. From afar, someone approached, calling out, over here, Iveria Oberon. Iveria turned towards the sound. It was Count Nada, smiling broadly. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I've been truly looking forward to seeing you, my lady. Baron Braun whispered in Iveria's ear, this is Count Nada. Iveria thought to herself, he's really fat and large, like a money bag. Iveria politely replied with a gracious demeanor, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Iveria Oberon. She continued with feigned humility, I thought you'd be busy, but I didn't expect you to come. He chuckled, his voice low. Your establishment is just starting its business. How could I not come, as someone with years of experience in the industry? Then they both shared an awkward laugh. Iveria said smoothly, oh, I know you're the father of the business and the most experienced. What? It was just a playful jest, but why are you so angry? Let's get this party started. Iveria gently raised her glass and addressed the guests. Dear guests, thank you all for coming to celebrate with me. Have you been waiting long? Iveria smiled warmly. Tio, not waste any time. I'll introduce you to our new pride. Reaching the important part, Iveria paused briefly, then announced in a ringing voice, behold, the Frost Knights. Immediately, at her command, the Dragon Knights appeared one after another. The guests were astonished. Oh my God, what? They looked up in awe, murmurs and whispers rippling through the crowd from that moment on. Iveria watched silently, thinking to herself, good, just as planned. After their grand entrance, Harry and Lionel divided into two teams. And with Harry's dramatic victory from the center position, Harry's face always radiated mourning. Iveria happily clapped her hands, and the distinguished guests enthusiastically clapped along with her, the applause echoing continuously. Iveria thought to herself, the main characters today are the Dragon Knights, no matter what anyone says. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from afar, startling Iveria. Iveria wondered in bewilderment as she saw the knights advancing towards her. Why are the knights coming down here? The audience was also surprised, their expressions bewildered. What's this? The knights' voices rang out clearly, we the knights, as if prepared beforehand. The knights simultaneously knelt on one knee and shouted, all of the knights feel indebted to my lady. Faced with this situation, Iveria, still disoriented, stammered, what? A knight presented a sword and shouted, please accept our oath, my lady. They repeatedly shouted this phrase, leaving Iveria bewildered. What is this? The distinguished guests attending the tea party were extremely pleased. What a wonderful tea party, just like in a fairy tale. Before leaving, everyone lingered to chat with each other. They were impressed with the party, especially the final scene. The image of the knights bowing before her, joyfully pledging their loyalty, was etched in the minds of the guests and Iveria. They had thought that the Oberon heiress was a very strict person. More than that, and wonderful too, but Iveria seemed to think differently. From then until now, she looked dazed. When the guests had all left, she leaned her head against a tree trunk, her posture clearly showing exhaustion. Harry muttered to himself, even though I've won a resounding victory, why am I not happy? Iveria stared intently at the tree in front of her and exclaimed, this is completely awkward. The situation was unfolding far differently from what Iveria had imagined. I only planned to live a leisurely life of ease. Iveria lamented to herself, long live loyalty, the knightly legion, and now I have to be responsible for the lives of others. This responsibility is too heavy. At that moment, someone called out, Sir Harry. A knight was calling him. Sir, come over here for a moment. Iveria exclaimed, as if threatening, go ahead and see, I'll just get bored again. Harry walked over and patted her shoulder, comforting the anxiety swirling within her. Don't worry, those knights just swore their oaths casually. I will definitely take Jupiter with me. Iveria brightened up, laughing as if nothing had happened. What? I'm the one who accepted. Let's go. In the quiet twilight space, a sigh echoed. Iveria continued talking, preoccupied. All right, let's go there and get to work, not noticing a pair of feet quietly approaching her. Iveria still hadn't noticed, engrossed in her instructions. Get there and handle it. After a while, she finally noticed and looked up slightly. Oh, she exclaimed, seeing the furious face, seething with rage, looking down at her. Count Nada. A thud echoed and then died away. When she woke up, Iveria felt a splitting headache. She groaned, "Ow, my head." The surroundings seemed strange. Iveria wasn't in her familiar room. Before her eyes was a dark, hazy space, cobwebs strung everywhere. It looked like a dungeon. Moreover, one of her legs was chained. Iveria was frightened. When the world happened, finally, she noticed her delicate leg bound by a chain. The dirty, dusty surroundings gradually brought realization to Iveria. Her face hardened, and she said darkly, "Count Nada, could it be that I was kidnapped in my own castle?" Me? Iveria fumed, running a hand through her hair and cursing. Was this the crazy, loyal retainer from the rumors? Had she suffered a head injury? Just then, the sword spirit, overjoyed, blurted out, "You're awake, master." Iveria, startled, cried out, "Jupiter, what's going on?" The sword spirit hastily replied, trying to reassure its master, "It appears we're in a dungeon beneath the castle." It explained, "You were knocked unconscious, so I used a spirit stone to teleport us here immediately." Iveria sighed deeply. "Oh wait, don't say anything, I'm dizzy." So Jupiter offered, "Let me heal you." Huh? Iveria exclaimed, surprised. "Jupiter, you can heal too?" It replied, "Yes, I suppose I haven't mentioned it before." Iveria chuckled dryly. "This is the first I'm hearing of it. I only know what you've told me." The sword spirit took the opportunity to boast a little. "Haha, I have 1047 abilities. One of the coolest is that I can create a shimmering aura of light when you make an appearance." Iveria gave an awkward laugh. "Whatever, that's nice and all, but just heal me already." Suddenly, it said, "I can't." Iveria stared wide-eyed. "Huh? I thought you said you could heal." The sword spirit continued to explain, "To heal you, I need to be held aloft while you shout a command. But when we got here, someone found me and took me away." Iveria fumbled around, searching. "Is there really no other way? Where are you now?" Jupiter looked towards the dark dungeon door. "I'm with the jailer guarding the door outside. He reported that I didn't look expensive, so he kept me for himself." Iveria was thankful that at least the sword spirit was within reach. "Well, that's fortunate, I guess. Is there really no other way?" Jupiter suggested, "What if you try calling that demon? Those bound by contract can usually communicate regardless of distance." Iveria exclaimed, "Oh, right." In the silent night, Iveria softly called, then a little louder, "Harry." At that moment, Harry yelled her name from somewhere, making her jump. Iveria, hearing his frantic call, Iveria laughed with amusement. "Ha, you must have been worried sick about me, huh?" Harry rapidly questioned. "Say something. Where are you? I'll come right away." "Was it that Count Nada?" Iveria, surprised by how quickly Harry found out, responded, "Where am I right now?" She looked around. All she could see was darkness. "I don't know. This place." Iveria replied helplessly, "I don't know." She tried to look around again, but her answer wasn't any better. "There aren't any distinguishing features. Can't you just teleport here?" Harry paused, still remembering the previous events. "S.O., what's your holy sword doing?" Iveria replied, "Someone took it when I was unconscious." Harry exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" "Yeah." Iveria decided to focus on what she could do for now. S.O. For now, just keep investigating Count Nada and look for me. I'll contact you if I find anything new. Harry replied, "All right." Iveria sat alone, hugging her knees in the pitch-black darkness. Her eyes were filled with worry. She thought to herself, "Being in a dark place like this makes me even sadder." Suddenly, a pang of sorrow welled up in her heart. "Harry, what if you can't find me?" The more negatively she thought, the clearer the image of Harry betraying her became in Iveria's mind. He was incredibly zealous, a fire of malice burning brightly within him. He laughed loudly, a dangerous laugh. "Ha ha ha. All right, I'll turn this place into a sea of blood and then go find my master." Iveria shook her head, rejecting the vision she had just conjured. She told herself, "I really shouldn't think like that. He must be worried too. What was his voice like just now?" As the negative image dissipated, Harry's warm smile appeared in her mind, accompanied by a sweet call, "Iveria," just like his usual voice. At that moment, the cell door opened. Count Nada entered, asking flatly, "Awake now, brat?" Seeing him, Iveria immediately jumped to her feet, yelling, "Count Nada!" But her lingering headache made her dizzy, and she collapsed back down. Seeing this, he sneered, "Ha ha ha." Count Nada's voice hardened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Don't act so smug with me anymore." Iveria remained remarkably calm, her wits still sharp in this moment. Oh, you think this sets a good example for others to follow? Still have a sharp tongue. I see, Count Nada said. It's tiring to work without considering the situation. He smiled sinisterly, beginning his threats. This is a place known only to the Lord and the heir, so you have two choices. The Count looked at Iveria like a prisoner, his voice a warning. Point 1, be tortured to death here, or 2, hand over all the jewels to me. Count Nada produced a piece of paper and said, "This is a contract stating that you will leave Aria's blue stone to me for 500 years. He had the audacity to add, "Of course, I'm a businessman, so I won't take it for free. I'll pay 10% of the value of each divine stone." Iveria, leaning against the wall, replied cryptically, "Your chef will be very sad." He, not understanding the implication, asked blankly, "What?" Iveria, with a face of captivating beauty, spoke words as sharp as daggers. "Because you've been fed expensive food, yet you utter such nonsense." Hearing her insult, he frowned and said, "It seems you still haven't grasped the situation." With that, the Count turned sharply and left, leaving a final threat. "After a few days of starvation, I'm sure your attitude will change." He deliberately slammed the door shut as a final warning. Iveria worried silently. "What should I do now?" In the still of the night, Iveria's subordinates were intently studying a map of Count Nada's territory. Baron Braun, seeing little progress, urged, "Let's bring back more maps of Nada's territory." Harry chuckled to himself. "I still don't understand why he's helping to the point of disguising himself." He thought to himself, "But as long as I can find the person who made my contract, everything will be fine." Then, in his Baron persona, he spoke seriously, "So we have to raise the value of its name, guild leader." Harry closed his eyes in concentration. The name, Iveria, echoed his mind. In the dark dungeon, Iveria spoke loudly, as if possessed. Immediately after, the woman with the mole under her, "I returned for revenge," something she had foreseen. Count Nada trembled, yelling and banging on the door. "The thing you saw, why didn't you say anything?" The sword spirit joined too, so what happened next, master? His hand gripped the bars, rattling them as he continued to shout. "Did you meet my grandchild's in-law's granddaughter?" Seeing such a violent reaction, Iveria was taken aback. "Good heavens, I didn't think it would be this effective." A moment ago, Iveria had asked the sword spirit Jupiter, "How many people are outside?" It replied, "There's one person guarding, and inside the prison, besides master, there's one other person." Iveria's face went blank with fear. "You said there's another person? Oh my god. So Count Nada is totally a repeat offender of kidnapping." Iveria felt disheartened, growing more and more hopeless. The call of nature hit Iveria, making her feel sluggish. She groaned, the bathroom. One can endure hardship, but not the need to use the bathroom. So Iveria yelled pathetically, "I need to use the bathroom." "Hey, jailer," she thought to herself, "I have to yell. Staying quiet like this won't do." I had devised a noise-based tactical plan, but the performance soon fell apart, and I started narrating a suspenseful movie. Iveria was a little scared of her own thoughts. She hadn't expected her imagination to run so wild. The holy sword, the jailer, and even the kidnapped people. On the other side of the bars, someone banged and asked loudly, and then, what happened next? Iveria was thrilled, her mood considerably brighter. "Good." Iveria started to pretend, collapsing onto the floor, one hand rubbing her head, the other her neck. "Ow, my neck hurts so much. I don't think I can continue. A glass of water would be nice right now." The guard hesitated a bit. "Well, that's a bit." Seeing him starting to give in, Iveria continued her act. "Oh dear, there's no other way then. I'll just have to sleep." The other prisoners banged on the walls, yelling, "Hey jailer, bring her some water. Don't you want to hear the rest of the story?" Hitting a nerve, the jailer gulped. The door creaked open. Iveria put on a melancholic act, luring him in. "Jailer, thank you so much, but my body is a little inconvenient. Could you come a little closer?" The jailer asked, "Here's the water, what is it?" Waiting for him to step inside, Iveria immediately commanded, "Jupiter, shine your aura for 5 seconds." Blinded, the jailer cried out, "Ah." Stepping outside, Iveria sighed in relief. "Phew, first just cure his dizziness." Jupiter, the sword spirit, wondered, "Shouldn't we make him a bit healthier too?" Iveria replied. Even if the other kidnapped person is fully conscious, they might get suspicious. The banging on the door resumed. Hey, did you escape already? Iveria turned around, startled. Huh? The prisoner's voice pleaded. Can you let me out too? Iveria couldn't ignore him, so she rescued him. The door creaked open once more, and footsteps echoed as he emerged. The prisoner's hair had grown quite long. He spoke as soon as he was free. Thank you for saving me. Iveria guessed correctly. It seems like you've been captured for a long time, haven't you? He replied, I suppose so. If I'm not mistaken, it's been about 6 years. Iveria was surprised. 6 years? No way, how did you? The man answered, before I knew what was happening, I was dragged here. He began to recount. My father was the previous Count Nada. However, my uncle killed my father and became the Count. Iveria consoled him. That's terrible. The man softly replied, thank you. In the dark corridor of the dungeon, only a small fire was burning brightly. The man offered his help. Anyway, I'll show you the way. Back when I was receiving education as the heir, I heard about a secret passage leading outside. On Harry's side, it seemed they had also found a clue. The secret passage, Baron Braun exclaimed. It connects to the interior of Count Nada's territory, doesn't it? Through this path, let's sneak into the castle and investigate. Having let it slip, he felt regret. Damn it, revealing information while disguised is against the guild's rules. He recalled his original purpose. I only came to meet the Dragon Knight. Recalling her words, a blank check for the price of that information is enough, right? He thought, it's because that woman gave such an unreasonable reward. I was a little dissatisfied, so I disguised myself as a baron. How could she ask for that as payment? Outwardly, he continued his role. It's best to only send a small number of elite soldiers. But who will go? Harry, waiting for this moment, jumped out and volunteered, I will go. Baron Braun, realizing inwardly, that knight is that woman's man, said, I understand your eagerness, but even so, going alone. Baron Braun stared straight ahead. Harry turned his back and said firmly, having others along would only be a hindrance. So Harry rode his dragon and left the territory. Baron Braun watched him go, thinking he's that woman's closest bodyguard. Baron Braun mused. She chose a strange person like herself to stay by her side. A rattling sound followed by a surprised what? Having returned to her true form, Iveria reminded herself, but now I have to go back. The prisoner, escaping fearfully, asked her, does the Count know we've escaped? She replied, he probably won't find out until tomorrow morning. Even if he does, he'll probably think we went out through the stairs. Only the rightful heir knows about this secret passage. Iveria sighed, thank goodness. My leg hurts. But why did the Count lock you up for 6 years? He answered honestly, on the day it happened, my father called me and told me that he had discovered a new Madong stone mine. He was old and frail. The prisoner panted as he walked. He continued, but before it could be announced, Count Nada found out. Iveria asked suspiciously, another Madong stone mine? He confirmed, yes, but only my father and I knew its location. Iveria pondered, then she asked, what do you plan to do if you get out? Without hesitation, he replied, of course, I will take revenge and reclaim my position. Iveria quickly said, that won't be easy. He agreed, nodding slightly. Iveria extended her hand. Then she smiled brightly and said, let me reintroduce myself. I am the Lord of Arrow, Iveria Oberon. If you need any help, come find me. Iveria felt a surge of gratitude. Meeting like this is also a kind of fate. She started to let her imagination run wild, assuming he would declare dramatically, Mwahaha, I will definitely repay your kindness. But he still didn't say anything, just silently looked at her. He extended a flat hand, and they shook hands. He confessed, thank you for the offer. Honestly, his expression sorrowful, his voice hesitant. Even though I've escaped prison, I don't know if it's because I've been in there so long, but everything still feels so uncertain. Thank you for promising to help me. I will definitely repay this kindness. Hearing this, Iveria's face stiffened. Her heels clicked against the floor as she moved. She told him, if you want to repay me, then promise me one thing. If you plan to mine the minerals, don't collaborate with the Crown Prince. He asked, bewildered, the Crown Prince? Iveria's face fell. Explaining it would take a while, she said. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. What's that? Iveria panicked. What is it? Iveria drew her knife. You said Count Nada didn't know about this passageway? He quickly defended himself. Of course he doesn't. Not since 6 years ago. The footsteps echoed steadily, then clicked. Iveria stood in front of the prisoner. I'll protect you. Get ready. Her hand tightened around the knife's hilt. The person's hair gently fell forward. Iveria lunged, shouting with bravado now. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Iveria recognized the voice. It was Harry. He looked at her with worried eyes. Seeing him, Iveria slumped down, exclaiming, "Oh." I was so startled. Harry gently reached out and touched her face. "Are you hurt? What's with this get-up?" Iveria, as if waiting for this moment, burst out, "That Count Nada is completely insane. That man-ugh." Harry watched attentively, waiting for her to continue. Iveria complained, whining as if tattling to a lover, and oh, how can he kidnap and imprison people so casually? Look at these wounds. Harry quickly comforted her. All right, let me kill him." But Iveria said, "Oh no, there's no need for that." The three of them walked silently through the dungeon. Iveria, now nestled in Harry's arms, said to the former prisoner, "You really don't need us to escort you all the way to the exit, do you?" He replied, "I can go by myself, and besides." Internally, Harry was fuming, screaming, "He'll be safer going alone." Iveria resignedly said, "Well, I'll wait." Before leaving, Iveria extended an invitation. "What you said earlier was very helpful, so please come to the Ariel region to meet with me." Harry's eyes widened. "What?" he asked. With that, the two of them disappeared, but Harry's voice could still be faintly heard. "Meet with what?" And so, the former prisoner was left alone in the dungeon. After experiencing so many ups and downs, I finally returned to the castle and had a convalescent stay here. Iveria was resting, reading a book. Harry lay silently beside her, within her embrace. Iveria suddenly looked at him tenderly. Then she gently stroked his soft fur. He startled, asking shyly, "Well, what is it?" Iveria giggled. "I just like doing it," she said. "During the entire time I was kidnapped, I barely slept a wink, but now, with Harry by my side, I can finally sleep soundly." A knock came from outside the door. A servant announced, "My lord, there's a visitor." Iberia called out, inviting someone in. Secretly delighted, she thought, "Finally, the guest I've been waiting for has arrived on my last day off." It was the prisoner from before. He greeted her, saying, "You've become quite famous, haven't you?" Iberia exclaimed happily, "You shaved. I almost didn't recognize you." Brian has returned with the 5 Dragon Knights to Baron Nada's castle. Not only that, she continued, Brian exposed the Baron's crimes to the world. Faced with Baron Nada's groveling, Brian said coldly, "I won't kill you. You'll live out your days atoning for the crimes you've committed." Brian locked him in that dark dungeon, just as he did to me. Iberia explained, "I in that cell." He kept yelling, "Get me out of here." Baron Nada is imprisoned in the very dungeon he used to imprison others. Brian has also successfully reclaimed his position. And with the new Baron Nada in my territory, mining for gems, he returned to the magnificent capital of the Zirin Kingdom with its towering spires. The Oberon family castle appeared incredibly grand and imposing, exuding an air of utmost luxury. Everyone was dining together, the atmosphere stiflingly silent, punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery. Duke Oberon broke the silence, saying, "You've had a long journey, my child." Young Duke Akiban also inquired with concern, "Have things been difficult lately?" Iberia replied casually, "Everything's taken care of, so you don't need to worry." He responded, "Is that so? That's a relief." The Duke then continued to sip his wine. Akiban didn't say anything more and quietly ate his meal. The atmosphere became silent again, the space filled with awkwardness. Iberia felt inwardly disgruntled, silently complaining, "Then why did you tell me to come here early and make everyone worry?" "I'm swamped because you all keep causing trouble." A few days after the kidnapping incident, Iberia was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea at her desk. She asked in surprise, "Excuse me?" Baron Braun replied, "Yes, the Duke has requested your immediate return to the capital." She tried to negotiate, "My birthday is only 2 days away. Can we have a birthday party in Ellen first?" But unfortunately, the Baron disagreed. "There's also the coming-of-age ceremony, so you must go. Besides, the Duke is very worried about you. That's why he asked you to return." Iberia resignedly said, "Is that so?" He quickly reassured her, "Leave the work here to me, my lady. You should go and do what you need to do." Suddenly, her gaze fell on something in front of her, and she asked, "What's that?" Baron Braun excitedly opened the box and said, "It's a gemstone." She replied disappointedly, "Oh." Before she left, he waved goodbye, saying, "Go there and find new clients among the high nobility." Back in the present, Iberia lay listlessly on her bed, muttering to herself, "Baron Braun, somehow, I don't think I was called back because they were worried." Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Iberia called out cheerfully, "Harry." He asked solicitously, "How was your meal?" She turned to him and said, "You can't just barge in here like that." Harry asked, bewildered why. She immediately reminded him, "Otherwise, there will be a lot of unpleasant rumors." "Good," Iberia said, playfully lifting his chin. For example, if I said I'd just returned and had been playing around with a handsome knight in a private room, rumors would run wild. But Harry didn't seem concerned. What do I care what other people say? She sighed, explaining, I'm the one who doesn't like it. Seeing he still didn't understand, Iberia added, for a girl, having those kinds of rumors spread is like having a watermelon explode. Harry remained steadfast. Then I'll smash it before anyone can badmouth you. Exasperated, she replied, toxic. You think it's a good idea? He puffed up with pride, right? Seeing this, Iberia quickly changed the subject. By the way, how have you been suppressing your urges lately? She asked with concern. It's been a while since you've hunted a wyvern. Harry seemed to realize something. All right, he wondered aloud. How have I been okay? Iberia asked him suspiciously. Don't tell me I've been holding back for nothing? But Harry quickly denied it. Oh no, I just don't want to be zooming around uncontrollably every time I accelerate. She thought to herself, so, in the meantime, your needs have been met, haven't they? Iberia calmly asked. It's not because I kissed you last time, is it? Causing Harry to blush crimson. He stammered. That's difficult. I'm a demon, you know. Suspicion was written all over her face. Difficult, he shyly replied. Well, it is very difficult. She seized the opportunity. Well, there's nothing else to guess besides that, right? Since we're on the topic, let's recharge. Harry, caught off guard, asked, what? Do what? Iberia said plainly, recharge. What am I supposed to do if it suddenly runs out? Seeing Harry's embarrassed expression, she continued naturally. What if I suddenly get kidnapped like last time? Iberia placed her hands on Harry's shoulders and said softly, so? Then, without hesitation, she straddled him, her tone strangely calm. While we can, we should do it often. He stared at her, seemingly unable to tear his gaze away. A moment later, he agreed to her suggestion. Good thinking. He placed a passionate kiss on her lips, his hand gently sliding around her waist. They immediately became entangled, their overflowing emotions impossible to contain. Iberia lightly gripped his shirt and whispered, how does it feel? Before she could finish, he interrupted, I don't know yet, and continued to shower her with passionate kisses, causing her to gasp. Amidst the grand space within the castle, the two were immersed in romance. A moment later, he cheerfully embraced her and said, doing this really is recharging. I'm sure of it now. Iberia responded comfortably. It's a good thing Harry is still a pure demon. She thought to herself, it seems like this kind of recharging worked for me too. Suddenly, someone interrupted them. Ahem. The sword beside them spoke up indignantly. You too. Perhaps you've forgotten I'm still here. He angrily scolded it. You don't need to flaunt your existence like that. You damn sword. She suddenly remembered. All right, the sword retorted angrily. Then leave me out next time, please. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and a voice called out, Miss, it's Emma. She replied, come in. Emma handed her the letter and said, these are invitations to your parties. Iberia, her expression unchanged, replied, decline them all. She didn't hesitate to add, all the unpleasantness is over, so it's better for me to attend my own coming-of-age ceremony. It's more advantageous to be on my home turf. Faced with her response, Emma stammered, theirs. This piqued Iberia's curiosity. Emma then slowly explained, there's also an invitation from the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Iberia was so startled that she dropped the letter. Incredulous, she asked what? Did you say? A voice echoed, the defendant, Iberia Oberon, sentenced to death. She immediately protested vehemently. What? Despite her hands being bound, Iberia sprang up, fiercely resisting. Hey, why? The person opposite her held up a piece of paper as evidence, directly confronting her. You ask why? It seems you've forgotten this. She leaned closer to examine the paper. What is this? After seeing it clearly, she was so stunned she couldn't speak, gasping. It read, Greetings, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty does not permit me to sell the jewels, then I will betray you and sell them to the neighboring country. So, please deal with this matter accordingly. A letter written with utmost politeness. Iberia clutched her face and cried in anguish. No, when I wrote that, I thought it was only for Irel. Emma was extremely worried. Are you all right? On the train, Iberia continued to sob, burying her face in her hands. She arrived at the castle, where she had been invited by the Emperor. Spark of Zirin, Iberia Oberon greets His Imperial Majesty. He smiled kindly, seemingly to reassure her. Don't be too nervous. To spare you any stress, I invited you without informing anyone about this. Iberia gave a forced smile. Ah, yes. She thought to herself, easy for you to say, Your Majesty. The Emperor continued to smile faintly as he asked, you were the one who requested to break off the engagement with the Crown Prince first. Marrying the Crown Prince and becoming the crown princess. You're giving that up. She feigned another smile and replied, Your Majesty, that was because I truly loved Cashin at the time, but not anymore. I really don't care about fighting for the position. The emperor lifted his teacup, his brows furrowing slightly in apparent disappointment. Indeed, Cashin was rather careless, being unfaithful to the woman he was betrothed to and being with another woman that I feel quite apologetic. Hearing this, she felt confused. Careless. Iberia lowered her gaze and replied brightly, feigning indifference. Not at all. People can change. I don't mind. Setting his teacup down on the table with a clink, he asked again, Is that so? He folded his arms, his demeanor serious. The small wave rising in the north will become a tsunami and may reach the capital. That's not the sincere attitude of a princess, is it? Iberia smiled, but her brows furrowed, cursing inwardly. Asterisk, what sincerity? He's such a sly fox. Asterisk. My only desire is to eat well and live well. Also, I beg your majesty to forgive my threatening letter. It was because I absolutely had to sell the jewels to improve Irel's financial situation. The emperor looked puzzled. What? She gave a bright smile, her eyes closed innocently. I thought I would never see your majesty again. But here I am. I won't send things like threatening letters anymore. The emperor finally understood what she was getting at and let out an amused chuckle. You're more interesting than I thought, Lady Oberon. Back in her beloved room, Iberia completely relaxed, flopping onto her bed. She pounded her fists and feet on the bed in frustration. I'm so angry. That sly, cunning fox, she yelled repeatedly, startling Harry. Are you all right? Iberia, with a tearful face and tears welling up, turned to Harry. Harry, what should I do now? Just tell me. She stroked the soft fur of a small dog. Having transformed into this form, he lay on top of her, letting her embrace him fully. Harry asked, Is this better? Iberia sighed contentedly. I need comfort like this. Then she complained, recounting everything that had happened. That emperor kept talking in circles, his voice dripping with sarcasm no matter what he said. When I worked at the trading company, customers like him were the most difficult to deal with. She buried her face in Harry, pretending to be exhausted. He lifted his head and asked, Should I just go kill him? Iberia's eyes widened at his words. Stroking him gently, she said, Who? Igu, that's treason. He wagged his tail cheerfully, teasing, Since I'm committing treason, why don't you become the emperor? Harry finally succeeded in making Iberia laugh freely. That would be even more troublesome. Oh, but Harry, Baronatha, he was attacked by a stranger in prison and broke his back. Turns out I'm not the only one who hates him. Noticing her staring, Harry shifted his eyes nervously, sweating profusely. What? He deserved it. His behavior made her even more suspicious. Iberia brought her face close, nose to nose with Harry. Certain of her suspicions, she yelled, You devil, you've been so well-behaved lately, and you still wanted him half dead? So recharging wasn't from the kiss, but from that. Iberia clutched her head in exasperation. I told you I'd find a way, so please bear with me a little longer. Turn back into a human. Harry yelled no. She was taken aback by his reaction. Harry hung his head, his face flushed, gritting his teeth as if trying to restrain himself. The air grew thick with tension. She reached out to reconcile, wanting to pat his head. Harry, are you angry? He seemed unable to bear it any longer and buried his face in the mattress. He transformed back into the small dog, whimpering and questioning Iberia. Why are you scared? I'm yours. I wouldn't hurt you. Touched, she stroked his fur, comforting him. I know, I'm not scared. I was just surprised. This time, it was Harry who stared intently at Iberia, scrutinizing her. Don't lie. You were clearly scared. He then sulked, curling his body away from her touch. Iberia continued to coax him. Why would I be scared of Harry? She nudged him repeatedly. A demon who's sulking because he's worried I'll be afraid? She turned his face towards her, laughing as if nothing had happened. Found you. Iberia looked directly into his eyes. Besides, you promised you wouldn't hurt anyone. I trust you, Harry. He turned away, sounding hurt. You believe that promise? She hugged him tightly, comforting him. Of course I do. Harry is the strongest demon, and I'm just an ordinary human. Let's make up. Lying beside each other, Harry told Iberia she was strange. Someone had hurt her, and she asked, as if to confirm what he was saying, Count Natha? He softly replied, Yeah, that's why I was angry. It's not like I kill people for fun. Touching her forehead to his, Iberia smiled, Oh, I see. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Harry readily forgave her. It's all right now that you know. He nuzzled her a few times before snuggling back into her embrace. He closed his eyes to rest, looking so adorable that she couldn't help but chuckle. While patting Harry's back, Iberia thought, I've really become a parent. No, this is more like being a trainer. From beyond the door, a servant called, "My lord, the prince is here to see you." Iveria asked in surprise, "The prince? What? Why me?" Then she suddenly remembered, exclaiming, "Ah, could it be because of that blank check I gave him?" That check was the price for the location of the dwarf village. She recalled him taking the check and laughing heartily. "Iveria Oberon, I'll spend all the money you gave me." She had been speechless. "You gonna spend it all?" Stomping her feet angrily as she walked out, she muttered to herself, "No, if that's the case, is he here to say hello? The king is so stingy." Throwing open the door, Iveria yelled, "Hey, just how much was it?" She saw Luke sitting there, enjoying some tea. He seemed surprised. "How much what?" She put her hands on her hips, confronting him. "Don't play dumb. Didn't you come here using that blank check?" Luke frowned, asking in confusion, "That was given to me by Lyndon. I don't know why, but I felt strange receiving it." Iveria paused, as if deep in thought, then suddenly looked alarmed, her mouth agape. Pointing at him, she shouted, "You, Luke." He gave a bright smile, as if pleased to be found out correct. Iveria rushed over, anxiously questioning him. "Why were you pretending to be the prince in the capital? Do you want to get arrested?" Luke responded nonchalantly, "Me? Never." Then he changed the subject. "I feel like I was tricked. The amount Lyndon paid." Iveria crossed her arms, quickly interrupting. "The prince paid me, so it's my money." He extended a hand politely. "It's just a matter of principle. I didn't know about that, so I even worked overtime." Iveria tried to remember, embarrassed. "Overtime? Ah, that." She smiled sincerely. "Thank you for that, Luke. Thanks to you, I was able to escape easily." But he replied bluntly, "Just pay me quickly." She leaned forward, waiting for him to continue. Anyway, Luke stared intently at her, scanning her from head to toe. Iveria was completely puzzled by his actions. Sighing, Luke scratched his head and turned away. "Seeing you this alert is enough." She looked in the direction he was facing. "Are you leaving?" Opening the door to leave, he paused to add, "Oh, and I haven't used that check yet." Luke turned back, pointing at the back of his neck with a cool expression. Be careful of your neck from now on. Though few, there are many." This angered Iveria. "What?" Watching him walk away, she wondered what was that all about. What does he mean? For a while after that, many invitations arrived at the house, but until my birthday, I had to decline the flood of invitations from high society. During the remaining time, I decided to visit the capital, because as a businesswoman, grasping trends is of utmost importance. Wearing a beautiful dress, Iveria twirled around and asked, "How do I look, Emma?" Adding a cloak, she said excitedly, "Like this, no one will know I'm an Oberon, right?" Acting like a child, she approached Emma and looked directly at her, causing Emma to simply smile without saying a word. Though Emma was thinking, "The goblins will know right away," she still had to feign praise, making Iveria beside her overjoyed. "And why lady looks very cool today." In a small city, the sun had just begun to rise. A woman was standing, selling her goods. These were freshly made this morning. A customer haggled, "Give me a discount if I buy 3. The vendor seemed displeased. "Hey, there aren't many left." Then they were surprised to see Iveria walking with Harry, exclaiming bluntly, "Oh my goodness, he's incredibly handsome." Seeing the people's reaction, Iveria's face darkened. "Ah," she held her head. "I forgot about that." Harry, seeing this, thought something serious was happening. "What's wrong, Iveria?" She thought helplessly, wondering why Emma had such a strange expression. Is it because she's used to Harry's face that she doesn't find him handsome? "Why are you so handsome, Harry?" She turned to reproach him. "Sneaking out for sightseeing like this will make it seem like a noble's outing." Harry turned to her, full of pride. "But you like my face." As if realizing something was wrong, he asked in surprise, "You don't like my handsomeness?" Iveria couldn't bring herself to say no. "No, I like it very much." Then she brightened up again. "It looks just like a young master and his bodyguard. Everyone's only looking at Harry, so I can move around more freely." The people here were selling a variety of things. People coming and going, creating a bustling and noisy atmosphere. Iveria thought to herself, there really are a lot of people in the capital, 10 times more than Aran, or maybe even more. Compared to guessing, seeing this directly will help with market assessment. Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Iveria." He covered his mouth, his face full of discomfort. "I'm about to be sick." Iveria became flustered, not knowing what to do. "Harry," she seemed to remember something. Right? "You feel uncomfortable because of the crowd, right?" "I'm sorry, I didn't think." Harry staggered, waving his hand, and "Oh, it's okay. You can keep looking around." But Iveria directly took his hand, letting him lean on her shoulder. "What do you mean it's okay? Lean on me. Let's avoid the crowded areas." Harry looked around shyly, turning his head back and forth. Where should we go now?" Unlike the hustle and bustle of the town, the two were standing at a quiet intersection, as if deserted. Iveria cupped his cheek in her hand. She said worriedly, you still look pale. Harry took her hand, pretending to be all right. It's just because I was in a crowded place for a long time. Hearing him say that, Iveria blamed herself even more that if you had told me earlier, I would have brought someone else along. Harry immediately replied, that's why I didn't say anything. And then you spread your arms wide, and the important thing is you hug me like you just did, and I'll feel better, okay? I need your scent. He pulled her close. She wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing him. They held each other close. Harry inhaled deeply, as if trying to memorize her scent. He seemed to come back to life. This was exactly what he needed. A moment later, Iveria asked, are you feeling any better? Wait here for me a moment. Harry, as if unable to bear being away from her for even a second, hurriedly asked, why? Where are you going? Understanding his feelings, she soothed him gently. I'm going to get something to help you feel better. But he still clung to Iveria's clothes that let go together. She had to pat his head comfortingly and patiently explain, there are a lot of people there. Wait here. I'll bring you back something nice, sweet, and cold. Harry seemed satisfied and stood waving to her like a child. Iveria turned back to call out, I'll be right back. She held 2 glasses of cold lemonade in her hands. The vendor trembled and bowed his head in fear. He shouted, miss, have a safe trip. This startled a nearby child, who burst into tears. Why? I'm scared. Iveria, meanwhile, was wary and suspicious. This guy has a shady face. Returning to where she had left Harry, Iveria was surprised by the scene before her. She looked at him quizzically. What's going on? A girl in a red cloak was talking to Harry. Are you all right? You look pale. She spoke quickly, as if afraid he would think she was a bad person, that I'll call a doctor right away. I'm not suspicious or anything. Reaching out to touch him, she continued, I just want to help. Immediately, Harry glared at her with a sharp look and shouted, don't touch me. Iveria called out from afar, Harry, what's going on? Seeing her return, his demeanor instantly changed. He smiled brightly and turned to call, Iveria. Iveria, the girl in red repeated. Harry walked towards Iveria, his face full of joy. Heavy, isn't it? Give them to me. He embraced her. See? We should have gone together. Iveria replied to the girl, a doctor isn't necessary. This is my companion, so Mid-sentence, she gasped in surprise as she recognized the person before her. Oh, Catherine Ufferson. The girl turned around at the sound of her name, asking in surprise, Lady Oberon. Iveria thought to herself, oh no, she's the female lead. What's she doing here? Catherine chatted excitedly. I heard you were coming to the capital, but I never expected to run into you like this. She was very enthusiastic that I was just passing by and saw that this gentleman didn't look well, so she trailed off to oh, he's traveling with you. This made Iveria a little awkward. Yes. She hurriedly pulled Harry away, waving to Catherine. Well, we'll be going now. Catherine, however, called out, wait a minute. She seemed sincere. Did I make you uncomfortable? If so, before she could finish, someone else shouted Iveria's name from afar. Iveria Oberon. Get away from her. It was the male lead, Cassian. Iveria thought to herself, Igu, you're here too? He quickly approached her with an angry expression. Catherine, seeing that the situation seemed tense, quickly explained, Cassian, it's not like that. Cassian pulled Iveria into his arms, asking solicitously, are you all right? What did that woman do to you? They looked like they were in a romantic drama, leaving Iveria wide-eyed and Harry scowling. What the hell? He suddenly turned to her and yelled, I'm so sick of you. How long are you going to keep bothering us? Today, you followed us and even interfered with the opening of the magic stone. You want to get my attention, don't you? Unfairly scolded, Iveria clutched her head in frustration. Let's go, Harry. I'm starting to feel unwell too. But Cassian wouldn't let her off so easily. You're trying to run away. He reached out to grab her. You need to apologize to Catherine first. Iveria spun around in surprise. Catherine fearfully covered her mouth, speechless. Cassian himself was also surprised. Harry grabbed his arm and forced his head down, saying furiously, where do you think you're putting your hands? Catherine cried out, Scene. He gritted his teeth and angrily warned, if you dare touch my master again, I won't let it end like this. He then threw Cassian against the wall, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch. Cassian clutched his throat in shock, gasping for air. Catherine beside him was also worried. Scene, are you all right? Returning to Iveria's side, Harry became exceedingly gentle, putting his arm around her back. He asked solicitously, are you okay, Iveria? She glanced at the other two without saying a word. Catherine struggled to help Cassian up from the ground. The moment he looked up, he was stunned by the sight of Iveria and Harry walking away hand in hand. She became cheerful. Let's go, Harry. He blushed, extremely embarrassed that she was holding his hand so openly in public. Iveria continued walking resolutely. The previous incident was just a fleeting interlude. When it was all over, the sky became clear and warm again. While drinking tea with Iveria, Harry suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up angrily and away. He yelled in frustration, "I'll just be gone for a bit, and then I'll be back." Iveria was puzzled, but asked gently, "Where are you going?" He continued, "Just now it was Cassian or whatever his name is. I have to go and give him a piece of my mind. Just throwing him like that wasn't enough. How dare he touch someone who's made a contract with me?" His explanation left her speechless. Jupiter, on the opposite chair, also wobbled in agreement with Harry. That's right. It's been a long time since I've agreed with you. A swordsman threatening an ordinary person with no power. He and it were of one mind. All right, let's go, holy sword, let's go. Iveria witnessed this scene and exclaimed in exasperation, "What the?" Iveria Oberon, created from the villain, is, of course, someone who is cursed by everyone. It's not surprising that others hate Iveria. I thought so. Harry shouted enthusiastically to Jupiter, "Let's go." But she interrupted him, "But I'm in such a good mood." Her words stunned Harry. He asked in confusion, "What? Iveria, are you in shock or something?" The holy sword beside him also wondered, "Roar?" She just smiled gently and explained, "Do you know this? This is the first time someone has been angry on my behalf. But I didn't expect to feel this good." Having said that, Iveria smiled contentedly. "Thank you, Harry Jupiter." Harry, holding Jupiter, also started to look at her more cheerfully. His face flushed red with embarrassment at From now on, I will protect you so that nothing upsets you again. So please rest assured. Jupiter chimed in, "Me too, master." Iveria laughed brightly. "Haha, I'm sure you will." Cassian didn't mention being thrown by Harry, as predicted. If he reported it, he had more to lose than gain. It would be like admitting he was pathetically beaten by his ex-fiancée's escort. Meanwhile, my 18th birthday steadily approached. The mansion bustled with people decorating for the party. They ran around, arranging everything, constantly chattering, "Should we buy more candles?" The tablecloth goes this way. Iveria paced back and forth in her room, struggling to choose the guest list. This person, no, they're an enemy, and that person, and this one too. Feeling overwhelmed, she tossed the guest list aside and held her head. "This is too hard. I have to write several business plans too." After a hot cup of tea was poured, Iveria slumped onto her bed. With a resigned look, she complained to Emma, "Can't I just invite anyone? Why do I have to make a list of attendees?" Emma chuckled in response, "But that's an important ability for a host." Iveria grimaced, thinking that was already difficult for Iveria Oberon to begin with. As the original story's official villainess, she mostly had bad relationships. Emma quickly noticed something. She asked brightly, "Is there anyone you would like to invite, miss?" Iveria began to consider her answer. "Me?" Emma replied enthusiastically, "It's your special day, miss. Let's make it the happiest day in the world with the people you want to receive congratulations from. If you want to arrange it harmoniously, just send the invitations according to their status and title. The family seal is very important." Her heartfelt words touched Iveria, who exclaimed, "Emma, the first invitation has to go to Emma, right?" Although Emma couldn't attend as a guest, she was moved by Iveria's offer. "Miss." After venting, Iveria seemed to have cheered up. "All right, then I'll invite whoever I want. Time to rest." Iveria thought about the people she knew. Wyvern is out of the question, isn't he? In her eyes, he was adorable, but not to others. Emma replied helplessly, "Well, that's a bit." Elsewhere in the mansion, Harry stood next to Wyvern, petting him attentively. Iveria watched from above, praising him, so handsome. Then, as if remembering something, she glanced to the side. And since Harry's arrival, many maids had been lingering around. Nearby, the maids were also peeking at him from above, whispering excitedly, "Look, he's so handsome. What's he talking about with the dragon?" Seeing this, Iveria decided to play a prank and approached them, startling them. Turning around to see Iveria, they imagined a frightening girl scolding them. "How dare you look at someone without permission?" They cried out in fear. "Oh, I apologize, miss. Please forgive us." She thought to herself, puzzled, "That's not it at all. I was just smiling because I thought my puppy was cute. Oh well, my expressionless face looks even scarier." Then she nodded to them. The maids bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, Mississippi." Then they tiptoed away. Iveria felt a surge of power. "I've got Harry all to myself." From below, Harry saw her and waved repeatedly, calling out, "Iveria." She smiled back. Harry, wyvern, beside Harry, bowed his head fearfully, eyes glistening, while Harry just grinned innocently, showing no other reaction. As expected, Harry wasn't fazed by the maid's fawning. Walking down to him, she asked, "Are you training too, Harry?" He replied, "Not training, just playing with wyvern." Then he hugged the dragon, explaining, "We were sparring a bit in the sky, but wyvern says it wasn't a spar." "Stop teasing me." Iveria stared so intently that Harry finally spoke up. What is it? Why are you staring like that?" She replied casually, "Because your hands are beautiful too." He shyly pulled his hands back. Ditto. His action annoyed her slightly. "But why are you hiding them?" "I'm complimenting you. They're not going to wear away, are they?" He argued back. "Is that a compliment?" Then she held out her hands as if to prove a point. "Look, I'll let you look at my hands all you want." Harry leaned in, startling her and causing her to stumble back, so he caught her. "Wait a minute." He took Iveria's hands, looking concerned. "What's this?" she asked, confused. "What?" Holding both her hands up, he said urgently, "Your hands. Why are they so pale? I can't even see the color of your blood. Are you eating properly?" She reassured him. "On the contrary, I've actually gained weight recently." Harry asked incredulously. "Gained weight?" Iveria nodded repeatedly in response. He stepped back, causing her to call out in confusion. "Harry." He stared at her as if deep in thought. He stepped closer and suddenly lifted her up, startling Iveria. "Oh," she cried out, worried. "Harry," he said casually, "you're still this light." She laughed, and he laughed with her. "Aren't I perfectly within your standards? If you couldn't lift me, wouldn't I have to weigh more than wyvern?" Someone approached and called out, "Lady Oberon." She turned and replied, "Lord Lured." Then she said to Harry, "Put me down, Harry." Leo approached formally and said, "Thank you for granting my request to meet your dragon knights." Leo approached formally and said, "Thank you for granting my request to meet your dragon knights." Iveria waved her hand dismissively. "I read the book you lent me and chose the appropriate methods, so this much is only natural. Thanks to the Encyclopedia of the 100 Nails, training dragon knights has become much easier." Having said that, Iveria turned brightly to Harry. "Let me introduce you. This is Duke Harry. He's the best of the dragon knights." He extended his hand in greeting. "I'm Harry." However, the expected handshake didn't happen. Instead, they stared intently into each other's eyes, Harry's hand still outstretched in midair. Suddenly, Leo commented, "Silver hair and red eyes. I've seen him before." This made Iveria exclaim in surprise. "What?" Iveria panicked, quickly covering Harry's face. No, that's impossible. Where did you see it?" She was terrified. Had Harry's identity been exposed? What should she do? Leo continued his explanation. "My ancestor, Zenros, was a talented painter. Some of his works still remain." Recalling one of his ancestors' paintings, Leo turned to Harry and asked, "Duke, are you a descendant of Occam's? You really resemble the painting." Iveria gave an unnatural laugh. She thought to herself, right. Usually, people wouldn't think of it immediately. Harry asked back, somewhat surprised, "What? Did your ancestor use magic?" Leo replied, "That's right." Iveria gave a fake laugh to brush it off. "Aha, what a miraculous coincidence, right?" Then she strode off, changing the subject. "So, shall we go see the wyvern riders now?" Harry made a further suggestion. "Just watching won't be very interesting, right?" He smiled brightly, extending an invitation. "How about trying to ride one directly? I'll steer." This made Leo a little worried. Will that be all right?" Harry spoke as if it were obvious. "Of course." Witnessing a greeting that was somewhat friendlier than usual, Iveria seemed puzzled. "Harry, you're acting strangely." He skillfully piloted the wyvern, soaring high into the sky, then circling 3 times in the air before diving down at a great speed. Witnessing this, Iveria further confirmed her thoughts. "As I thought, it's a scheme." Harry laughed loudly. "Haha, it really is exciting, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Leo, sitting behind him, felt very uncomfortable. "Ugh." Harry, satisfied with his scheme, shouted one more round. Leo was helpless. "Ugh." After the wyvern ride, the two men's expressions were completely opposite. Leo's face was dark, and he looked like he was about to vomit, while Harry laughed heartily. "Haha, that was fun." Iveria asked with concern. "Duke, are you all right?" He answered with difficulty, "No, I'm fine." She invited him. "If you're very tired, you can rest at the mansion." This startled Harry. "What?" Fortunately for him, Leo declined Iveria's offer. "No need." He stood up and composed himself. "I have to return to the castle immediately." She stopped trying to persuade him. "The commander of a night squadron is indeed busy." Hearing this, Leo hinted, "You'll know soon enough." Finally, he asked a question that made Iveria's heart skip a beat. "Do you know about the sword on Mist Mountain? The holy sword has been drawn. Our knights are searching for the person who drew the sword. It hasn't been drawn for a long time, so we weren't paying attention and discovered it late. Hearing him continuously talk about searching for the holy sword, Iveria fidgeted anxiously. Why are you searching for it? Jupiter, within her, understood a little. Is he talking about me, master? She pretended to casually inquire further about the matter. Why are the royal knights searching for the person who drew the sword? But Leo remained tight-lipped, not revealing anything important. I don't know. It's a story passed down within the royal family. The sword is closely related to the royal family, the royal Jaren. The creator of the sword drew his own sword and declared to the world that he was its master. Harry scoffed. He didn't draw it. That's all lies. But I built my kingdom not with a sword, but with kindness and loyalty. Therefore, I will leave this sword to my descendants, not to myself. He continued to mercilessly expose the lie. Because he couldn't draw it himself, nor could he carry it, he spoke such noble words. The one who draws the sword will bring about a change of era with my return. Leo continued. In other words, the one who draws the sword will be given priority in succeeding to the throne of the Jaren kingdom. These words struck Iveria like lightning. Jupiter spoke to her from within. If so, the one who becomes king now is the master. Leo didn't notice anything unusual. He bowed and said goodbye. Well then, I'll be going. After Leo finished the story and left, Iveria repeatedly performed actions that Harry found puzzling. What are you doing? Even the sword asked, What are you doing, master? She impatiently replied, I'm very unsettled, so please be quiet for a bit. She recalled that she had first written a letter to Raffas. Reply as soon as you receive this. Raffas had informed her that the only things that recognized the holy sword were the sword and its scabbard. In addition, it could react to a magic detecting tool. Harry sat down, calmly trying to reassure Iveria, if they catch you, they can only call it a magic sword. Jupiter chimed in, that's right, but she only thought that he was being carefree. No, they were being carefree. Iveria sighed deeply. She lay down on the chair in defeat. But is there any other way? Harry, however, praised her actions. All right, that's right. The worry over, she gazed at the holy sword for a long time before speaking. However, I suppose I'll have to leave Jupiter behind for a while. It obediently vibrated in response. I understand, master. I'll wait here obediently for you. In response to Jupiter's sweetness, she promised, instead, the day I take you out again, I'll polish you until you shine. Jupiter readily complied. I'm looking forward to it, master. I'll sleep until then. Someone else arrived. It turned out to be Akiban calling her name. Iveria, she turned around, seemingly surprised by the person who appeared. It was her brother. Brother, is something the matter? He seriously handed her a book. Taking it and opening it, Iveria was startled as it continuously flipped and rustled. Ack! Iveria cried out in alarm. What is this? Akiban said seriously, this is a list of birthday gifts for you. You can choose 30 from among these. Hearing this, she only felt helpless and speechless here. He walked past her casually, saying matter-of-factly, after you choose your gifts, Father will also be able to concentrate more on his work. So, remember to send in the list. Iveria stopped him. Wait a minute. She approached him to negotiate, but this is too long, and I'm busy with other things. But Akiban was unconcerned, but they're your gifts. Hitting a nerve, Iveria made Akiban flinch. When I saw you walk out, I immediately thought it would cause you trouble if I couldn't choose, right? She teased because I don't care what I get for my birthday. So if you want to cooperate, listen to my request. Currently, the only places that can deliver magic stones are the Royal Palace and the Mage Association. The focus of my visit to the capital this time is also to increase the number of trading locations. Emma raised both hands in protest, but my birthday and coming-of-age ceremony should be the priority. Iveria chuckled at her adorable sulking. Ha, both are important, she said, causing Emma's cheeks to puff up in frustration. Ace, really? She continued, but my image isn't very good right now. Even now, the magic stones are being sold under the Aran territory name, not mine. These magic brooches, because they're carved with fragrance magic, will emit a scent for as long as they're worn. Akiban immediately grasped the key point. Those will sell for a high price, right? Iveria readily replied. The Mage Association is offering a discount on them, and some other costs will be reduced as well. Holding a brooch in her hand, she proudly stated, I produce both the stones and the decorations myself. Isn't there a limit to how magic stones can be processed? However, our biggest advantage is solidifying the tree sap, making processing easier. When you wear this, you'll notice a very pleasant fragrance. trying on Akiban's coat. Iveria smiled with satisfaction at her own handiwork. "So it would be great if you wore it to parties," she suggested. Then, gesturing towards Harry, she added, "Like Harry here." Akiban looked surprised. "What?" Iveria grinned, enjoying teasing her brother. The parties have already been selected, and there are only 5 chosen venues. They're all happening today. This seemed to exasperate Akiban. "What?" Although she was still amused by her successful prank, she feigned sympathy. "You don't have to stay long. Just make a few rounds." Akiban still seemed puzzled. "But why is your escort going with me?" She smiled brightly, answering as if it were obvious. "Well, the more flowers gathered together, the more beautiful it is." Akiban sighed indulgently, resigned to his sister's antics that, just hurry up and decide on your gift list. "But do you need more brooches?" Iveria opened up a whole collection for him to choose from. "I also have cufflinks and rings containing magic." Akiban's eyes landed on one item. Pointing, he told her, "The cufflinks are good. Give those directly to father," he instructed. Iveria was taken aback. "What?" He smiled, pleased with himself for putting her in a difficult position. "That wouldn't it be proper to give it to father first?" She seemed to object, but he cut her off emphatically. "Definitely. Directly. You have to give it to father yourself." He stepped closer, glaring at her. "You're making me go around to 5 places today. So you'll do this, right?" Backing away, she stammered, "Yes." Walking towards the Duke's room, Iveria sighed before entering the It's like being called to the office to get scolded. Again, old memories flooded her mind. "When we met in Aelin, he wasn't as bad as I thought." But, reluctantly knocking, she still felt uneasy about this visit. "But being together feels unnatural." Iveria called out, "Father, it's Iveria." There was no response. She felt impatient and a little confused. "Isn't he in his study? I want to get this over with quickly." Suddenly, the door swung open, making her jump and cry out, "Ah!" Duke Oberon stood just inside the doorway, inviting her in. "Come in." Iveria was still breathing heavily from the fright. She answered with difficulty, "Yes," her heart still pounding. Looking at him, she thought, "What's with him?" My impression of him wasn't good to begin with, but the Duke's mood today is really strange. I need to make this quick, give him the gift, and leave. Sitting down beside the table in the reception area, she stated the reason for her visit. "This is the first cufflink made in our territory. It's enchanted with magic, so I thought you would like it, father." She pushed the gift towards him, exhaling heavily as if she had completed a major task. Iveria cried internally, Don't like it, just say something. Let's get this over with." She told herself this, then said to him, I'll put it on for you, father." When Duke Oberon didn't say anything, she started to hope, "If he refuses, I can leave, right? Please refuse." But right after that, he spoke. "All right, put on for me." Things weren't going as planned. She froze for a moment. "Yes, put what on?" The cufflink." Seeing him offer both wrists at once, she felt a little amused and reminded him, "Father, one at a time would be better." Duke Oberon cleared his throat at his own blunder, withdrawing one hand to cover his mouth. "All right, of course." Leaning over to fasten the cufflink for him, she continued to think absently, "This is harder than I thought." He watched intently as she fastened the cufflink. A moment later, Iveria exclaimed happily with a bright face, "There, all done." Duke Oberon looked down pensively, his expression unclear. "I hear they've decided on the engagement date. The Crown Prince and Catherine Upbach." She feigned surprise at his words. "Yes, that's so." Then she thought blankly, "The principle has already been implemented to that extent." Duke Oberon glanced at his daughter, his hand gripping the armrest of the chair, trembling slightly, making her wonder if the chair was all right. He continued speaking with a deeply displeased expression, his grip tightening. "And that engagement date is the same day as your birthday, Iveria." Duke Oberon informed her, "The announcements have already been posted everywhere, so there's no changing the date." She scoffed internally. People are so selfish. Could it be that back then it was because of that? Then, widening her eyes, she replied to him, "If that's the case, the guests coming to my birthday party will decrease." Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning. She thought, as expected, the royal affairs are putting the Duke in a bad mood. Then Iveria lowered her eyes, thinking, "I'll invite everyone I want to invite. It's not my real birthday anyway, so I don't care." Duke Oberon called her name again, Iveria. She politely replied, "Yes, father." He sighed, trying to comfort her, as if afraid she would be heartbroken. "You don't need to worry." He tightened his grip, resolute that I will definitely throw you the most wonderful birthday party. I promise. Iveria was touched by the affection Duke Oberon showed for his daughter. Thank you, Father. If everyone gathers, they'll definitely be gossiping about which party has more guests. A betting pool will open on who's going to which party. It's getting bigger and bigger. In the end, they'll be divided into two factions, those attending the prince's party and those who aren't. Since they belong to a faction from the beginning, it doesn't matter. The neutral faction will definitely have to protect their position. In the end, my birthday has become more political than anything. Even so, my business is thriving thanks to Akiban and Harry. Orders for the magic rings have skyrocketed, and I've started trading with the royal capital. Lying in bed receiving special care, Iveria still held the work papers, saying Emma read that part back to me. Emma smiled helplessly at Iveria. Miss, while you're getting a skincare treatment, can't you rest a little? The two began to bicker back and forth. Emma, how about we pause the skincare while we discuss these projects? That won't do, miss. Such a famous party. Everything could become a hot topic that day. She winked. All right, so I've decided to give in. Give it up, Emma. She hung her head and cried in defeat. Boo-hoo. Then suddenly looked up, startling Iveria, and smiled brightly. Clutching the papers, Emma said, after your skincare, I'll introduce these people to you, Mississippi. Hair, makeup, attire. Wherever, whatever the situation, they'll make you the star of the show. Daisy for makeup, Jenny for hair, and Rana for attire. They're all excited and eager to help. Iveria looked at herself in the mirror, clapping her hands in approval. Good, very good. Emma, pleased with herself, chimed in. It was hard to get them, you know. The three of them began a plan. First, let's talk about the dress. That way we can decide on the hairstyle and makeup. Leave the skincare to me. I'll manage the hair. Jenny voiced her opinion. For a coming-of-age birthday celebration, a white dress is usually chosen, but darker colors seem to suit you better, Mississippi. While listening to her, Iveria had her own thoughts. Asterisk Catherine will wear white at the engagement party. If I don't want to hear any nonsense, it's better to choose a different color. Asterisk so. She nodded in agreement with Jenny. Yes, I prefer darker colors. Hearing this, Jenny showered Iveria with compliments. As expected, Miss has a good eye, she thought. Daisy also chimed in with her suggestions. How about a red dress with a neat neckline and bodice and a dramatic back? An elegant hairstyle and makeup paired with a dress with some color accents would be stunning. Oh, and we can't forget an off-the-shoulder design. Everyone closed their eyes, picturing Daisy's description, and nodded. Jenny added, Oh, we'll be your escort, miss. We need to decide on a concept for them as well. At this, Iveria finally thought about her partner. Without hesitation, she pointed to Harry, who was leaning against the wardrobe, waiting. I'll have the knight escorting me over there. As soon as they looked at Harry, everyone gasped, oh my. They chattered excitedly. That uniform, he's a knight from Ellen. Oh my goodness. So the rumors about a handsome man in the Knight Order are true. My, that platinum hair is so cool. Harry, standing on the other side, overheard some of the commotion and asked about what she'd said. An escort? I've never heard of that. While they continued discussing Harry's outfit. What color? The overcoat, as the statement piece. Iveria answered him, of course. This is the first time I've mentioned it. He glared angrily. Who gave you the authority to decide that on your own? Iveria didn't seem to think she'd done anything wrong. She responded casually, Of course I have to go to the party with Harry. Then, recalling the situation from the previous outing, she turned and asked, Oh, there will be a lot of people there. Are you okay? Iveria started considering other options, thinking about her father and brother. The Duke and Akiban are still childish. Then, about other relatives, the knights from Ellen aren't dangerous either. Lionel comes from a noble family, so he doesn't need to learn any special etiquette. This eased her worries. She decided, yes, that's right. Meanwhile, Harry stood with his hands on his hips, looking exasperated. What am I supposed to do now? He told her, I'll go with you. But before he could finish, Iveria interrupted, I'll go with Lionel. They both reacted with surprise to each other's statements. Huh? What? Iveria asked, confused. I thought you weren't going? Harry raised his voice, retorting, I never said I wasn't going. And you'll have problems with the tabloids. Iveria teased him, Jupiter's been diligently teaching you lately. You've become much more mature. Harry was so angry he trembled. A moment later, he sighed, trying to calm himself. Iveria observed all of this. Then Harry approached her. He knelt on one knee and extended his hand in a classic romantic gesture. His face flushed with embarrassment. May I be your escort? The women watching squealed with delight, covering their faces. Oh my goodness. Iveria laughed at his chivalrous gesture. Of course, Harry. Iveria lightly touched the mirror in front of her and mused. Honestly, She looked at the beautiful young woman in the mirror and murmured in disbelief, "Is this really me? How can I be this breathtakingly beautiful?" Iveria thought of her cruel, bullying self that made the maids cry and thought, "Only when I hide my wickedness and rudeness." Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The maids whispered amongst themselves after rushing to open the door for him and greeted, "Sir Harry, thank you for coming." He turned around when he heard his name, Harry. Seeing Iveria's transformation, he stumbled back in surprise, hitting the wall and stammering, what is this?" Iveria, amused by his exaggerated reaction, teased, "Ha, your face looks like it's about to explode, Harry." Harry blushed and covered his face with his hand. "Stop teasing me." Seeing him like this, Iveria thought in surprise, "Oh my, is it true?" He didn't deny it. Harry shyly snapped, "Why are you laughing?" Iveria, still laughing, feigned innocence. "What? I didn't do anything." Seeing Harry's embarrassment, she pressed closer, continuing to tease him excitedly. "So, are you smitten?" Iveria brought her face close to his, her eyes sparkling. "Are you?" Iveria quickly apologized. "Sorry, it's just that Harry is so cute, so..." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Harry slumped to the floor to hide, muttering, "Just go." Iveria, feeling like she had teased him a bit too much, patted his head reassuringly and asked, "Say something, Harry." Suddenly, Harry pulled her into a hug, making her heart race. Startled, she thought, "Whoa." Harry held her tightly and whispered in her ear, "I really am a demon, you know? Try to act a little scared of me." Iveria, looking at him, replied with certainty, "You want me to be afraid of you? I'm not afraid of anything except death." Harry buried his face in her shoulder and confessed, "I'm afraid of a lot of things, Iveria." She placed her hand on his and said shyly, "I feel better now." Harry gripped her hand possessively and said, "You're not allowed to hug or kiss anyone else but me." Colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky above the castle. In the banquet hall, the guests murmured amongst themselves, "I don't see anyone. They must have gone to the engagement party." Others gossiped, "I don't see any important figures here. Should we go to the palace now?" A count, overhearing them, scoffed. He thought to himself, "Go if you want. We don't want people like you here anyway. The real party hasn't even begun." Suddenly, the doors burst open. Someone shouted, "Look, it's Sir Janino. The Janino family is here." "What? Over there? It's the dwarves." Everyone whispered and chattered that I thought they hated interacting with humans. But still, so many people came. Following the dwarves was Count Nada, the owner of the magic stone mine. A voice called out, "Hey, the party hasn't started yet." Following the voice, two figures entered. The first prince, Lidin Gerund, and the captain of the royal guard, Aloy. Aloy said, "I think we arrived just on time." The duke and Iveria's brother also appeared. The duke announced, "I believe all the guests are here. We can begin the banquet now." The doors opened once more, accompanied by an announcement. And finally, the stars of the party have arrived. Lady Iveria and Sir Harry. Luke and Leo stared, blushing. Rhys and the dwarves applauded. "Iveria, you look beautiful." Duke Ovlon and Akiban, standing beside him, also gaped in awe. "Iveria looks so magnificent and regal." A sparkling aura surrounded Iveria. She called out shyly, "Jupiter?" He replied, "Yes, master." The dazzling shimmer drew everyone's gaze, making Iveria uncomfortable. "Oh, you think this aura is a bit much?" Jupiter, from within the folds of her dress, sounded puzzled. "Master, what are you talking about? This is the coolest of all my abilities." Harry, agreeing with the holy sword, blushed and complimented her. "It is. You look amazing, Iveria." She sighed regretfully. "Earlier, I told Jupiter to stay behind because I was worried about being discovered, but they insisted that appearing together would increase our power." Glancing around, she mused, "Well, thanks to that." Seeing everyone's astonished expressions and hearing their excited chatter, she felt satisfied. It was quite effective, wasn't it? Then, as if afraid she was angry, Harry switched to flattery mode. "Even without the aura, you look beautiful today, Iveria," Jupiter chimed in. Indeed, Iveria seemed surprised by their agreement. "What? Since when were you two so close?" Duke Ovlon approached them, calling Iveria. She and Harry politely bowed their heads. "Father." He didn't spare any praise for his daughter. "Your appearance is magnificent and truly befitting the host of this party." She beamed, replying, "If so, then I'm glad." Then, she took Duke Oberon's arm. Shall we go? Glancing down, Iveria noticed something sparkling on his cuff. Oh, she thought in surprise. It's the cufflink I gave him. Overjoyed, she turned to him with a bright smile. It seems you like it, father. They walked to the center of the party as murmurs rippled through the crowd. He began to speak. Thank you all for attending this party celebrating my daughter Iveria's 18th birthday. This young lady is my beloved daughter, Iveria Oberon. Duke Oberon reached into his pocket, wanting to pull something out. He called to her, Iveria. She turned and replied, yes, father. He placed a sparkling necklace around her neck, the Eye of Essela. Congratulations on becoming an adult. Iveria was astonished. The surrounding people couldn't help but erupt and chattered, oh my goodness, it's the Eye of Essela. She gasped as her father fastened the necklace. Father! Arguments and discussions about the necklace began. That wasn't it lost in the war? Surely it fell into the hands of the Empire and is on display in their museum. The Eye of Essela was used by the first queen during her coronation, making it incredibly significant. The kingdom had tried various ways to retrieve it, but even offering a large sum of money had resulted in failure. Duke Oberon was bewildered by his daughter's reaction. You said you wanted it. She immediately retorted, no, I only wrote it down to fill the list. Hearing this, he looked disappointed. Don't you like it? Iveria immediately changed her demeanor and, oh, I love it, father. She knew he had gone to great lengths to obtain it. From afar, Oberon approached, exclaiming in displeasure, this is a bit much, isn't it? Giving her this gift right at the start. Iveria turned to him, brother. He then presented his own gift. Here, emerald earrings from Julian's. Oberon thought to himself, now it won't be as awkward when you give your gift next. This item is quite rare, after all. Receiving the gift, Iveria was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. After that, gifts of various shapes and colors poured in. Although they couldn't compare to the Eye of Essela, they were all high-quality items. The gift that left a particularly deep impression on her was seeing Riss running towards her from afar. Iveria opened her arms. Riss. She presented Iveria with a mystical blue gem. This is the gift we prepared. Iveria was surprised. What is this? Riss winked mischievously. We'll give Iveria the whole universe, so be prepared. The surrounding lights suddenly went out. Only a single light illuminated the entire castle. She gasped in amazement. Oh my, it's beautiful. Standing in that space, Iveria looked like a little princess in a beautiful dress, overjoyed at her own birthday party. A moment later, Iveria opened the door and stepped out onto the balcony. She called Harry. He immediately turned to face her. Why are you out here? She replied, I have to dance with my partner, don't I? Iveria walked towards him with a bright smile. Come on, Harry, if you don't know how to dance, I'll teach you. Looking at her cheerful expression, he asked, are you that happy? Realizing the playful tone in Iveria's words, he replied confidently, that you're asking if I know how to dance? I may look like this, but I was the kingdom's archmage. Where did the fabric on the back go? He yelled, blushing in embarrassment. She shrugged as if there was nothing she could do. It's designed like this. You saw it earlier too. Harry argued. Earlier. I wasn't thinking clearly then, so I didn't notice. Iveria pressed her advantage, teasing him. Because of me? Because I'm too beautiful. Then they both laughed brightly. Come on, let's dance. They embraced and began a beautiful dance under the moonlight. Their bodies moved together in rhythm. He said, Iveria, I have a birthday present for you. She asked, what is it? Then he leaned down, closer, and gave her a kiss under the full moon. He slipped something into Iveria's mouth. She wondered, what is this? He replied, your birthday present. What kind of seed is this? Weird, huh? Harry said, exasperatedly. What's weird about it? It's a piece of my soul. Before, when you disappeared, I couldn't find you right away. If you keep a piece of me, then whenever you call, I can come to you immediately. Happy birthday, Iveria. I've given you all of myself. Under the moonlight, Iveria gazed intently at Harry and softly called Harry. He replied, yes. She wondered, why didn't you give me something this good from the beginning? He was taken aback, huh? She continued to ask excitedly, does it have any side effects? Things like medicine can have side effects if not used correctly. He stammered in confusion. Huh? Oh, flustered, he exclaimed, hey, give it back. I've giggled, I'm just kidding. She approached him gratefully and said, I don't quite understand, but that wasn't an easy decision to make, was it? Thank you, Harry. Harry nodded awkwardly, stroking his hair, and slowly said, anyway, that soul fragment will affect both of us. Iveria asked in surprise, affect us? He slowly explained in detail. If you get hurt, I'll feel the pain too. But only you swallowed my soul fragment, so if I get hurt, you'll still be fine. Don't worry. Harry shrugged boastfully. See? Pretty amazing, right? My gift is the best, isn't it? Hearing this, Iveria worriedly called out, Harry. She looked at him anxiously and asked, if that's the case, when I die, will Harry be affected too? Harry patted her head gently and reassured her, you're worrying too much. He smiled confidently and said, who do you think I am? I'm very strong. Do I look like someone who's easily affected by trivial things like injuries or human deaths? He gestured as he explained that after her death, the amount of power he'd lose would be as small as that piece of her soul, insignificant. He was surprised when she suddenly grabbed his hands tightly, blurting out, I've gripped his hands tightly and excitedly demanded, I want to give it back. I don't want it. Take it back. Harry, astonished, refused, No way. He looked directly into her eyes and asked, why would I take back something I've already given? I've hurriedly tried to persuade him, I don't want you to become weaker or be in danger because of me. You said that if a demon weakens, they'll be eliminated. At the same time, she thought, just because of someone like me, who hasn't even lived for 100 years, to make someone like Harry, who has lived for thousands of years, make such a sacrifice. Suddenly, she cupped his face in her hands. She pulled him closer, kissed him, and demanded, take it out. Now, ignoring his trembling hands that came up as if to push her away, she continued to insist, take it out. I've pushed Harry down, straddled him, and panting yelled, take it out. She agitatedly confessed, I really hate being responsible for someone. Harry looked at her and calmly replied, when did I say you had to be responsible for me? Is this like a wham-bam thank you ma am situation? I've collapsed into Harry's embrace, touched, thinking. He pretends to be selfish and confident, but in the end, he yields only to me. In a quiet space, Harry's voice rang out. Hey, startled by his voice, she jumped up, leaving him looking bewildered. Harry watched Iveria clomp toward the door and asked, where are you going? She huffily replied, I hate seeing a stubborn demon, so I'm running away. She slammed the door and angrily declared, humph. Harry just sat there, watching her actions. Then he quietly stood up, leaning against the balcony railing. He shrugged and muttered, honestly, who's the stubborn one here? I've suddenly reappeared, throwing the door open forcefully, making Harry exclaim in surprise. She frantically pleaded, Harry, help me. He looked at her teasingly and asked, do you remember why you left just now? She frantically ran her hands through her hair and replied, that's not the issue right now. The image of what had just happened with the bracelet when she shook hands with its owner flashed through her mind. Thinking about the bracelet's reaction and the whispers of the surrounding guests, she told Harry, just now, Elle's magic bracelet reacted and they detected the divine sword. Harry sheepishly looked away as I've hiked up her dress to remove the divine sword, grumbling, and someone said it wouldn't interact with Jupiter. What aura? I told you to leave it behind. Looking at the sword in her hand, she commanded, Jupiter, open your mouth. The sword replied, yes, master. Harry, standing beside her, interjected, hey, why not just smash it while we're at it? The sword added fuel to the fire, saying, with my purification skill, it would only take one hit to make it disappear. When I've irritably warned Harry, I'm still trying to process this, so stop teasing me. He quickly conceded sorry. She anxiously hypothesized, but what if something happens? Seeing her seriousness, Harry tensed. Then, Iveria's instructions echoed in the darkness of the night. I'll pretend to faint. When everyone's in a commotion, you catch me and we run. Leo stood amidst the crowd, observing the sword in his hand. So it's the divine sword, he exclaimed. Startled by Leo's words, was approached by Harry, who whispered, now we catch you and run. I've nervously approached Leo and said with a forced smile, oh my goodness, what are you talking about? There's no way. Leo, recalling the documents he'd read about the divine sword's appearance, declared confidently, I'm certain. The divine sword appears in many drawings left by my ancestors. How could I not recognize it? Hearing this, I thought in a panic, him again. She froze, flustered, as she heard the surrounding guests whispering amongst themselves that, oh my, if Lord Leo said so, it must be true, right? The divine sword has appeared. The divine sword? If that's the case, then the new king. Trying to cover up her anxiety, laughed and said, it's probably just something that looks similar. Leo replied, all right then. Looking at the sword, he goaded her, as if wanting to see her distressed. If it isn't the divine sword, then I can destroy it, right? I'll compensate you with however many new swords you want. Hearing this, I feigned nonchalance and agreed. Although I don't like the idea of my sword being destroyed, I hate being misunderstood even more. I agree. Inwardly, However, she comforted herself. He's probably just pretending to destroy it to test me. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Each thought, you think I'll give in? Leo, drawing his own sword, said, I'll go first. Raising his sword high, Leo announced, my sword is nicknamed Retreat Breaker. It can destroy anything. I've feigned composure, reassuring herself. It's okay, the blade will probably veer off and hit something else. Seeing him swing down, she whispered to herself, Jupiter is holding up well, there's nothing to worry about. A loud clang rang out as the two swords clashed. At the same moment, a dwarf, clutching his head, rushed forward to intervene, though too late after the impact, Jupiter lay trembling on the ground as the dwarf's echoing voice questioned, You, what have you done to the divine sword? Iveria, seeing Leo's broken sword and Jupiter intact, covered her face with her hands, squeezing her eyes shut and groaning inwardly, oh my God. Sensing an unusual stillness around her, she opened her eyes to look. Before her, everyone was kneeling, bowing at her feet, and chanting, Master of the Divine Sword. Hearing the knight's oath, we, the royal knights, pledge our loyalty to you. I froze, thinking in terror, oh, I'm doomed. Everyone bowed with utmost reverence. That is the master of the Holy Sword. The founding king, Ifrandran, has returned. Leo knelt, offering the sword to her with both hands. Your Majesty, Savior of the Empire, please take what is rightfully yours. Iveria reached out and touched the sword. As she grasped it, the sword flashed brilliantly. Iveria screamed internally, What are you doing, Jupiter? Well, Jupiter responded, I figured since things have already come to this, I might as well make a grand entrance. I've silently commanded, turn it off right now. Yes, but Master, it seems to be working. Exclamations are breaking out one after another. As expected of the Master of the Divine Sword. The light emanating from that holy sword, she replied, That's right. Iveria breathed a sigh of relief, secretly whispering to Harry behind her. Then let's proceed with the plan. Harry asked doubtfully, The plan? A thud echoed. The chaotic crowd screamed, Look, the Master of the Divine Sword fainted. The next day, the whole empire was in an uproar. The Master of the Divine Sword had appeared. On her 18th birthday, the Master of the Divine Sword awakened. The one who received the blessing through divine light is Princess Iveria of the Overlong family. Everyone who heard the news had the same thought. In the tavern, lively chatter and hearty laughter intertwined. I should have been there. Whatever, the legend has returned. It's a good omen for the Empire. At the same time, in a dark room, Cassian held his forehead and thought impossible. How did things turn out like this? The engagement ceremony went off without a hitch. That reluctant engagement was canceled, and now I'm married to the woman I truly love, with the blessings of many. Everything was perfect, but reality crumbled in an instant. Cassian had always lived in the shadow of his parents. His parents were never satisfied, even though they reigned at the highest position. They wanted to control more than anyone else, with cold, hard hearts. They pointed at the crown and told him, Look, Cassian, you must obtain this. Otherwise, you are worthless. You will forever remain stagnant. Forever. Cassian was haunted by it. Just like that, he was given his life's goal. All he had to do was keep moving forward. Although Iveria was the perfect target for him to achieve his goal, in the end, this card couldn't be used. A selfish, wicked, and incompetent person like her is only fit to be someone's shadow, not a partner to progress together. Suitability for the position to achieve the goal. Lady Catherine opened the door and entered, bringing light with her. Sien, why is it so dark in here? He lifted his head and replied, Rin. She approached, embraced him, and kissed Cassian lightly on the forehead, reassuring him, Don't be too sad. We received enthusiastic congratulations from everyone. He thought everyone must have already forgotten about that. Her voice was gentle. It's not certain that the Master of the Divine Sword will become the ruler. Cassian replied anxiously, I'm uneasy, Rin. Catherine said affectionately, It's okay to be sulky, but don't worry too much. Lady Iveria becoming the ruler? It sounds absurd. That's right. How could that be? I'm just overthinking things. Right. Suddenly, Cassian tightened his grip on Catherine's hand. She cried out in pain, Hey Sien, that hurts. Doubt filled his mind. The light I chose couldn't possibly be wrong. Could it be that the woman I abandoned? Catherine's reassuring voice interrupted his thoughts. Everything will be all right. Your goddess is right here. Believe me. All right, my goddess. Cassian recalled Iveria. She was the kind of woman who would cling to him annoyingly, even if he scolded her. That day, Cashin angrily threw his tea in Iveria's face. You hateful woman, I helped you become an investor in the mineral quarry. You need it, don't you? If you want to get closer to the throne, you really need it. Even if you humiliate me, it doesn't matter. So, tell me you love me. He was stunned when he heard that. Even though she doesn't say she loves me anymore in Iroh, there's no way that vicious woman is being sincere. Just looking at her, it's obvious she still has feelings for me. She definitely does. Inside the palace, Iveria yelled, Ifrondrin, I never chose the sword, and even if I did choose the sword, how did that turn into becoming the king again? Your Majesty, the son of the Empire? Don't make me laugh. Harry sipped his tea and glanced at her. You've said that 100 times already. She retorted, only 96. Close enough. Even saying it 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Because of that person, I can't even bring myself to leave my room anymore. She recalled what she had once said. I found out who betrayed the relationship between Iroh and the Oaken Merchant Guild. So, I hope you'll accept my invitation right after the birthday party. That's what he said, but when the chaos broke out, he didn't show up. She trembled with anger. Ifrondrin, her maid suddenly rushed in, panicked, shouting, my lady, it's serious. Iveria turned her head, asking suspiciously, someone else is here? I told you to tell them the master of the divine sword isn't well and can't see anyone. Emma hesitated. About that. His Majesty the King summons you, my lady. Hearing this, Harry suggested, whatever it is, isn't the simplest way the best way? Just blow everything up and escape to another country. And we're done. The sword, Jupiter, also chimed in, Master, if you can't avoid it, just face it with confidence. At this point, you're practically the king anyway. Both of them faced Iveria and asked in unison, what do you think? What do you think? She put a hand to her forehead and sighed. You two are too extreme. She racked her brain, thinking back. After the king threw the summoning bomb into the imperial palace, even after agonizing over it for days, I still haven't come up with a solution. Iveria turned to her maid, why health? The maid interrupted, you're perfectly healthy. Don't make excuses. Iveria continued, if I say I simply don't want to go. Emma, the maid, replied fearfully, if you defy the king, you'll be charged with treason. Speechless, she slumped down. Ugh. Finally, she relented. Emma, prepare the carriage. Emma replied cheerfully, yes. The carriage then stopped in front of the royal court. Inside, the king sat in the main hall, smiling as he waited for her. She couldn't understand what was happening. No way. Why the court? Are they really going to declare me the heir right where those two are? Arguments erupted around her. There's a rule that the master of the divine sword has the greatest advantage in the succession to the throne. If there is no master of the divine sword, then the successor chosen by the king has the right to ascend. It's been that way since the founding of the nation, hasn't it? So, let's just change it now. That's right, that rule is just symbolic. It's never been enforced. Well, that's because the master of the divine sword never appeared. But now there is one, isn't there? The back-and-forth bickering caused a stir in the hall. Iveria couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was so chaotic, truly chaotic, but I still see a glimmer of the follow-the-rules faction somewhere in there. If this keeps up, not only will I not be able to retire early, but I might also get caught up in all sorts of things and become the ruler anyway. In her mind, she was already picturing herself shouldering the burden of the entire kingdom. Remembering something, her voice cut through the air. Hold on. You all have forgotten the most important procedure before this council. Everyone asked doubtfully, procedure? She replied, me. You haven't even heard from me, the person involved. Wasn't the original purpose of this meeting to discuss me becoming the ruler? Someone replied, that's right. Iveria continued, this whole thing has been wrong from the start. I will not become empress. After she finished speaking, the atmosphere became chaotic again. Someone spoke up and questioned, do you know what you're saying? Iveria frankly replied, yes, I renounce all rights of succession to the throne as the master of the divine sword. Cashin and Leiden couldn't believe their ears and widened their eyes. Cashin even stood up abruptly in surprise, saying, what in the world is she talking about? Leiden, with a strange expression, added, pretty cool, huh? Cashin looked back at him irritably. Leiden continued, she seems determined, like this position is truly a nuisance to her. Whoever becomes the ruler will just be seen as picking up the shoes she didn't even bother to wear. Cashin said uncertainly, I don't know. It won't be that easy. Many people have witnessed the appearance of the master of the divine sword. The entire empire is in an uproar over the reappearance of the progenitor, the son of this nation. They won't understand the master of the divine sword abandoning the throne. Iberia firmly asserted, I can't decide my own future based on the attitudes of others. The king stroked his chin, agreeing with her words that that's true. Then he made a suggestion. If that's the case, then how about this? The master of the divine sword will directly choose the next ruler. Inwardly, Iberia screamed, that sly old fox. The king explained to her, even if this is your viewpoint, won't people think the royal family interfered? However, if the master of the divine sword personally chooses the successor, the public will understand. After listening to the king, she looked appraisingly at the two princes. For Leiden, this must be a very suitable proposal. He was falling behind in this race, so this would be a good opportunity for him to gain the upper hand against the crown prince. But for Cashin, it was different. This would be a pointless battle for someone who had already been chosen as crown prince. The king suddenly called Cashin's name, startling him. Cashin. He asked Cashin, are you confident that you will be chosen by the master of the divine sword? Are you confident that you will win against your brother? He faced the king and resolutely replied, I am confident, your majesty. The king continued, prove to me that I wasn't wrong to choose you as my heir. Then he called Leiden. Leiden stood up in surprise. Yes, your majesty. The king pointed at him and said, if I'm wrong, then prove it, Leiden. He looked up at the king from below and resolutely replied, yes. Iberia was speechless watching the three of them. Inwardly, she trembled with frustration. I'm really being put in a position where I have no choice but to agree. Indeed, although it's a bit bothersome, but though thunder rumbled within her, Iberia forced a cheerful agreement. Yes, your majesty. I will obey your command. Iberia's face became serious. She clenched her fists. That's right. If it's about choosing an heir, I could just have them roll dice to decide. But something worried her. But Iberia recalled the emperor's words. There must be a reasonable basis for choosing the successor to the throne, mustn't there? So, how about we hold a competition between the two of them? He had produced a map and said, each small territory combined will become a large kingdom. They can demonstrate their abilities through the leadership of each small territory, the foundation of the empire. Doesn't the master of the divine sword also possess the northern territory of Iroh? He had also instructed Iberia, have the two princes act as your aides, as a sort of competition. Inwardly, she vehemently protested, no, I don't like this. The directives were issued. Point 1. For 3 months, the two princes will serve as aides and co-manage the Iroh territory. 2. After 3 months of observing the prince's abilities, the master of the divine sword will assess who is more suitable to become king. 3. The king will make his decision based on the assessment of the master of the divine sword, and the princes must obey. In the drawing room, Cashin sat in silence. The emperor quietly gazed at the scenery outside the window. He suddenly spoke, startling Cashin that I know it's difficult to accept. Still looking outside, he continued, but the situation has changed. The emperor explained to Cashin, the entire royal knights and the officials are supporting the master of the divine sword. If I give in, the throne will undoubtedly belong to her. He emphasized each word. Cashin listened silently. S.O. This is the best way for you. The emperor glanced at his son. I had already chosen you as the next king. Cashin thought differently. He was extremely uneasy. But what if the master of the divine sword chooses Leiden? Then the people will think the king made the wrong choice. Cashin's anxiety grew. They would never think that the embodiment of the founding king made an inaccurate judgment. The emperor turned and asked Cashin directly, are you confident that you will win against Leiden? Cashin quickly replied, his face still showing trace of worry. I'm not afraid to compete with him. His gaze quickly dropped as he thought of Iberia, but I'm just concerned that she's the judge. But the emperor, his father, didn't see it that way. Isn't that a good thing? He said. The emperor was always confident in his deductions. Iberia, Oberon is famous for doing anything for you, he stated firmly. But Cashin was still doubtful. So, the cards are on the table. The emperor had absolute faith in Cashin's victory. This alone was enough to silence the first prince's faction. He also added, and observe Iroh carefully. The emperor cautiously reminded his son, that place has seemed rather strange lately. You should act as an assistant while investigating the magic stones. Cashin suddenly realized something. He looked at the emperor with surprise. Could it be that his father chose Iroh as the competition location too? The emperor gave a sinister smile. He said calmly, my dear son, anything obtainable should be taken. Isn't that right? Early morning, sunlight shone upon the Iroh palace. Dragons soared through the sky, creating a whooshing sound. Iberia, riding a dragon with Harry, her eyes bright, cried out excitedly. Irel, mixed with the wind, was Iberia's joy at finally returning. The dragon landed, flapping its wings powerfully. Baron Braun came out to greet them. He hesitated, although I've heard the explanation. The Baron's eyes were fixed on Cashin and Leiden. He said, "But I never expected you to bring back such noble guests." Iberia quickly whispered to the Baron, her expression disgruntled. "It's not like I wanted to. The king ordered it, so what could I do?" The Baron disagreed, telling her, "You are the master of the divine sword. You must have a firm stance." Iberia sheepishly admitted, "I'm not higher than the king, you know." There was another reason why Iberia had to do this. She said, besides. She glanced at the two princes. Those two standing over there are the male lead and the second male lead in the novel. They're definitely talented individuals. The Baron was drowning in a mountain of work, and she feared something might happen to him. Iberia exclaimed, "Baron, please bear with it a little longer. There's just so much work." Irel is developing. So this place is really lacking talented people. Iberia laughed excitedly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Ho ho ho. So these two talented individuals have to wait for my evaluation? Well then, aren't they like slaves in my hands? I'll use them to the bone. Not only Iberia, but also the Baron was amused by this. They chuckled together. Ho 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 ho. Cashin and Leiden could only watch in bewilderment. Both Iberia and the Baron were engrossed in their conversation, forgetting their noble guest, Esso. Let's start by hearing the backlog of reports sent from the territories. I've prepared everything. We really are on the same wavelength. Cashin looked on in confusion, wondering, what are they talking about? At this time, a secretary was also investigating the civil situation. The populace, the foundation of the territory, would request solutions to arising problems. But this resolution process is extremely complicated. To grasp the intricacies of these tangled events, one must visit the scene to gather information and investigate a great deal of supplemental material. The Baron and Iberia cringed before the mountain of documents. The work of the developing Irel territory is piling up, and the only ones to handle it are me and the Baron. Their conversation revolved solely around work that I'll go to the Black Stone mining equipment installation site. Then I'll review the resolution to expand the workforce. There's so much work, so the personnel files are always overflowing. Iberia smiled brightly, announcing, "This is your first assignment." She began her lecture to Cashin and Leiden. Oh no, the heart of a ruler. You must understand the hearts of the people. You too will process these files and directly attend to the people's livelihood. She added one more instruction, causing even the calm Leiden to gape. Of course, you too must also conduct investigations. More. Leiden feigned a pitiful, bashful expression and asked, "And what's the deadline?" Cashin looked equally bewildered. "Probably within 3 months. Iberia responded with a saintly smile. There's no way." Cashin's eyes widened. He stammered, what? Iberia held out her hand. With unprecedented cheerfulness and an exuberant expression, she announced, "Of course, it's within 5 days." Her playful demeanor vanished as Iberia turned serious. You princes take governing the country as a joke? The people are eagerly awaiting our support. Both of them said in unison, "Oh." Iberia continued, or could it be? Though her expression was innocent, her words held a barbed edge. That you two aren't capable of running a country? Cashin and Leiden froze at this question. After a few seconds, they both erupted in a flurry of denials. "In no way." "Right?" Waiting for just this reaction, Iberia cheerfully delegated, "Then I'll leave it to you two." Finally having some free time, Iberia went to see her close friend, Riss. Riss was working at the time. Seeing Iberia appear, Riss teared up and said, Iberia." Iberia rushed over, worried. "Oh my, what's wrong? Did something happen? I heard about it." Riss sadly blamed herself. "It's because my father suddenly burst in. That's why everything became so chaotic afterwards." Iberia quickly offered a gentle, reassuring smile that, "Oh no, it's not your fault. He told me, from the beginning, not to bring Jupiter along. That guy's aura is just... Besides, the fact that the Holy Sword was revealed is actually..." Iberia immediately pictured Cashin and Leiden diligently working. "Thanks to that, we have 2 excellent runners." Iberia stepped closer, looking at the mess, and the 2 princes sprawled on the floor. She asked Baron Braun, "What is this?" Baron Braun chuckled, pleased. They finished processing all the documents within 3 days, so they just collapsed from exhaustion. Iveria was surprised, although I did intentionally give them a workload that should have taken 5 days to complete. Looking at Cashin and Leiden sleeping soundly, she marveled, talented people truly are talented. Iveria pondered, a thought forming in her mind that their work efficiency so much higher because they're competing in the same space. Just then, the two princes woke up, adjusting their clothes. They greeted her Miss Iveria. Cashin grinned, confidently declaring, "Humph, you came to see for yourself, huh? So what do you think? This amount of work is nothing to us." Iveria gasped dramatically, "Oh really? Well then," she beamed, in that case, I'll give you two the same amount of documents again." Before she even finished her sentence, the prince's faces paled. "I'm sure you two can finish it within 3 days, right? I'll leave it to you." Iveria recounted the events to Riss, smiling as she said, "Everything's been resolved, so please tell your father not to worry anymore." Riss asked dreamily, "Really?" Iveria added, and also, she expressed her sincere gratitude to Riss. "I'm also indebted to the elf village. You even gave me a brooch." The promotional strategy using Harry and Archibald as models had been a huge success in the capital's market. Because orders were pouring in, it was difficult for Riss to handle everything alone. Iveria continued, causing Riss, who was drinking water, to pause. "But I've assigned the villagers as intermediaries. So, Riss," Iveria began, recounting the details of the information she had gathered. "They requested a mold engraved with the family crest to be used for making brooches. Once they receive the mold from the artisan, the villagers will pour the solution into it. That's how the magic stones with the family crest are made." Riss chuckled in amusement as they clinked their glasses together. "It's a win-win situation, isn't it? And the cost is quite reasonable, too." Iveria took a hearty sip, her eyes lighting up. "This tea is delicious." Iveria suddenly hesitated, starting to speak, so... Then she smiled brightly and asked, "Are you free tonight?" Iveria beamed. "Free? More like I've pushed all my work onto those 2 slave princes." Riss giggled. "Great. Something to do as adults, then." Night fell. 2 guards stood watch before the palace gates. One knight yawned widely. "I'm so sleepy. When's our shift change?" His fellow guard replied, A faint rustling sound reached their ears. The yawning guard asked, "What was that?" The other replied, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard something move." Both guards suddenly became alert. "Did you see something?" Nearby, Iveria, Riss, and Emma, hidden in the shadows, startled slightly, their hearts pounding. Once the coast was clear, Iveria breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew." Riss grinned. "Good. Let's go." Someone picked the lock, a clicking sound echoing in the night. The timid Emma kept asking, "Are you sure this is okay?" Riss, completely calm, replied, "With the Lord as our accomplice, who would dare say anything about the master of the divine sword?" Riss calmly reassured Emma, "Don't worry. Just enjoy it." Emma still sounded apprehensive. "Accomplice? I'm being dragged into this too." A final click sounded. "Oh, it's open." Riss spread her arms wide and proclaimed, "This is the treasure vault." It appeared to be a wine cellar. Inside, a vast collection of fine wines was displayed. Riss's eyes crinkled in a smile. "Just as beautiful as the rumors said, right?" Riss declared, "Let the secret heist commence. Now let's start raiding." Iveria cheered, "Hurrah." Only Emma trailed behind them, helpless. Hey, who knows what those 3 girls were up to? A wine bottle rolled across the floor. Riss, completely drunk, mumbled to herself as she uncorked another bottle. "My wine. I won't share a single drop." Riss's cheeks were flushed, as if she were ill, her expression vacant. Behind her, Iveria slowly stood up. She stumbled forward aimlessly. Iveria watched with wide eyes. Staggering, Iveria walked outside, muttering to herself, "I need to go to bed." Inside her room, the light was still on. Leiden sat deep in thought at his desk. Occasionally, a creaking sound could be heard. Leiden rubbed his shoulders, sighing, "This work never ends, does it?" Just then, Iveria's mischievous hand reached out. Iveria giggled, the alcohol making her act even more strangely. She whispered him. Leiden jumped, recoiling. Then he exclaimed, "You startled me, Lady Oberon." Iveria mumbled, "Hello, Prince." Her intoxication led her to ask a nonsensical question. "What are you doing in my room at this hour?" Leiden looked confused. "Your room? This is..." But Leiden's eyes seemed to realize something. He rested his chin on his hand, asking, "Are you drunk?" Iveria muttered, "Wine." As if anyone who's drunk would admit it, Iveria denied it. "I did drink, but I'm not drunk." Leiden chuckled in exasperation. "That you're definitely drunk." Iveria stood dumbfounded in the room. Leiden looked at her with concern. Isn't there anyone else? Who did you drink with? Iveria honestly recounted the events to Leiden, with Emma and then Rafaz. Suddenly, he asked, where did you get the alcohol? Iveria, already inebriated, spilled everything in the Baron's treasure vault. Lots of alcohol. Leiden's face went blank. He asked, did he give you permission? Hearing his question, Iveria proudly recounted it, as if it were a great feat. I stole it. Emma and Rafaz, too. Leiden's eyes widened. Stole it. Unable to let Iveria stay with him, Leiden sighed. Good grief. Wait here. Leiden stood up, instructing Iveria to stay put for the time being, and said, I'll call someone to come get you. Iveria's eyes went wide, and she said loudly, I don't want to. Leiden was shocked, his mouth agape. What? Iveria ran to the corner of the room. I'll sleep here. I'll sleep on the bed. Leiden displayed a panicked expression. What? Leiden tried to stop her or no. He reached out as if to grab Iveria. But he was unsuccessful. She had already launched herself on a Leiden's bed. Ugh, Leiden said frankly, a little annoyed. If you're sleepy, you can sleep on the couch in the living room. Iveria nuzzled her cheek into the soft pillow, replying drunkenly, No, I don't want to. Leiden was helpless, sighing, Stay here. He looked at Iveria sprawled on his bed, wondering, what kind of test is this? Hearing this, Iveria asked cluelessly, Huh? What test? Leiden reassured himself. Well, surely that's not it, right? Then Leiden slapped his face, his expression clearly exasperated. But he couldn't leave things like this. Leiden quickly said, Absolutely do not leave here. I'll call someone right away. Iveria mumbled incoherently, her eyes drooping, gradually falling asleep. As quick as a flash, she was sound asleep on Leiden's bed, even snoring contentedly. Leiden walked out, the door clicking shut. Iveria's sleeping face was still incredibly beautiful. Her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, making her look even more adorable than usual. Iveria remained still, eyes closed, her face peaceful, but inside, she was wrestling with a whirlwind of emotions. I'm going crazy. She recalled Leiden's face, feeling like she wanted to slap herself awake. Why do I remember everything? She vividly remembered Leiden's expression at the time, thinking, and I even remember that pointless conversation too. Why'd it have to be that room? Tears welled up as Iveria lamented. He definitely thinks I'm a crazy woman. At that moment, a voice called out to her, Are you awake? Harry had arrived. He was standing at the door, waiting for Iveria to wake up. Huh? Harry? Harry seemed a little annoyed, his voice sharp. Do you recognize anyone now? Iveria sat up in a daze, asking, What happened? I remember falling asleep in Leiden's room. Harry roared angrily, gripping Iveria's hands tightly. What happened? I should be asking you what happened. Being shaken so hard, Iveria felt like she was getting drunk again. Stop shaking me. After a moment, she suddenly remembered her two close friends. What about Rafaz and Emma? Harry replied curtly, I'm sure they're busy. Harry tried to warn Iveria, don't hang out with those kinds of friends anymore. She replied nonchalantly, giggling, we were doing it together. Harry sat on the bed, his hand gently twirling strands of Iveria's hair. They're just a bad influence on you. Iveria deflected. Oh, my head. Harry gently touched Iveria's ear, and she looked over, flustered. Iveria turned her face, pressing her cheek against his ear, giggling, This unexpected action made Harry blush with embarrassment. Hey, what are you doing? Are you still drunk? Iveria squeezed her eyes shut, replying reflexively. She'd only spoken a simple word, but it made Harry's heart pound. This healthy drink makes me feel good. Iveria turned again, smiling shyly. Let me borrow your hand for a bit. She remembered last night's events and asked Harry, but what happened last night anyway? He hemmed and hawed last night, huh? Even before recounting the events, anger was evident on Harry's face. At that time, the person Leiden went to find help from was Harry. Harry coldly replied to Leiden, What did you say? Then he recounted to Iveria, that prince said you were sleeping in his room. Hearing this, Iveria sat up abruptly, asking in alarm, Wait, were you in my room at that time? And what time was it? Harry responded with a nod. She cried out in embarrassment. We can't do that yet. Harry, unfazed, asked why. He further emphasized to a stunned Iveria, My bed, my books, my shoes, they were all in your room. After all, Harry held Iveria's hand, his voice softening. I belong to you, so it's only natural that I'm in there. Iveria gritted her teeth and said, That's when you were a dog. Sir Harry of the Knights can't do that. She tried to explain her thoughts. When you were a dog, it was fine if you stayed by my side all day or even slept with me, but now you're human. What will other people say? Iveria frowned, reproaching him. Harry said you'd sleep in your own room. Why did you come to me last night? Harry stood up, and Iveria's eyes followed him. He grabbed a nearby pillow. Then Harry looked at Iveria and asked, Iveria, are you curious why this pillow is here? No, right? Because it's in its rightful place. It turned out Harry was trying to persuade Iveria that he, too, was in his rightful place, by her side. Iveria looked at him and asked, don't you want to do anything else? Meaning, besides things related to her. Silence filled the room after Iveria's question. She became serious, expressing, I don't want to be Harry's everything. Harry asked anxiously why. Do you feel pressured? Iveria answered firmly no. Her delicate hand reached out. Iveria cupped Harry's cheek, gently saying, I want Harry to be able to try more things in this place. Harry softly replied, in this place. Hearing Iveria's words, Harry looked at her blankly. Iveria immediately understood that vacant look. He didn't understand. So she tried a different approach. Harry, what did you do when you first came to the human world? Harry murmured, repeating the first time. He pictured that time, his eyes filled with a ruthless, competitive spirit. I went to the battlefield, I think. I killed and killed. Iveria understood a little and asked, because that's what the contractor wanted, right? She continued, what about this time? Iveria looked at Harry and smiled gently, her eyes full of affection that I don't expect anything from Harry, not since the fire incident. Harry asked, bewildered, but you stopped me from doing a lot of things. Iveria chuckled, except for those things. She emphasized her point. Harry just needs to do what he wants. Hearing this, Harry just stood silently, saying nothing. Suddenly, Harry's eyes dropped. His hair obscured them, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. His hands curled into tight fists. Iveria gently placed her hand on top of his. She leaned her head against his and whispered, I wish Harry could live an ordinary life like everyone else. She emphasized her desire, adding, not because of any pact. Iveria maintained her gentle demeanor, coaxing him. Can you think of it as coming to this world to spend some time with me, your friend? Harry seemed to disagree slightly. Friend, outside, rain began to fall, the pitter-patter a pleasant sound. The downpour swept across the Iral Palace. Iveria reflexively glanced out the window. At that moment, Harry abruptly confessed, I don't like it. Iveria, confused, asked, don't like what? Harry nodded, stating frankly, I don't like being friends with you. Iveria seemed not to grasp the implication of his words. Thinking he was criticizing her, she crossed her arms defensively and retorted, why? What kind of friend is better than me? Still misunderstanding, she pressed on, I'm saying this because I'm worried about you. Suddenly, Harry brought his face close. Iveria startled, flustered, and only managed to say, but you. Harry gently kissed her lips. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she remained still, letting him kiss her. Harry kissed her lightly and then looked at her. Then he said casually, friends don't do this. Harry sat up, chuckling teasingly as Iveria remained stunned. Isn't that right? His actions shifted Iveria's surprise to anger. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and glared. The rain poured down, but her yell was still audible. Get away from me. Iveria's attitude only seemed to amuse Harry further. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Heavy rain fell, dark clouds gathering and obscuring a portion of the sky. Iveria, grinning broadly, held a stack of documents and asked, what's this? Cashin and Leiden stared, replying, well, it's documents. Cashin sensed something unusual and chuckled nervously. What's going on? Is that all? Iveria enjoyed his expression, laughing, ho ho. She pointed at the map, explaining briskly, you've both been dealing with public welfare issues lately, so I'm sure you've grasped the situation in the territory, right? The preparation stage is complete, so now it's time for us to really get down to business. Iveria smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming. Now, here's the issue. Like a seasoned teacher, she pointed suddenly at a bewildered Cashin. But what's the most pressing issue in Iral right now? Cashin was slightly startled, but managed to answer. It's the dikes, right? Iveria praised him. Ding dong, correct. Then she continued her explanation calmly. In Iral, the rainy season comes twice a year. Because the rain is concentrated in one period, the volume of water is enormous. The map became a helpful visual aid as she presented. There's a small river that flows through this area. But because there are no proper flood barriers, it floods every rainy season, turning the forest into a swamp and the village into a flood zone. The damage from the early spring rainy season hasn't even been fully repaired, and now the autumn rainy season is coming to cause more harm. Next, it was Leiden's turn. Iveria asked abruptly, so, what does the Crown Prince think about this problem? Leiden calmly stepped forward and replied, I think differently. Cashin asked in bewilderment. Is there another way besides the dike? Leiden confidently strode forward. Let's broaden our perspective. He pointed at the map, Irol, located downstream. His hand moved skillfully across the map as Leiden clearly presented his idea. If we follow the river upstream, we'll reach Count Bol Moran's territory. He looked at Iveria with confidence. Although the rainy season has arrived across the country, other territories haven't suffered any damage. Iveria chuckled softly and replied, well, they're upstream after all. They don't care how much damage we suffer. It's like bombing. Upstream throws it down to midstream, midstream throws it down to downstream, and Irol, being downstream, has nowhere left to throw it, so boom. Leiden continued his explanation. The fundamental solution lies upstream. Cashin furrowed his brow in disapproval. Humph, that's not practical at all. If it could be resolved upstream, we wouldn't need a dike in the first place. The two began to argue, but the upstream villages can't just order us around. That's why we need to cooperate. Iveria, standing between them, intervened. Princes, please stop arguing. The best way to determine victory or defeat is to put into action. So, Iveria pointed at both of them and said, you both do it. Cashin and Leiden exclaimed in unison. Huh, what? Iveria stopped laughing and spoke seriously. Cooperate with Count Balmorn's territory to build a reservoir, and also build a dike ourselves for defense. Both methods are necessary. She held up 2 fingers, declaring, this is the second test. Iveria continued to explain, each of you implement your own strategy to prevent the river from causing damage. Leiden got straight to the point. What about the budget? Iveria was incredibly generous. Feel free to receive according to your capabilities, although it won't be easy to create a plan that Marquis and Seksha will accept. Iveria's voice echoed in the room, so she smiled brightly, clenched her fist, and encouraged them both. Do your best. Iveria's hand lightly flipped through the documents. Due to the lack of budget justification, I've requested supplementary data. The Crown Prince hasn't arrived yet, the aide announced. He hasn't arrived? She asked. Iveria stared intently at the documents, thinking to herself, so the budget doesn't seem to be among the items that need consideration. Iveria considered very carefully if the dike is increased, the cost will naturally increase as well. Hope filled her heart. If I can reach an agreement with the Crown Prince, I can reduce some of the expenses, so I've pushed both of them. Putting down the documents, Iveria crossed her arms and pondered. I wonder what they're thinking. The piled-up work made Iveria a little tired. She rubbed her head. Anyway, it turned out that Iveria was feeling guilty towards the Baron. She gave an embarrassed laugh. I apologize for changing the warehouse. The Baron replied with a tone that didn't match his current attitude. What? I didn't say anything. Iveria chuckled and said, it's a used goods transaction anyway, so we'll fill the warehouse back up when we're done. The Baron sighed, his face dejected. The dwarves' place is the same. Iveria tried to reassure him. We promised everyone, so don't worry. Outside, the rain continued to pour down like a waterfall. Suddenly, the Baron threw open the door and urgently called out, My lady. Seeing the Baron's panicked demeanor, Iveria asked, Baron, what's the matter? He reported, the rainy season has arrived, my lady. Iveria also began to panic, but summer isn't over yet. The rainy season in Irol usually falls in spring or autumn. Since we've already experienced summer in Guangdong, I thought we still had plenty of time. The river is flowing rapidly, and there's occasional rumbling, so the dike construction hasn't been completed yet. The Baron reported the situation to temporarily reassure Iveria. The knights are building a temporary dike at Wyvern. Good work, but the problem is, right at that moment, Cashin and Leiden were also rushing over. Slightly worried but still affirmed, of course. The horses' hooves thudded against the already soaked ground. The 4 of them rode with all their might, galloping quickly. Iveria was extremely worried. Because of the rain, she couldn't see anything at all. She pictured the map in her mind. The river was divided into 2, one section flowing past the houses and the other flowing straight into the forest. Normally, both areas have dikes, but because of the limited time, I can only choose one. If we evacuate everyone and let the water flood the houses, there's no guarantee everyone will be safe. But if I abandon the forest, collecting black resin in the near future will be impossible. Most of the new clients were acquired through previous advertisements. If I violate the delivery deadlines, worries piled up, making Iveria feel distressed and uneasy. She cried, thinking to herself, I might lose all my clients. Finally, they stopped their horses. They had arrived. Seeing Iveria jump down from her horse, Leiden blurted out, Hey, be careful. Iveria quickly drew her divine sword. and raised the small blade high, reciting the incantation aloud. Jupiter, Halo. The dragons were still soaring. On duty, the river continued to roar, and some wooden planks had cracked from the strong current. Wyvern lowered its head, its eyes gleaming. The people were equally panicked. Iveria looked at the scene before her, unsure of how to react, how to best handle the situation. The Baron spoke, advising her, "My lady, you need to choose." He emphasized, if you don't focus on one side, you won't be able to save both. He reiterated the two choices to Iveria, the houses or the Black Forest. Both are important, but there's only one choice. Please, make your decision, my lady. Iveria closed her eyes. She quickly gave the order without hesitation. Abandon the forest. Protect the houses. The heavy rain forced Iveria to shout with all her might. Baron, quickly move all the manpower from the forest to the residential area. I'll go down and give instructions. Iveria suddenly realized. Harry's presence here surprised Iveria immensely. She asked, "Aren't you in Wami?" "Harry, help out too." Harry spoke, utterly serious. "If you ask me, I can save both." He looked at her and smiled. "Have you forgotten something?" Harry reminded her, and Iveria's eyes widened with astonishment at each word he uttered. Like perhaps a certain powerful demon. Overwhelmed with emotions, Iveria heard Harry's words and immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Harry!" Iveria took Harry's hand, her expression troubled. "Why didn't I think of you sooner?" She was incredibly respectful towards Harry, and despite his close relationship with her, she politely requested, "Please help me keep this place from being washed away by the river." Harry quickly replied, "Understood." He lightly kissed Iveria's hand, and with a smile said, "This dog will do as his master commands." Harry began to use magic. A blue light appeared. It quickly spread through the air. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on controlling his power. Then he opened his eyes, silently watching, his gaze softly lowered. Harry looked at Iveria. Worry still gripped her mind, her face tense. Cashin and Leiden also watched Harry in astonishment. There was a rumbling sound. The river, the raging current gradually disappeared. The surface of the water became calm again, and cheers erupted. The river is evaporating. Witnessing the miraculous scene created by magical power, the onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. They exclaimed, "Oh my God, the water, it's gradually disappearing." Harry stepped out from the blue aura. That legendary sorcerer? Iveria anxiously called his name. "Harry!" She was so worried she choked up. "Hiccuy, you startled me." She said happily, "Harry, you're amazing. It's truly like a miracle, but your face is so pale." He cheerfully called her name. "Iveria, don't be too surprised." She replied doubtfully, "Yes." Harry placed his hand on Iveria's cheek, comforting her. "It's just from using a lot of magic." His action made her heart race. In that moment, Harry collapsed onto her shoulder from exhaustion. She cried out in alarm. "Harry!" Later, in the mansion, the doctor examined Harry and told Iveria he's fine. She asked anxiously, "Ow!" The doctor said awkwardly, "No matter how much I examine him, I can't find anything wrong. He's just tired and sleeping." Iveria angrily called out, "Baron." He replied hesitantly, "Yes. Didn't I tell you to bring a proper doctor?" The previous doctor, being dragged out the door, cried out indignantly, "Hick, I'm telling the truth." But the doctors who were summoned later all gave the same diagnosis. "Aha, this is the first time I've seen such a healthy body." The female doctor also said in bewilderment, "What? He's so healthy. Why would he need medicine?" After that, they all came to the same conclusion. He's just that healthy. Iveria still couldn't believe it and cried, "But I can't accept this." Seeing her like this, Leiden reminded her, "Be careful, he's still sick." She said to Leiden through her tears. He continued, "Is the sorcerer with the blue flames?" She agreed, continuing, "It's like the flames that remained in Seza. But if it wasn't that, there's no other power that could create such a miracle. It's like going against the principles of the gods." Leiden looked at Iveria, distraught by Harry's bedside, sighed, and turned away. As he left, he didn't forget to remind her, just pray for him to recover. Even if he's hurt, he won't die. His name was called in the dark, Harry. The days just kept passing by, one after another. Like that, all the doctors said there was nothing wrong, so he must be recovering his strength. He said so himself before he fainted. Iveria reassured herself. "Yes, it's like charging a phone battery. Don't cry." She spoke to the unconscious Harry. "I didn't want to wish for this in the beginning. Although satisfying needs and recharging energy seem different. Please wake up, Harry." She kissed his lips and prayed silently. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." A knock on the door interrupted her emotions. She asked angrily, "What is it?" The Baron said to her, "It seems the rainy season is about to begin again. Thanks to Harry, both places now have dikes. Thank you both very much. That's such a relief." Iveria asked him, "Has the rainy season ever come this early before?" The Baron replied, "No, sometimes there's a difference of a week or two, but this is the first time there's been such a big difference." She asked suspiciously, "Is this simply due to the capriciousness of nature, or is there another reason? But is there a difference between this rainy season and the last one?" He thought for a moment and then answered her question. "Different if there's a difference. Come to think of it, their direction is very strange." "Direction? How?" The Baron explained. "Rain clouds always travel from north to south, but this time it's the opposite. The timing is also faster than usual. It's not a simple natural phenomenon." Iveria asked further, "What's in the direction of the clouds?" He went over to the large map and explained to her, "Everything is normal. This is a map of the entire continent. This is Irel, right? By Irel standards, the rain clouds should be coming from the other side, heading straight south. There's the headquarters of the Mages Association and the Zasso Tower. Zasso Tower has existed since before the other nations were formed. Everything is hidden, so people rumored that it was created by the gods. On the day the tower collapsed, people believed the end of the world would come soon. But legends are just legends. Now the tower has been turned into an observatory. I know a lot about the tower. The last scene in the original story, Lady Catherine, is on top of Zasso Tower. The male lead said he would love the female lead until the tower collapsed. King Cashin ended with a vow of eternal love to Catherine. A happy ending, perfect. But instead, Iveria voiced her opinion to the Baron. "I'm really suspicious of the Mages Association. They're very interested in controlling the weather. Agriculture is one of the most important industries, so success or failure depends on the weather. But weather is the domain of the gods." The Baron agreed with her. That's right. They think each of them is the closest person to God. Therefore, they believe they can do the things God always does. They believe in that. That's their idea of controlling the weather. Of course, they've never succeeded, so things are getting more and more dangerous. She stood up from her chair, looked towards the Baron, and continued, "We must find out if there have been any such experiments recently." He worriedly said to Iveria, "They won't tell the truth." She had also thought of that, so she said to the Baron, "Of course, we'll use measures to make them talk. Then, obtaining information, whether I commission it or not, isn't exactly pleasant. I can't pay as much as when I was in Ryawap." She confidently asserted, "We'll ask the #1 slave prince. If so, Luke will also work for free." The Baron fell into deep thought, then analyzed the situation for her. If it truly is the mage's doing, it will be very difficult because they are his biggest clients. Telling the truth will have a huge impact on the continent. Iveria, after hearing this, slammed her hand on the table angrily and said loudly, "But our people almost died. We absolutely cannot ignore this." He strongly agreed with her. "That's right, I can't just let it go like this either." This is the related content. Although you tried your best to join, there were too many eyes and ears. Following the Baron's words, she suddenly remembered and said, "Harry, right? There's really no other way, as it's a big issue." He confirmed the phenomenon of that day. That place is completely dried up. Even the upper reaches of the river are the same. That's an incredibly immense power. There are many rumors about his identity. They say it could be the legendary mage or descendant of a god. She asked for his opinion. What does the Baron think? He uncertainly replied to Iveria, "Normally, of course, he wouldn't be a descendant of a god, right?" Hearing that, she laughed loudly, unconcerned, and said, "Then let them ask him directly." After that, she thought, if it's Harry, he'll be happy and then go around bragging about it. She recalled his previous boastful appearance. "Did you see my power? It's totally awesome, right?" At that time, she just absent-mindedly replied to him, "This time it really is awesome." He happily told her, "That's the blue flame of Theo Harris." Currently, she felt very regretful and promised herself, "Next time, I'll listen to you, even if you talk for hours." Then, she silently prayed for him, "Wake up, Harry." At a place ravaged by the previous heavy rain, Leiden asked Iveria in surprise, "Looking for me? But what are you doing?" She replied to him with a cold attitude, "Can't you tell by looking? I'm restoring the damage caused by the flood with everyone." He didn't know what to say, looking at her with admiration. "You really are always beyond my expectations." She replied indifferently, "Is that so?" Leiden asked her again about her request. "The Mages Association, surely not?" She also replied uncertainly, "I still have doubts. What if something appears? he exclaimed upon hearing this. How? Iveria continued to ask. Are you a good friend of the prince? He awkwardly denied it. Not me, but Luke. She teased Leiden. Either way, we need both of you. He said irritably. You're good with words, huh? She readily admitted. I've heard that from many people. Finally, he surrendered to Iveria's shamelessness and agreed. All right, I'm also curious, so I'll look into it first, but not for free. She asked back, asking for a price. He admitted to her, I need money. Saying that, he felt awkward, as if he were taking pocket money from a child. He explained to her, it's not for personal use. What I want is for you to recalculate the project budget. I had planned to build a dike upstream and midstream, but the Baron rejected it. This is thanks to Yingu. You know this will be troublesome, right? She didn't know who he was talking about and asked him, confused, Yingu. He chuckled and said, Jupiter and Halo, I asked you to write the proposal with me. Leiden excitedly invited her. So, no one will know if we put our names on it, right? She firmly refused, no. But this scene made her think, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Seeing her refusal, he anxiously explained, how can we skip this? This is the king's proficiency test, so you have to do it yourself. A king should use their talents appropriately. It's not about using everyone, just reinforcing it. Finally, he looked at her pleadingly. I need your help. Stunned by Leiden's emotions, she asked, Your Highness, do you want to be king? He asked back, surprised. You think it's okay? She replied, equally surprised. I've never heard you talk about this before. He explained, talking about this is treason. She denied, I didn't mean it like that. She recalled, this is just a story in a novel. In the original story, Leiden never expressed any ambition to become king. He just wanted to survive, and becoming king was merely a means to that end. However, if there's another reason, would he still want to be king then? Leiden confessed helplessly. I don't want to die. Doesn't that sound pathetic? I plan to become king, but I have no dreams. But after all, I do everything just to live. I've never thought about living for others. Iveria also said to Leiden, I don't want to be king. He hesitated and said, fine, but I do. This is the first time I've said such words. So please cooperate with me. Isn't it unfair if only one person gives and only one person receives? Seeing his poor state, she offered, I'll give you some advice. Leiden interrupted her and said, although it's a pity, well then, shall we get back to work? She silently looked at him, thinking, actually, I really want to say that he would be the most suitable person to be king. In the original story, Cashin becomes king. He's a good king who brings peace and tranquility to the country. So what he wants is just the correct answer. The question is just an excuse to test me. He saw that she still showed no signs of moving. So he urged, what's wrong? Aren't you going? Finally, Iveria thought comfortably. Just let everything flow naturally. Back at the mansion, she sat by Harry's bedside and whispered affectionately, how long are you going to sleep, Harry? Recharge your batteries quickly. Come on, wake up. Suddenly, her hand was grasped tightly by him. She screamed in alarm. Harry. He flipped her over and pinned her down on the bed. Iveria looked at him, asking suspiciously, are you awake? Harry looked at her with emotionless eyes. She watched him. Those eyes, it seemed he still wasn't fully awake, because he can't see blood. Even when he's not fully awake, he's like this. Suddenly, Harry bent down and bit her neck, startling her into crying out, "Da-da!" Angrily, she grabbed his hair and yelled, I told you I didn't like it, she scolded. Harry, you're a jerk. He suddenly came to Doe. She asked suspiciously what. He sat up straight, looked at Iveria, and asked in a panicked voice, Iveria. What's going on? She joyfully and loudly reproached him. You idiot. I told you to do it when you were awake. You heartless jerk. Harry didn't understand what was happening. Seeing her cry, he asked in a trembling voice, what's wrong? Who made you cry? Was it me? Her voice shook with tears as she scolded him. You hit your head and turned into a dog. What? Why, you meanie? He hesitantly reached out, touched her cheek, and wiped away a tear, comforting her. If you cry, I don't know what to do. It's like someone stabbed a hole in my chest. His current mood was truly strange. Hearing this, she said, I'm sorry. Her apology made him cry out in alarm. Oh, why are you apologizing? Iveria continued self-reproachfully. I made so many wishes. That's why Harry has to overwork himself like this. He disagreed, saying what? Wishing is your right. She explained to him, now we're not in a contract relationship anymore, but we're lovers now. Harry can do whatever he wants. So I made a wish as your master. Seeing Harry's silence, Iveria urged him anxiously, say something. Her mind felt very confused. This is so embarrassing. He suddenly kissed her cheek. Startled, she looked at him, her hand rising to touch the spot where he had just kissed her. He said to her in a gentle voice, I want to make all your wishes come true. I like being asked by you. Touched, she scolded him. You're such an idiot. Harry continued to express himself. I don't know. I just like you. She said helplessly, you really are an idiot. As if thinking of something, Harry suddenly blushed and said, Oh, Ivy, I suddenly want to do this. She asked him vaguely. Do what? He bravely said, something friends can't do. Iveria was astonished, meeting Harry's gaze. She asked him in surprise, right now, do you want to kiss? Seeing Iveria's adorable expression, he couldn't help but lean closer and tease her, asking, Now. Then Harry moved closer and closer to Iveria. He carefully touched her toes as if touching a precious treasure. Harry gently touched his nose to hers. Iveria blushed shyly at the intimate contact. Then, without hesitation, she embraced Harry tightly, sighing inwardly. Being with him is truly the best. At night, the atmosphere was quiet, filled only with soft breathing. The room was dimly lit by the hanging lamp and the moonlight streaming in from outside. Iveria leaned against Harry's shoulder, enjoying the peaceful feeling of being next to the one she loved. Everything is back to normal now, right? She thought to herself. The first time we kissed, I was completely frozen. According to Harris, he shyly rubbed his head, showing off his accomplishment. Do you think it was good? I studied really hard. She asked in surprise, studied? He innocently replied, yeah, the things men and women do. Iveria thought, gritting her teeth, and emphasized studied how. Harris cheerfully replied, I studied with Emma. It's a secret, she muttered through clenched teeth. Emma, unable to bear it any longer, Iveria decided to get out of bed. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are you okay? At this moment, Harris realized something was amiss and started to panic. Iveria, what's wrong? Are you angry? Seeing her silent, he anxiously called out again, Hey, Iveria. She looked at him with a cold gaze, an aura of stay away radiating from her. No, this is my problem, so please don't worry about it. After that, she resolutely turned and left, deliberately slamming the door on her way out. After leaving the room, Iveria slumped down and yelled, Ack. She ruffled her hair in frustration, thinking, right, I have no right to be angry. Even though that demon is my dog, if he wants to do something with someone else, I can't stop him. It's just that I was mistaken myself as a special existence to Harry. She blushed crimson with embarrassment, covering her face with her hands to calm herself. Ugly, so embarrassing. If Harry knew, he'd laugh in my face. Iveria recalled the time she leaned her head against Harris's, saying, I hope Harry can live a normal life like everyone else. Do you want to make friends with humans? Yet, now she felt jealous and wanted to keep Harris to herself. She told herself, I'm just a companion to fulfill his needs. Honestly, I'm just like a lunchbox. The image of herself turning into a rice roll popped into Iveria's head. She cried out in a panic. If he's as arrogant as Harry, he wouldn't like a lunchbox, right? The image of Harris holding her in her lunchbox form appeared in her mind, and she said, be friends with me. The more Iveria thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Now, red as a tomato, she lamented, ugly, so embarrassing. A gentle voice rang out. Once upon a time, there was a great wizard who ended his adventure and left the Black Forest. And a long time after that, when the adventure was still a legend, a descendant inheriting his talent appeared and saved Ariel from danger. Iveria held the descriptive painting in her hand and said with a smile, I'll say it like that. Now the rumors are spreading, so I can't hide it anymore. Harris asked excitedly, so, can I use magic? Iveria replied casually, yes, it's up to you. After her reply, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Iveria turned to look at him in confusion. Harris anxiously asked her, why aren't you looking at me? Are you treating me like this because I didn't kiss you well last time? She stood up and asked him back, when did I say that? Well, I'll go explain this to the Baron. After saying that, she resolutely left without. Looking back, Harris, noticing her strange behavior, could only frown in silence. By now, Iveria had run out of the room, her face buried as she leaned against the wall. Iveria thought sadly, I'm still so angry when I see his face. The next day, the rumor that the descendant of the mage had saved Ariel spread far and wide. When Baron and Seisha heard that Harris would be staying for no particular reason, his jaw dropped in surprise. Not long after, a polite boy bowed and introduced himself. I am Zero, the head of the Mages Association. I've come to meet the descendant of a mage. And that boy was indeed Zero. A servant whispered in Iveria's ear, this person is very persistent. He won't leave easily. Hearing this, Iveria sighed, this is so troublesome. Zero continued to approach Iveria. Harris haughtily told the boy, I won't talk to you. Zero, startled, replied, I haven't even said anything yet. You're going to ask me to teach you magic, aren't you? Harris folded his arms, emphasizing each word. Absolutely not, he said angrily. In research, too. Go away. I won't agree. Zero didn't give up, thinking, but if that's the case. Iveria, watching the scene, chuckled to herself. It seems like he's not in a very good mood. Zero, still focused on persuading Harris, blurted out, You haven't even heard my offer yet, have you? I promised to provide you with the best position. Hearing this, Harris sighed impatiently. Then he walked over and hugged Iveria from behind, firmly stating, I can't go anywhere because I belong to this person. This unexpected statement shocked Zero, who exclaimed, What? Iveria, afraid of a misunderstanding, quickly explained, No assistant. He's my assistant. Zero asked in surprise, Oh, assistant? So, until when is your contract? She responded, flustered, Let me see, I'll have to check to be sure. Then, Iveria frowned and pinched his ear, whispering, Harris, cooperate with me a little. Zero, determined to have Harris no matter how long it took, declared, Then I'll pick him up as soon as the contract expires. Harris pondered silently for a moment. A moment later, he slowly said, For my entire life. I'll be hers for my entire life. His words stunned Iveria into silence. Even Zero was left speechless. He stammered yes. Elsewhere, Zero secretly reported to a mysterious person, I failed. The person exclaimed, Failed? You said you had enough to satisfy him. He clenched his fists angrily, That's right. He's clearly been brainwashed. He's acting like a lovesick fool. An image flashed in Zero's mind of Harris obediently wagging his tail and saying to Iveria, Master, I agree to sign a lifetime contract with you. She praised him happily, good job. Zero exploded in frustration, what? He even said he'd be a lifelong slave, and he was smiling stupidly. He's clearly not in his right mind. The communication orb flickered, and the person on the other side replied, Oh my God, that's terrifying. Zero yelled, This can't be ignored. The other person agreed, That's right, I support you 100%. Zero declared resolutely, I will definitely find a way to help him. By now it was bright outside. Zero roared fiercely, I definitely won't return until I save him. The only thought in his head was, I will definitely save him from her. Narration If you infuse mana into a promise, you're bound to it for life until it's fulfilled. The person on the other side of the orb couldn't believe he'd go this far and said, trembling, Zero, to save that person, you went this far? This noble act can't continue. Meanwhile, he was out of breath from all the yelling, now leaning over, panting. At the same time, in the study, Cashin and Leiden were working when Iveria entered and greeted them. Hello, everyone. Is everything all right? As soon as she entered, her eyes were drawn to something. It was the stacks of paperwork, the work that the two of them had already completed. Seeing this, Iveria happily thought to herself, directly witnessing the damage caused by the flood has become good motivation, hasn't it? I'm just trying to find a better solution. Then she stepped forward and asked Leiden, Is everything going well? He replied, I'm preparing to negotiate with Belmont. If we want to get the budget from the Baron, we have to do this first. If we set a budget, we'll be constrained financially and might not even be able to carry it out. Spending on restoring the flood damage will cost a lot of money. Leiden continued, So first, after negotiating with Belmont, I'll make a clear plan. Iveria suggested, the more specific, the better compared to before. And also, she said, turning to Cashin. He asked, puzzled, What is it? She looked at the stack of papers on his desk and asked, although considering the design is good, what about the budget? Iveria thought to herself, although I've wanted to ask about this before, why didn't you care about the budget from the beginning? Leiden was the first to approach Baron Sisha to secure funding, but he had no intention of approaching Cashin. Cashin interrupted her thoughts. The budget isn't important. Iveria asked a series of questions, yes. But do you know how much this project will cost? What about purchasing building materials and hiring workers? She wondered, what about the design costs? Surely you knew this beforehand. Are you planning to use your own money? Cashin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not that rich. Iveria widened her eyes in doubt. Then where will the money come from? Cashin replied, We've received support from the government. Leiden, who was listening from the side, was astonished. He stopped writing mid-sentence, causing the ink to smudge on the page. Leiden looked up, witnessing the conversation between the two of them. Iveria asked Cashin, Why would they support you? He calmly replied, Because we have the blue stone. It's an important asset of the empire. If the river floods, it will also cause a lot of damage to the empire, so I used that to persuade His Majesty. I only persuaded him. I didn't do anything illegal. If we receive support from the empire, we'll save the budget for Aereo. Isn't that a good thing? Iveria listened to his opinion and fell into silent contemplation. Then Cashin concluded, in the end, we had to ask His Majesty for help, but the result is the same. Leiden, listening to his thoughts from the side, was stunned. Iveria wondered, what about interfering in the territory's operations in exchange for aid? Cashin, having prepared everything, replied, I wrote the agreement beforehand. Absolutely will not touch the territory. Iveria read the agreement written by Cashin and was astonished by his clever calculations. She muttered, it's really true, isn't it? Leiden, standing to the side, couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up. His sudden action startled Iveria. Iveria was taken aback. Leiden lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Then he turned to Cashin and asked, Cashin Zero, how can you accept this so easily? He calmly replied, this isn't illegal. Leiden scoffed contemptuously. Then he faced Cashin directly and asked, weren't you just asking His Majesty for help? Meeting His Majesty is easy, isn't it? A moment later, Leiden continued, but I will do my best to handle this well. Then he stepped on the scattered papers on the floor and left. Both Iveria and Cashin stared after Leiden's retreating figure. His hand, resting on the table, clenched tightly. Damn it, Veden was gradually being alienated by the king. Instead, the king had married a new queen, Cashin's mother. The discrimination started from then and continues to this day. Cashin Zero is more accustomed to being loved and relied upon. But Veden Zero wasn't, and that's the reason for Leiden's behavior just now. Cashin silently bent down and picked up the scattered papers. The atmosphere in the room became stifling, silent as the grave. But Iveria's eyes became determined. She silently called out his name, Leiden. Prince. He turned around in surprise. Then Leiden gave her a bitter smile and asked, do you think I'm taking my anger out on my younger brother? Iveria replied, no. Leiden leaned against a nearby wall and sighed. Yes, actually, that's what I think. Cashin did nothing wrong to deserve my anger. Iveria asked Leiden doubtfully, why? You could be angry too. Sometimes I am. He asked back with that person. Hearing this, Iveria didn't argue, but added, and with the sword and the mage too. Leiden laughed and replied, I wasn't talking about those things. Then he asked Iveria curiously, why are you following me? She looked up at him and inquired, you seem sad, Prince? Leiden replied in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so gentle. Hearing that, Iveria immediately waved her hands in denial of me. No way. She thought to herself, it's not because of Catherine either. Leiden still didn't understand and asked, so you came here to comfort me? The two of them walked side by side in the garden. Iveria said, if outsiders looked at us, they'd think we're quite close, wouldn't they? That's why. Leiden interrupted, asking, and in reality, she asked back, do you want me to be honest or tell you what you want to hear? After saying that, Iveria gave a bright smile. Leiden's mood had improved. He chuckled and said, just answer me. Iveria replied with a smile, I don't know what to say. Leiden was at a loss with her. He sighed and replied, that's hard to understand. Iveria, unconcerned, said with a laugh, I'm inherently hard to understand, so it's fine. He muttered, that's strange. The two stopped in the middle of the bridge. Leiden looked into the distance and said, there's never a day I'm not comforted by Iveria, Oberon. Iveria asked, puzzled, what have I done? A gentle breeze blew by, and Iveria softly brushed her hair back, thinking to herself, is the prince sick too? Leiden played along, saying, all right, I'll comfort myself with my own willpower. By now, dusk had fallen. Theo Harris sat sullenly on the bed, staring at her. He pouted angrily and puffed, looking very adorable. Iveria, however, was bewildered, unsure of what had happened. Seeing the situation wasn't good, she decided to make a run for it. That's right, I still have things to do. So I'll be going now. With that, Iveria dashed off without hesitation. But just as she reached the door, Theo Harris's arm blocked her way. He lowered his head and asked, do you absolutely have to do it right now? Iveria stammered a denial. No. Theo Harris rested his chin on her shoulder and asked worriedly, why have you been so busy lately? From morning till night, I only see you when you're asleep. Emma hasn't even seen your face either. Iveria smiled and patted his shoulder reassuringly. I've been a little busy lately. When I'm finished, I'll play with you. But in reality, she was thinking, please wait for me a little longer. Although this is intentional on my part, we need time to sort everything out. But Theo Harris persisted, asking, when will that be? Tell me the exact time. Seeing his adorable expression, Iveria stammered, let me see. Theo Harris finished her sentence. Basically, I don't know either. She inwardly gritted her teeth, thinking, can't you wait a little? Theo Harris cried out anxiously. Then what am I supposed to do? I don't know how much longer I have to wait. By now, Theo Harris was on the verge of tears. Iveria felt like she had gone too far, and it pained her to see him like this. She looked away and whispered, you don't have to wait. Theo Harris was silent for a long moment, then called her name, Iveria. He slowly raised his hands and gently touched Iveria's face. That you're all I have. Theo Harris confessed from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for you, there'd be no reason for me to stay here. Do you know? You're the one I love the most. Hearing him say that, Iveria turned away with a pang of guilt and replied, I know. Theo Harris scoffed at her response. You know? Then why are you doing this? Iveria asked him, confused, why me? His face was filled with cruelty as he gritted out each word. I want to eliminate everything that's important too. You, even if it's the whole world, I'll erase it. Iveria couldn't believe what she was hearing. Theo Harris furrowed his brows in anger. Finally, he managed to restrain himself and turn away. Now, Theo Harris's eyes had changed, revealing vulnerability. He said, but if I do that, you'll cry. So I can't do anything but wait for you. That's all. With that, Iveria reached out and gently touched his face. Seeing her intimacy, Theo Harris gave a bittersweet smile. Then, abandoning all restraint, he happily nuzzled into her palm. The distance between them closed, and all doubts were resolved. Iveria said to him, if the mages from the association come back, please cooperate with them. She thought that, in the meantime, I'll try to sort out my feelings. A voice rang out. What in the world? What have you done? Was it you? Jiro finished his sentence by throwing himself on the ground, wailing dramatically. Iveria furrowed her brow and asked, did Harry do this? Jiro flew into a rage, yelling, who else could it have been? Even so, I absolutely won't give up. Iveria sighed and advised him, since you're injured, you should go get treated first. Meanwhile, she thought, since he did it, I have to take responsibility too. Are you pretending to help me so you can brainwash me? Jiro sneered. Iveria calmly replied, that's not true. If it were, I would have sent you away already. Jiro chuckled dryly. He must be very tired. Lately, Jiro had been clinging to her, sometimes hanging upside down from the window, yelling, release the mage. This startled Iveria, making her exclaim, you scared me. Jiro's thoughts appeared, all this time. Next, an image of Jiro hanging from the ceiling flashed. Stop brainwashing him. Or like this, he had been following Iveria everywhere, even hiding underwater to say, give up already. But she hadn't wavered in the face of his persuasion. Iveria thought exasperatedly, is that what you call persuasion? Jiro said loudly so. I'll put an end to these boring conversations. We've never had a calm discussion, have we? She calmly replied, that's right. At the same time, Iveria added silently in her mind, that's your fault. Then Jiro led Iveria away. Well then, let's go. I'll make you some tea. She said frankly, fine. Please, just get me out of here. He led her to a room filled with weapons and glittering jewels. Jiro said politely, come in. Iveria looked around and said in surprise, you've made my castle look like a mage's workshop. Jiro replied sheepishly, thanks to you, I'm living very comfortably. Thank you. She smiled at him. I wanted to send you away, but you're my business partner, you know? Suddenly, Iveria saw something that resembled a pico hammer and exclaimed, what's this? Jiro looked at the item and explained, this is a stand to keep tea from getting cold. Next, Iveria pointed at a small tree and asked, and this is? He said, if you fall asleep, it will wake you up. Iveria repeated in surprise, wake me up. He stammered, well, that. She looked at the strange items in the room and then turned to praise Jiro. This is amazing. Did you make all of this yourself? He puffed out his chest proudly and laughed. Although I don't have much magic power, I have a knack for making magical tools. She asked, so, can I learn how to do this? Her question left Jiro speechless for a moment. Then he turned and rummaged around for something while asking her, your magic power is probably about 0.5, right? As long as you have the talent, it's fine. Wait a moment. Take this simple test. A moment later, Jiro produced a piece of paper and a quill. He said, this is a drawing engraved on Madhu. You have to draw it without a single millimeter of error. Even a slight deviation will alter the magic. Jiro instructed Iveria, "All right, now draw it with the pen." She took the quill and thought to herself, "I'm not very good at art. All right, let's begin." Sometime later, Iveria finished drawing. Jiro flipped through the magic circles she had drawn. He looked at it for a moment and said, "This, not bad." Iveria asked in surprise, "Really?" Jiro praised, "Although it's clumsy, you have some talent." Iveria thought to herself, "Talent? Is this really Iveria's talent? It's unrelated to my own will. Since my hand moved on its own, it's highly likely." However, in the original story, Iveria never knew about her talent. Did she envy Catherine's abilities and live her whole life like that? Then Iveria asked him, "So how can I learn more?" Jiro replied casually, "Well, you need a teacher." Iveria curiously continued, "But I don't know anyone who teaches magic." He answered, "Of course. All those people belong to the association, working exclusively for them, so they'll never teach anyone." After hearing that, Iveria turned away and remained silent for a long time. She thought sadly, this talent is ultimately just mediocre. What talent? Seeing her change in mood, Jiro changed the subject. He said, "Anyway, we should have some tea now." "Wait a moment." Iveria immediately replied, "Okay." She thought to herself, "He's been wanting to have tea with me for a while now." A moment later, Jiro returned and said, "Here." Iveria said cheerfully, "I'll drink it with gusto." Then Iveria slowly drank the tea without any suspicion. Jiro tensely observed her actions. Iveria, oblivious to his unusual behavior, continued to enjoy her tea. 2 seconds later, she suddenly felt dizzy. The scene in front of her became blurry. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Meanwhile, Theo Harris was lying on the roof, lost in thought for a long time. Then Theo Harris sat up. Inside the room, the servants were busy cleaning. Suddenly, a click echoed as the window opened. Theo Harris jumped inside familiarly, his movements as smooth as if he had done it hundreds of times. Then Emma looked at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Theo Harris asked cheerfully, "Is she in her room?" Emma gestured with her hand and replied, "Today I'll guide you to the library while it's empty. So let's go there." He followed behind, thinking to himself, "I'm very satisfied with Emma's ability to find deserted places." She walked ahead, looking around, and said, "No one's around, right? We're lucky today. Don't just look and run away," she said, stopping in front of a room. "Come here," Theo Harris ordered. "Start now." She replied, "Yes, it is." Then Emma pulled out a book and announced loudly, "The latest release from Lady Lewis, Bow of Flowers. This is the work that's shaking the whole country." Theo Harris sat watching her and clapped admiringly. Wow. He wondered, but why did Lady Lewis choose that title? Emma immediately answered his question. "A master always aims for duality. I found the book rumored to be groundbreaking." Theo Harris sat below, clapping continuously in amazement. Wow. Then she said, "Let's begin." He replied cheerfully, "Okay." Theo Harris thought brightly, "Today I'll study hard." After class ended, Emma left. Suddenly, Theo Harris called out, "Emma, you dropped this." She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, what is it?" Immediately after seeing what was in his hand, Emma cried out, "Ah." Theo Harris innocently asked, "But what does that word mean?" "Oh, and this too." Emma's face paled in fear. She stammered, th that. Theo Harris asked suspiciously, drawing out the word. Emma shouted in embarrassment, "Sir, please don't ask any more." Recalling the previous scene, Emma had said to him, "I thought I shouldn't read it a second time. I never thought I'd find a fellow fan of Lady Lewis's novels like this." Theo Harris scratched his head, thinking to himself, because there's no such genre in the demon world. A scene flashed through his mind, a man teasing a woman, asking, "Have you ever read a novel?" The woman across from him asked in confusion, "What's a novel?" All demons are like this, Theo Harris continued to think. Moreover, in a situation like a battlefield where anyone could lose their life at any moment, I didn't care about anything else. But I want to bring her joy. I've always been frustrated because I can't figure out the specific method. An image of happiness between himself and Iveria appeared in his mind. Theo Harris sadly scratched his chin and said, "I can't go to the demon world to ask about this." An angry demon shouted, "I said I don't care about this." Theo Harris thought to himself, "But I never thought there would be a book like this." He happily hugged the book like a treasure. "Lady Lewis, you're the second person I respect the most. I'll show Iveria." Suddenly, Emma's voice interrupted his train of thought. "Master Magician, but Miss Iveria hasn't been herself lately. Do you know why?" Theo Harris, startled, stammered in reply, I didn't do anything." Emma asked suspiciously, "Who said that?" She rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Sigh. Her sadness is contagious, but I don't know anything. Theo Harris watched Emma's dejected and despondent expression for a moment. Then he reassured her, I understand that feeling. Emma asked in surprise. Really? He replied. Just a slight frown from her, and the sky in my heart almost collapses. He even added, oh, of course, even when she frowns, she's very beautiful. Emma continued. Even so, the most beautiful is, then both of them said in unison, a smiling face. Theo Harris exclaimed delightedly. That's right, isn't it? Finally, Emma had to leave due to her busy schedule. She cheerfully bid farewell to Theo Harris. I'll see you next time. Then he thought to himself, I'm free today, so I should go to Iveria's room, shouldn't I? Suddenly, Zero appeared and said, oh, you're so pitiful. Are you still lost? Let's quickly return to the righteous path. Come on. Seeing that the person who appeared was Zero, he immediately showed his disgust. You again? I said I'm not going. From the beginning, I said my home is here. Zero ignored him and scoffed. Don't worry, because I've given up on persuading you. Theo Harris asked in surprise, have you finally come to your senses? Then Zero pulled something out from inside his coat and said, instead, I prepared another way. If you can't leave because you're brainwashed, and that thing you took out is a gemstone reflecting the image of Iveria in a coma, Zero continued, then I'll remove the cause of your condition. Of course, I don't want to kill her. Just follow me. I'll give her the antidote. Seeing Iveria in danger, Theo Harris's face immediately darkened. Zero doesn't know he's about to be in danger and is still so smug. As expected, it's connected. After you regain your senses, you'll thank me. You'll see. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. The ground shook and the room instantly cracked, with continuous rumbling and loud crashes. Zero looked around in shock and exclaimed, hey, He didn't understand what was happening and asked with a pale face, What's going on? Theo Harris's terrifying voice rang out. Not allowed to kill, you say? At this point, Zero was so scared he was about to cry. Theo's voice continued to echo, I want to kill. Meanwhile, Iveria heard strange sounds and wondered, what's that? I don't know what he's saying. She screamed internally, it's so noisy. The next second, all the murmuring sounds suddenly disappeared, leaving her astonished. She looked around and thought, it's quieter now. Where am I? I was clearly drinking tea just now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, we meet again. It was the sun god. She cheerfully greeted Iveria. How are you? But Iveria still didn't remember who she was and asked doubtfully, who are you? I don't remember you. The sun god calmly explained, that's the rule. We meet, we part, and then we forget. The first time we met was when the plane crashed. It's a pity so many people died then. We can only meet when facing death. Hearing this, Iveria worriedly thought, facing death? Zero, was it that sorcerer? But she immediately regained her composure and, she said she met me before I became Iveria. The sun god reached out and touched her cheek reassuringly. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. You still have Theo Harris. She was surprised that this person knew Theo Harris and asked, you know Harry? The sun god replied, he's a very special demon. Iveria continued to ask, you know my name? At this point, she finally said, because I'm not human. A dazzling light emanated, forcing Iveria to shield her eyes with her hand. She introduced herself, I am the sun god. You are holding my heart. Suddenly, a ring appeared on Iveria's hand. Looking at the ring on her hand, she thought in astonishment, this is what I received at Lorne's festival. Did I meet him in my past life too? Iveria asked, puzzled, why is this happening? The sun god said, you are the one who stole my heart. A long time ago, someone came to me, begging me to lend him my heart for a while. I accepted this request, but he disappeared without a trace. I lost my heart and my power just chasing after that trace. So I found another way. I summoned you to this world to find my heart for me. She called her name Iveria. This is not the world in the book. This is another real world. When I was on my way to Peru, Iveria stood in front of the airport gate and thought to herself, it's so far, it takes 24 hours to get there. She sat in the airplane cabin, engrossed in the book in her hands. The book I often read to pass the time is Lady Catherine. But Iveria exclaimed in a panic, where did I get this? I didn't buy it, nor was it a gift. The sun god smiled gently and replied, let me show you that world. You don't need to panic like that. I created some interesting stories. Are you all right? Having finished speaking, she approached Iveria. It's time to go back now. When you return, you'll forget all of this. This is my limit. Hearing the sun god's words, Iveria asked with some worry, then how can I return your heart to you? A flash of light flickered, and her voice echoed, you don't need to worry. Just follow the path you desire. I will accompany every step you take. Iveria woke up with a start. She cried out in alarm. Suddenly, a hand quickly grasped hers and asked solicitously, "Are you all right?" Iveria tilted her head towards the source of the sound. Before her eyes was Theo Harris's worried face. Iveria called out in surprise, "Harry." She lay weakly on the bed and said, "I drank a very fragrant tea." He quickly explained, that tea was poisoned. Iveria stared at Theo Harris. "Harry, did you wake me up?" He gently comforted her. "I used the antidote." Zero realized his mistake and gave it to me. Iveria was silent for a long moment, then suddenly asked, "Is he dead?" "No, he's not." Theo Harris worriedly and hastily defended himself. "Huh? You told me not to kill anyone. I just helped him realize his mistake." She asked suspiciously how. At this, he hesitated before replying, "I might have been a little rough." Iveria slowly sat up and said, "We need to call a doctor first." Theo Harris asked in a panic, "A doctor? Are you still in pain? Is your stomach upset? Let me call a doctor." She shook her head helplessly and said, "Not for me." After that, the two quickly went to check on Zero, who was lying on the bed covered in injuries. Iveria quickly inquired, "How long will it take for him to recover?" The doctor honestly replied, "At least a month." She worriedly considered a possibility. If he doesn't contact the Mages Association for a month, they'll get suspicious. Then she spoke up again. "Can he talk normally now?" "It'll probably take about a week." "But did he run into a wild animal or something?" Theo Harris, hearing the doctor's words, felt a little uncomfortable and turned his face away. Suddenly, the doctor turned and spoke seriously. "All right, I'll keep quiet about the mage being injured." Iveria looked at Zero's trembling form and said coldly, "Then we'll have to deal with the problem after a week." "What?" After the examination, Iveria and Theo Harris went to the tea room to discuss. "Why did you heal him? He hurt you." He still didn't understand and kept questioning her until they were done. Iveria finally explained calmly, "Because I didn't want him to become a victim, and I couldn't let him die." Theo Harris took the opportunity to hand her some documents and continued to persuade her here, but he did wrong. The conversation continued until Iveria emerged from the bathroom, but he didn't hurt me. Theo Harris still wouldn't give up, but Iveria finally snapped, throwing the door open. "Harry, stop following me. He's a patient, for goodness sake. Don't be so stubborn." He asked, bewildered. "Stubborn? What do you mean?" She sighed in exasperation. "Huh," Theo Harris said anxiously in a low voice. "If anything happens, just yell for me." Iveria quietly closed the door, thinking to herself, even after Count Nada's kidnapping, "I'm going to be overprotected for a while, aren't I? Oh well." Finished with that, she slowly walked towards Zero. Awake already, Zero. Seeing his frightened expression, Iveria quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. Harry won't come in. Just be good." Zero, still panicked, clutched his chest and trembled. "I'm so scared." She said seriously, "He's not brainwashed anymore. Are you happy now?" Then she tried to persuade him, "So go back." Zero immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. I'll go right away. I'll tell the association right now." Iveria replied with satisfaction, "If you don't mind, you can stay here to recover before you go." But he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" His whole body trembled with fear as he clumsily said, "No, I'll go back right away. I'll get treatment there." Suddenly, Zero froze. A voice called out, "Ayala." Memories suddenly flooded back. "I absolutely will not return until I save him. Ayala." He collapsed onto the bed, sobbing. Then he awkwardly crawled back up and quickly went to Iveria, asking tearfully, what's wrong?" She exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" Iveria sat down on a chair, exasperated. "This is such a headache." Then she turned to him and asked, "What happens if you break the prohibition?" Zero cried out in anguish, My magic, it'll all be gone. Sob gone. Asterisco sobi asterisco." Looking at his pathetic sobbing, she thought, even more confused, "I didn't think it would be like this. Why did you do such a thing?" Zero replied to Shoop, "Ly, to save him." Sob. Iveria smiled faintly. So there was a good intention. Everything else is the problem. She turned away, muttering to herself, "How can he be so childish?" After a moment of silence, Iveria made a suggestion. "Stay here until we find a solution." He listened to her words with a hint of doubt and replied, "Yes?" Iveria said gently, "If we look, we'll find a way." "Won't the association help you too?" Zero nodded sullenly and replied, "Right, that's right. The association is like family. They won't abandon me, and..." Then he turned and confessed her honestly, "I'm really sorry for giving you that potion." I thought you had brainwashed him, so I did it. Iveria thought with a bit of exasperation. I'm that evil. Huh? Zero, remorseful, quickly explained, but I was going to give you the antidote right after I persuaded him. I know it wasn't right. I'm so sorry. He was still sniffling, making Iveria feel a bit helpless. She quickly looked towards the incoming light and said, trying to comfort him, you should look around more, Zero. A panicked voice cried out from inside the mansion. Harry flew into a rage, his face darkening, and yelled, I absolutely object. How is that leech even relevant? Kick him out now. Zero, covered in bandages, hid behind Iveria, trembling with fear, forcing her to intervene. I can't just kick him out. That's why things are like this. Now, saying this, Iveria reached out and tugged on Harry's sleeve, giving him a sweet smile. Harry, she cooed, her smile widening. Calm down. You're so kind. He seemed captivated, blushing and gulping. Then she turned to 0.0. Of course I can't just keep you here, can I? Zero jumped, crying out. All right, Zero trembled, putting on a pitiful expression. If it's about money, the association will pay any amount. Iveria glanced at him. Forget the money. What I want is the method for creating magic tools. Zero flailed his arms in a panic. What? That's not possible. Magic tool creation is the exclusive domain of the Mages Association. It's our precious asset, so it absolutely cannot be disclosed. Iveria smiled sweetly, but with a hint of menace. Are you sure you'll be all right? Zero's eyes widened with worry. He froze when he heard her next words. You did give me poison, after all. Iveria's veiled threat sent a chill down Zero's spine that you're now a criminal, guilty of attempting to murder the Lord. He stammered, murder? She continued her intimidation. That's punishable by immediate execution. Zero gasped, his heart pounding. Execution, he whispered, fearfully imagining the gruesome possibilities. Harry, scowling, stood behind Iveria, listening to her with growing anger, grumbling under his breath. Iveria wore a terrifying smile. Besides, I'm a master of the divine sword and the Duke's daughter. Who knows what kind of problems this could cause between the kingdom and the association? Zero collapsed. Overwhelmed, what have I done? He stammered, please, give me time to discuss it with the association. Iveria smiled, her mind already scheming. Actually, it doesn't really matter what the association chooses. If they agree, great, we can make magic tools ourselves. If they refuse, I'll just poach some talented young mages they've cast aside. Pleased with her plan, Iveria laughed. Either way, I win. On a bright, sunny day, Iveria thought, the association's reply came quickly. However, they offered a solution I hadn't even considered. The letter read, we cannot hand over the techniques. Instead, we will send 2 magic tool technicians. We ask for your understanding. Zero would remain in Ariel until they found a way to resolve the Prohibition Oath. Overjoyed, tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone, please trust me. Iveria put her hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. Fine. But since you'll figure out soon enough, you have to work for at least a year before you can leave. The two shook hands, sealing their agreement. Deal. The 2 mages from the association arrived immediately. Zero rushed out, overjoyed, and embraced them. They checked on his safety and then began creating magic tools for Ariel in Rapaz's workshop. Harry sulked, turning his head away in a huff. Iveria hesitantly approached and asked, what's wrong, Harry? He tilted his head angrily like a child demanding candy. If that leech of mage doesn't come back, you won't play with me. He's staying for a whole year. During that time, you really won't play with me at all. Iveria listened to his childish complaints and laughed helplessly. It was just an excuse to prolong the time. Frustration and irritation washed over her. Even so, I need more time. Just looking at Harry's face makes me tremble with anger. No, what was this whole learning thing about in the first place? Iveria bowed her head in frustration that if I can't play with you, you can study with Emma. Realizing her slip up, she covered her mouth with her hand. Oops, I don't even know what's going on with my heart anymore. Harry grinned brightly at her words. I just studied recently. She was surprised. You say you studied recently? He shyly pointed at himself, but it's very useful. It's the first time I knew such a thing existed. Hearing this, she snapped angrily. Such a thing? He innocently continued. So humans can feel joy like that, huh? For some reason, she felt a surge of anger at his innocent words. Like that? Harry grinned, glancing at her. Let me tell you. Iveria's face darkened, furious. You want to tell me what you learned from Emma? She clenched her fists, overwhelmed with rage. That depraved devil. Iveria yelled, kicking Harry hard in the rear. That's so inappropriate. He was startled, not understanding the reason for her anger. Demons might be okay with it, but humans don't do that. Harry sat on the floor, backed against the door by her, and cried out in alarm, "What's wrong?" Emma told me to study hard and make the young lady happy. Hearing her name, Emma opened the door and asked, "Yes? Did you need something?" Harry, relieved as if he'd found a savior, shouted Emma. They looked up at her. "Are we not supposed to tell Iveria what we learned?" Emma paled, her eyes wide with panic. "You already told her?" Iveria watched with a darkened face, fuming. Emma, terrified, stammered, "You said it was top secret." He smiled innocently, "But I got caught red-handed. I'm not mad at you." Iveria held her head in her hands, listening helplessly as Emma turned to her and said, "I'm so sorry, Mississippi." She forced a smile oh, it's not Emma's fault. Her expression remained fearsome. Emma looked pitiful. "I really won't do it again." Iveria crossed her arms. "I really don't care." Emma, knowing she was just saying that, pleaded pathetically, "Miss," she cried out, "I was reading erotic novels during work hours. Please forgive me." Iveria was taken aback. "Novels? What novels?" Emma picked her nose as she replied. "The dog fairy caught me and said he'd keep it a secret if I let him read them. Now we're erotic novel buddies." Harry was horrified. Iveria was speechless, studying novels. Emma, acting as if nothing was wrong, held out the book for her to see. That IT should be lustful novel addict. Harry, beside her, widened his eyes. "She's amazing, Lady Louise." Iveria hesitantly asked, "Harry, have you ever kissed anyone other than me?" He looked at her with confusion, leaving her speechless. "Why would I do something so disgusting?" Hearing him say that, Iveria covered her face shyly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she was extremely flustered by her own thoughts. "Why am I the only one thinking like this? I'm the disgusting one." Harry interrupted Iveria's strange behavior, calling out, "Hey, Iveria." He sounded a little sad. "So you really won't play with me?" Her face darkened, unsure of what to do. Inwardly, she groaned, "Oh, please, I beg you, spare me, Harry." She cried out internally, "It's Sue's fault." Iveria felt like crying. "That I'm too embarrassed to play with you right now." She sat down, awkwardly turning her face away to avoid him. I'm busy." Then Iveria quickly stood up and walked over to a stack of papers, trying to escape the situation. "Oh my, are there documents here too? There's so much work to do. Here and here too." Harry was utterly helpless, witnessing all of this but unsure what to do. Theo Harris asked irritably, "Why are you always busy?" Emma, understanding the situation between the two, excused herself. "I'll come back later." He pressed her for an answer, making Iveria flustered. "What can I do if there's so much work?" "Order someone else around. This is what's left after delegating." She explained awkwardly. "Even the Baron and the two princes have piles of work like this. There's no one left for me to order around." Theo Harris's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. He said, "There is." Immediately afterward, 2 twin demons were summoned. "You called us, miss? Shouldn't it be young lady?" It turned out to be the twin demons Zuepki and Ripit. "I heard you call her name somewhere. You'll get scolded if you're playing a dangerous prank." After speaking, the two turned to chat with each other, completely ignoring Iveria's presence. She looked at them for a long moment, asking doubtfully, "Can these guys actually do the work?" The brothers, feeling doubted, puffed up their chests indignantly. "What? Huh?" Suddenly, Theo Harris appeared from behind, startling them. "They might look like this, but they're quite useful, Sir Harry." Rapke and Ripit immediately clung to each other in fear. "A high-ranking demon like Sir Harry summon us?" Iveria finally spoke up. "I did." The two turned to look at her with disbelief. "You summoned us?" Rapke and Ripit's arrogant attitude annoyed Theo Harris, who reminded them, "Hey, use honorifics." The two hurriedly replied, frightened, "Why did you summon us, miss?" Iveria smiled brightly. "I heard you two also do paperwork in the demon realm." Immediately afterward, a thick stack of documents was piled up. However, it was quickly whittled down to just a few folders. All four focused on their work. Here, Iveria held 2 sheets of paper in her hands, examining them. Looking them over repeatedly, she seemed pleased. Iveria looked at him and admitted, "They're quite fast, and the content is perfect." Theo Harris grinned. "Right? You should just hand it all over to them." He added under his breath, "1 sentence, 2 lives saved." Iveria suggested enthusiastically. From now on, I'll have you two help with the paperwork. Rapki, rip it. And please keep it a secret that you're demons. And of course, killing is also forbidden. Rip it hurriedly explained, we're low-ranking demons, so we can't kill anyone, which surprised her slightly. Why? Rapki stopped writing and replied, low-ranking demons aren't allowed to desire pleasure. Only demons who commit sins are reborn as low-ranking demons in their next life. They must forget their desires and devote their entire lives to service. Only then, in their next life, can they be reborn as high-ranking demons. Hearing this, Iveria couldn't help but think of something like the phenomenon of reincarnation. She curiously asked, what is sin? The two of them cheerfully replied, well, the biggest sin. Before they could finish their sentence, Theo Harris, who was next to them, cut in, is breaking a contract. Demons don't trust each other, so they have to wager their power in contracts. Iveria was a little stunned, thinking to herself, a single contract that extends to the next life, that's extreme. Then she turned to him and said, oh, and Harry. I was thinking of introducing these two as Harry's relatives. As soon as Iveria finished speaking, the two boys panicked and wanted to run away, pleading. Theo Harris pondered for a moment. Relatives? Their hair is also a rare platinum color. It should be easy to convince them. Rapki and Rippet were so scared that they didn't dare to speak, only able to scream silently. The human dares to speak to Lord Harry like that, without fear. There's going to be blood and gore again, with that gruesome appearance. The two of them trembled while excitedly imagining Theo Harris's demonic form. Iveria asked, don't you like it? He responded with a satisfied expression. If Iveria says so, then, all right. A moment of silence followed. Rapki and Rippet were utterly astonished. There should be rivers of blood. In the end, Iveria and Theo Harris cheerfully left, leaving behind only a single sentence. Well then, please process the documents today. Do your best. Let's go, Sway. And so, the two boys were left with the pile of papers beside them. Did we just see that? A dream? Or are we still in the demon realm? Although the documents were processed, the final problem remained. The mages of the association had begun crafting magic tools to sell in Eel. Brooches engraved with individual designs, which previously had to be ordered from outside, had begun to be produced locally. Zero, now somewhat recovered, stood before a magic book, seemingly preparing to summon something. Although this is a time-consuming task, Zero's eyes suddenly changed. But if I'm the only one producing them, I'll have the benefit of a monopoly. That is a monopoly on magic tools in Eel. Inside the old castle, I must develop it. At this moment, Theo Harris's face was constantly flushing, and he gulped a few times. Iveria, beside him, also spoke shyly, come on. Then she boldly spread her arms and shouted, hug me. He covered his mouth tightly, trying to suppress his emotions, and replied, that's not it, but all right. Iveria thought helplessly, how did things turn out like this? A while ago, while she was working in her room, a loud noise rang out. It turned out that Theo Harris was constantly pestering her, causing Iveria to remind him, you're being annoying, Harry. He whined in protest, you said you'd play with me. Seeing this behavior made Iveria feel a little helpless, so she reluctantly coaxed him. I have work to do. What can I do? This is really the last thing. Developing a new product idea, really just this one last thing, and I'll play with you, I promise. As soon as she finished speaking, he beamed with joy and asked, really? Then he became serious and said, I'll help you finish faster. Okay, then Harry, tell me what kind of magic tool you want. Theo Harris excitedly said, a tool to erase work from Iveria. She gently admitted, that's every worker's dream. The two chatted animatedly, discussing for a while. What about something else? Something that can tell me where you've been? Hearing this, Iveria paused thoughtfully. Did SO, a tracking device? Okay. She diligently finished her work while saying to Theo Harris, go on. He obediently sat beside her, chattering nonstop, and, Iveria excitedly exclaimed, done. She happily finished her work and turned to Theo Harris. Harry's story about the item from the demon realm was really helpful. Thanks. He curiously asked, you're finished? Iveria nodded in response. Suddenly, her whole body was lifted into the air. Theo Harris cheerfully carried Iveria and said, now can we do what I want? Flustered by his actions, she stammered in agreement. Okay. Theo Harris snapped his fingers, and candles quickly lit up. The whole room sparkled, filled with a romantic feeling. He placed Iveria on the bed, gazing at her happily. Iveria asked him, confused. Do you want me to rest my head on your lap? Theo Harris gave a warm smile and replied, I have to keep looking at you. His overflowing joy made Iveria feel a bit contemplative, a bit deflated. After that misunderstanding, I unilaterally pushed him away. She recalled the past that I've been a bit down lately. When I'm done with everything, I'll play with you. Iveria always made promises, then quickly moved on, leaving Theo Harris behind. After the association's mage returns, we'll play together, okay? Still have things to deal with, right? Harry waited, completely clueless. If you've been waiting so patiently, you deserve a reward, right? He stared blankly, a confused look on his face. But Theo Harris was met with a cold stare. She kept her eyes fixed on him without saying a word. This made him ask worriedly, Why are you looking at me like that? Iveria. Theo Harris quickly covered Iveria's eyes. I'll just look then. Harry said he wanted to look, right? He nodded shyly. She said softly, Aren't you going to look at me? Suddenly, Theo Harris leaned down, intimately saying, First, just lie still. He gently touched Iveria's lips. The atmosphere turned romantic as they were swept away by the kiss. She gasped for breath, as if she were about to suffocate. Iveria nuzzled Theo Harris's hand, unable to help but marvel inwardly. So Harry's a good kisser. What novels has he been reading? Suddenly feeling a bit indignant, she thought, but kissing your master without permission deserves a scolding. Quick as a flash, she sat up and turned towards him. The two gazed at each other intently, unblinking. Iveria took the opportunity to wrap her arms around Theo Harris's neck. She boldly pulled him closer there, lips meeting. Iveria's action stunned Theo Harris. No longer shy, Iveria directly pushed him down onto the bed. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and asked seductively, Well, Theo Harris blushed crimson, stammering, What am I supposed to do when you suddenly move like that? I didn't say I'd stay still. Then whimpered to herself, embarrassed. After calming down, Iveria casually lay beside Theo Harris and asked, So, what you wanted to do was kiss me. You should have just said so. Contrary to her composure, he was still immersed in the sweetness of the moment, stammering, No, the kiss was just spontaneous. He paused, then shyly added, I originally wanted to lull you to sleep. Hearing his words, Iveria was a little curious. Lull me to sleep? Me? Theo Harris quickly patted her head. I haven't been able to sleep next to you lately. When I'm in human form, sharing a room is more difficult. Iveria was suddenly a loss for words. She sat up abruptly and suggested, Then let's sleep together. Theo Harris stared blankly at Iveria, stunned. Then, as if suddenly realizing, he excitedly asked, Is that okay? Iveria cheerfully replied, Why wouldn't I be able to sleep with my puppy? She then opened her arms and gently said, Come here. Theo Harris practically exploded with excitement, stammering incoherently, I didn't think of this, but he closed his eyes and threw himself into Iveria's arms, shouting, This is so nice. He pounced on her like a large puppy. He gently laid her down on the pillow, and the two of them laughed and played together, not realizing the space around them had changed. Iveria nuzzled against his chest, happily sighing, You smell wonderful. She teased him further. If you sold a perfume that smelled like Harry, it would be a huge hit. Theo Harris blushed crimson at Iveria's words, exclaiming, Hey, Iveria. He then shyly embraced her and said, If you want to take a nap, you shouldn't do that. They held each other tightly. Suddenly, Iveria lay flat on her back, contentedly saying, I just want to take a nap today, so I'll stay still. Theo Harris, immediately curious, turned to look at Iveria and asked, So, are there days when you don't want to take a nap? There must be some time, right? Hearing her reply, he joyfully hugged Iveria tightly, making her protest, I'm going to suffocate. Harry. A shimmering light illuminated the room. The entire space felt strangely warm. On the bed, two pairs of legs were intertwined, inseparable. Iveria sweetly said, Good night, Harry. He immediately kissed her forehead and softly replied, Good night, Iveria. For a moment, the whole space seemed to pause, holding only their happy moment. A voice echoed within the castle. The royal family is requesting assistance. Baron Bron Isakia immediately reported they want us to help exterminate the giants in the western border forest. Iveria held the invitation in her hand, slightly puzzled. Isn't that place also connected to El? At first, that territory doesn't belong to the royal family, but it's still receiving help from other territories? He wiped his sweat and quickly replied, This is a highly unusual situation. I heard that all the letters have been sent to the territories that possess soldiers. meaning that, unlike other years, it seems the situation is more serious this year. The goblins in the Black Forest seem to have become more ferocious. Iveria considered for a moment, then agreed. I don't want my knights injured because of another territory's problems, but it will be difficult to refuse the royal seal. Lost. Please make minimal arrangements for me. Baron Bronisakia took the letter and quickly replied, yes, I understand. As soon as he left, Iveria revealed a tired, puzzled expression, thinking, from the floods to the giants, what in the world is going on? She walked to the door, preparing to open it. Suddenly, a gust of wind filled with snow and ice swept from the other side, forcing Iveria to struggle against it as she walked. It wasn't as if the weather was changing like. On Earth, shivering in the blizzard without a coat, she thought, cold, so cold. What is this? Is this a blizzard? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, you've arrived? Before Iveria stood none other than Prince Lidin Girant and Crown Prince Cashin Girant. Lidin, in his usual playful tone, asked, is this a response to the report? Lidin Girant's face was colder than the icy wind blowing. Cashin Girant sat beside him, intently processing a report, completely ignoring her arrival. Standing in the blizzard, Iveria, though uncomfortable, forced a smile, thinking, what's with this atmosphere? After the last incident, it's completely chaotic. I'm not Catherine, so I don't have the skills to mediate between them. Could this relationship have been resolved from the beginning? She hesitated for a moment, then coughed to attract their attention. The space returned to normal. Inside the study, Iveria spoke with a serious expression. I've carefully read both of your reports. Iveria, losing her patience, spoke up to correct them. But instead of working individually, why not work together? I'm not asking you two to get along. Lidin and Cashin were both stunned, denying in unison what. Iveria silenced the two princes with a single sentence. This is a problem that everyone encounters in their lives. She seriously reminded them, you both have the goal of preventing the river from flooding, so cooperation would be more effective. Even though the throne isn't settled, you can still be evaluated individually through teamwork. Conversely, if the people suffer because of your pointless rivalry, is that all right? Suddenly, Lidin Girant stood up indignantly, but before he could do anything, Cashin Girant spoke first. I'll think about it. Then he abruptly walked straight out, leaving Iveria and Lidin stunned. Lidin rested his head on the table in frustration. After a moment of composure, Iveria continued to ask, is it because I used work as an excuse to approach him? But Lidin only deflected. Didn't you say you were going to mediate? Just a second later, Iveria struck him where it hurt, leaving him speechless. You want to apologize. Apologize to your mature older brother for messing things up and getting angry at your little brother. Lidin awkwardly explained, our relationship has nothing to do with what we want. Seeing the situation getting tense, he quickly changed the subject. How about we talk about something else? Has Ruku contacted you? She asked suspiciously about the weather experiment. The two began their conversation. He hasn't found any trace of the Mages Association. Isn't it supposed to be clandestine? It's hard to hide a large-scale experiment like weather manipulation. After hearing the situation, Iveria felt a bit skeptical, thinking I thought it would be related. Was I wrong? Suddenly, Lidin spoke up. However, he did grasp their suspicious actions. Strange. The Russell Tower is used as an observatory, so visitors are usually just astronomers or meteorologists. But recently, mages have been appearing there constantly. That's obviously suspicious. Iveria pondered for a moment. Should I go and check it out myself? Russell Tower is where Catherine's final scene took place. Since my body is already dead, I can't go back. I'll have to live in this novel's world from now on. Would it be strange if I went there to sort out my feelings? Lidin suddenly spoke, interrupting Iveria's train of thought. One more thing. He warned seriously that's where the Oaken and L trading companies are at odds. I wish we could bury that entity. As he spoke, Lidin pointed at her. This action made Iveria realize what was happening. Astonished, she began piecing together the previous clues that I've learned the identity of the thing that was buried. But if it's someone powerful enough to warrant the prince's involvement like this, then Iveria bluntly considered a possibility. His Majesty the King? Or the Queen Consort? Even Lidin broke out in a cold sweat, impressed by her deductive abilities. Indeed, you're very intelligent. Iveria replied casually. The hint was too easy. This left him completely speechless. Lidin admitted, if I had to guess, it was the Queen Consort's order. Iveria was stunned, questioning him in disbelief. But why? I haven't had any conflict with the queen consort. But in her heart, she had already anticipated part of the reason. Because I canceled the collaboration with the Oberon family through the broken engagement. They went back and forth. But she couldn't marry Cashin. What nonsense are you talking about? So what? He suddenly stood up. The queen consort. She was dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. US. Lyddon closed his eyes, gently explaining, she thinks that maybe you and I will get engaged or married or something. A huge question mark appeared in Iveria's mind. Lyddon is the fish and a loyal supporter of Catherine. Wait, is the dog me? Of course, he's also opposed to Iveria, who disgusted Catherine. After a moment of contemplation, a look of disdain appeared on Iveria's face, and I was engaged to her son's former fiancé before. What a mess. He was so amused by her words that he couldn't close his mouth. That's where the problem started. Iveria said irritably. In short, the queen consort failed. Lyddon laughed until tears came to his eyes before finally stopping, curious about her statement. Iveria, radiant and proud, declared, our relationship isn't so bad now, is it? Because that's also wooden material. Huh, did I misunderstand something? Iveria's brilliant aura left Lyddon staring, mesmerized. He calmly replied, no, I think so too. Finally, the two of them quickly began to cooperate. After successfully reaching an agreement with Lyddon, Iveria returned to her study and pondered for a long time before putting down the Russell Tower model. She announced to Baron Braun Isakia, I think I have to go to Russell Tower. He was a bit puzzled. Why are you going there? Iveria immediately explained, I heard that mages have been appearing there frequently. Smells suspicious, doesn't it? Baron Braun Isakia worriedly reminded her, but it was dangerous for the person going directly. Iveria was silenced by his words for a moment. She asked suspiciously, are you worried about me now? Baron Braun Isakia gently replied, yes, of course. Iveria blushed with emotion, exclaiming in disbelief, Baron, I'm so touched. Someone's actually worried about the villain. Suddenly, he changed his demeanor, playfully teasing Iveria. If something happens to the Lord, who will handle all this work? Meanwhile, the Arma Zepki siblings, Reepi and It, were continuously burying their heads in the mountain-high stacks of documents. Iveria's emotion turned to coldness, indifferently stating, regardless, I'll go with Harry and return. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Afterward, she reviewed the list Baron Braun Isakia had given her, and I've selected the knights to go exterminate the giants. There are 10 in total, including Sir Lionel. Hearing this name, Iveria couldn't hide her surprise. Lionel's going to destroy them? Were there that few applicants? He helplessly admitted, Lord, you probably won't believe it, but he secured the position by fighting at 100% capacity, placing first. The Baron recalled the scene of the young man joyfully leaping into the air, ignoring the cries of anguish behind him. He even left his mirror behind. This story left Iveria bewildered. He's that strong? Stronger in combat. Baron Braun Isakia slowly explained, there are many knights in the Knight Order who started as mercenaries, but they've lived and acted politely for a very long time. So everyone is eager to fight. Moreover, this isn't their first time going into battle as wyvern knights, is it? He continued, clicking his tongue in admiration. Humanity's first dragon knight, a knight from a fairy tale. How cool is that? Having heard this, she understood somewhat that I understand that part. Iveria carefully looked at the list in her hand and said with satisfaction, all right, then once the send-off ceremony is finished, I'll also depart immediately. Just as she finished speaking, a knock came at the door. Emma entered, carrying a tray of gifts, and said with a smile, Lord, the gifts are finished. Baron Braun Isakia, looking at the items she placed on the table, couldn't help but exclaim, these are gifts for the departing knights? I see, to hang on their sword hilts. Emma quickly added, they've been enchanted with a spell to clean the sword blades. The glittering emblems were mesmerizing. If the knights fight continuously, their swords will become dull, which is dangerous. The two, one older and one younger, took turns praising Iveria. Only the Lord added practicality to the gifts. That's a good thing. She forced a smile, recalling the previous conversation between herself and Emma, and felt a bit of existential doubt. What were you planning to prepare as gifts for the send-off ceremony? What was that? Emma told me about it, and that's how I survived. It's a good thing they were completed on time. Well, the knights like them. Of course, on the day of departure, the knights were even more excited than anticipated. Iveria completely ignored their moved cries, directly announcing, I don't need achievements. Your friends and families are waiting for you. so return safely. For some reason, the more she spoke, the more a small commotion arose, further exciting the knights. Theo, also sensing the threat, appeared and hugged her tightly, growling at the others. After a moment of emotional farewells, the Knight Legion finally set off. We will achieve great feats to dedicate to our Lord. The Lord is number one. Two people waved goodbye below, but with completely opposite sentiments. Go away already. I told you I don't need any feats. Iveria stretched, tiredly saying, now, we're ready to depart, right? However, beside her appeared a gloomy figure, muttering something incessantly. He just stood there like a statue, soullessly talking to himself. Iveria glanced at him before quickly turning around and ordering, Emma, are you done packing my luggage? Theo Harris immediately burst into tears, shouting indignantly, how can you just leave like that? You should ask why I'm like this. Iveria smiled and replied, why are you like this? He quickly held out his hand. She stared at him in confusion for a long moment. Theo Harris then held out his other hand. Iveria still didn't understand his intentions, remaining bewildered. Theo Harris pitifully asked her, why won't you give it to me? What? He angrily yelled like a child. The trinkets you made, you gave them to the new recruits. It looks like this, but where's mine? Seeing Theo Harris's dejected appearance, Iveria finally understood and chuckled. She gently approached him and comforted him. I prepared those because they're going off to a distant battle. But Theo Harris wasn't giving up, whining, I want everything you give. Then he leaned close to her ear and sadly said, I've given you everything, even my soul. His large hand gently touched Iveria. So stingy, I don't even have anything left to give. Anymore. Theo Harris hugged her tightly, making Iveria sigh helplessly to herself. Is this a sad puppy sulking? She looked up at him, gently touching his cheek. She comforted him. What's the big deal about that? Before she could finish, Theo Harris retorted, how is it not a big deal? The new recruits have them, but I don't. Their hands intertwined. Iveria coaxed him in a sweet voice. Only Harry can hold my hand, right? Theo Harris shyly looked at the beautiful woman leaning against him, constantly soothing him, and sleeping together in bed too. Like this, Iveria then stood on tiptoe and boldly gave Theo Harris a sweet kiss. And kissing too, he blushed deeply, taken aback by the sudden attack. Iveria playfully teased him. Are you still feeling upset? No, not at all. She gently patted Theo Harris's head. Good. But in her heart, she was still pondering the previous matter. I should still prepare a gift, but not the kind for the knights. Harry gave me a piece of his soul, which is very precious to him, but he didn't hesitate to give it to me. Lost in thought, Iveria suddenly asked, when is Harry's birthday? He was surprised, pointing at himself. Huh? Me? She smiled and said, Harry gave me a birthday present, so I have to prepare one too, right? At this, Theo Harris's expression immediately changed, excitedly replying, me? My birthday? My birthday. After thinking for a moment, he turned his face away. Tomorrow. Iveria stared at him, slightly dumbfounded. Theo Harris, sweating, turned his head further away, not daring to look directly at her. Iveria stared at him, wide-eyed. She suddenly crossed her arms and asked, what about tomorrow? He still didn't turn to look at her, but replied, tomorrow. Iveria stared at him, thinking a month ago that devil was making a fuss about when his birthday was. Meanwhile, Theo Harris, feeling like he was being scanned by radar, was sweating profusely and blushing. Suddenly, he knelt down, his head spinning. Seeing this, Iveria indifferently asked, when is your birthday? Tears welling up, Theo Harris replied, it's the first day of winter. Why is his birthday in winter? Iveria wondered, feeling sentimental. Asterisk it's still a long way off, though. I guess I can prepare a decent gift. Asterisk at the same time, outside the desert, the wind howled through the towering skyscraper. Down below, a man and a woman looked up at the sky in astonishment. Outside the desert, Theo Harris helped Iveria down from the wyvern's back. She pulled up her hood to shield herself from the sun and looked ahead, exclaiming, wow, it's really tall. Suddenly, someone groaned, ugh. The people at the foot of the tower trembled in fear, murmuring amongst themselves, hey, why is a wyvern here? It's a monster. Oh my god. Everyone calm down, it won't hurt anyone. Iveria fed the wyvern and said, here, eat this and go play. Come back when I call you. Immediately, it flapped its wings and flew up with a loud screech, Kiu, forcing Theo Harris to shield Iveria. Seeing this, the people gaped in astonishment. Whoa. They watched the two and commented, "That girl treats the wyvern like a puppy, and that silver-haired pretty boy." Meanwhile, Theo, Harris, and Iveria, oblivious to the chatter, were busy being lovey-dovey. "Your hair is messy. Let me fix it for you." Suddenly, both of them jumped and turned around when someone shouted, "They're the master of the Holy Sword and the descendant of the Blue Mage." At the same time, the Holy Sword asked, "Master, should I use my aura?" Iveria angrily transmitted, "Who asked you to?" But Jupiter, unafraid, continued to boast, "I'm very proud of your reputation." Asterisk, ha ha ha. Asterisk, but she scolded him. Asterisk, stop it. Asterisk, asterisk, honestly. Asterisk behind them. The people watched admiringly. Oh cool. They look incredibly dignified. A moment later, inside the tower, sunlight streamed onto the spiral staircase. Looking down from above, the deep, spiraling staircase echoed with the whistling wind. Looking at it, Iveria started sweating, groaning, "You're telling me to climb this?" Suddenly, she lurched forward and cried out in alarm. Whoa. Theo Harris caught her, causing Iveria to exclaim in surprise, "Harry, when are you finally going to tell me?" Seeing this, Theo Harris beamed. Hold on tight. We'll be going up for quite a while." Hearing this, she asked, "I really's like this, huh?" Then he cheerfully said, "Let's go, Iveria." The only way to climb this strange tower was by the stairs. The lower floors were for tourists and people with various other purposes. The mezzanine was where scholars came to observe the weather and celestial bodies. But no one ever used the upper floors. A moment later, Theo Harris reached the top floor. Standing on the roof of the tower beside the sundial, Iveria remarked, "There's really nothing here." But Theo Harris was concerned with something else. "Is the wind too cold?" She replied, "It's fine." Then Iveria squinted into the distance, thinking, asterisk, "I didn't see a single mage on the way up. They caused trouble and then ran away." Asterisk. So, Iveria gazed into the distance, pondering. But what is it ultimately? She frowned at the red crystal in the center of the sundial. "Is that all there is?" Suddenly, Theo Harris exclaimed, "So that's the sun's heart." Hearing this, Iveria picked up her sword. The heart. It cleared its throat. Ahem. Then it began to explain. "The sun god, the creator of the world, maintains the balance of the continent by shattering his own heart into 5 pieces and placing them throughout the land. The lottery tower also has a piece, and the most famous of the 5 hearts is located in Russo Tower. The god's powerful magic will strike down anyone who approaches to protect his heart." Taking the information, Iveria assessed. Lightning, huh? Truly divine generosity. A new question arose in her mind. But how close is too close? Currently, they were standing inside the sundial, right next to the red heart, completely unharmed. "Aren't we pretty close already?" The sword chimed in. "Right." Confused, Iveria suggested, "What's going on? Is it broken?" The sword, sweating, stammered, "I don't know." Suddenly, Theo kicked the red heart with a crisp crack, startling Iveria. Immediately after his kick, the heart shattered, scattering pieces across the floor. Iveria clutched her head, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? What are we supposed to do now that you've broken it?" Theo pointed. "It's a fake." He nudged a shard with his foot, because it doesn't have any divine energy. A real artifact wouldn't shatter like this. Iveria calmed down slightly. "Then where's the real one?" Theo turned to her. "Who knows? Uvea sight. If my leg wasn't caught on this thing, I would have tried to steal it." Her thoughts drifted. The rainy season came earlier than usual. The dark clouds started in the south, not the north. Even the giants are going crazy on the western border. The heart is connected to the continent's balance. But what if it disappears completely? Iveria mused darkly. Then I wouldn't be surprised if something even bigger happened. She thought of Theo resting his head on her shoulder and worried. But no matter what happens, I don't want it to happen to Harry. She clenched her fist, determined. If that's the case, I have to stop it. A thief with the power to withstand lightning. Fools who disregard the safety of the continent. I don't have proof, but my gut tells me I'm right. Standing in the wind, Iveria called out, "Harry, let's go to the Mage Association." Looking down at the Mage Association from above, someone said, "We're here." Theo, piloting the wyvern with Iveria in his arms, asked, "Shall we go in?" Looking down, Iveria instructed, "They're not trustworthy. We'll make them come out." He asked, "Out." Moments later, the wyvern landed with a powerful flap of its wings in the courtyard of the Mage Association. It stomped its feet, its tail sweeping across the ground and knocking over a nearby statue. Growl crash. Seeing this, Theo Harris's face was covered in sweat, and he felt dizzy. Iveria, however, gave a thumbs up, squinting in approval. Nice shot. Praised. The wyvern narrowed its eyes and chuckled shyly. At the same time, Iveria instructed, all right, now we just wait around here. Theo Harris chuckled and asked, is this how we're going to do this? I thought you said to avoid conflict and trouble. But Iveria countered, we came here to fight. Several people have already been injured because of these guys. See, suddenly, somewhere else, a blue-haired knight who was working flinched and turned around guiltily. Iveria continued, it's not like the association hasn't made a mistake or two. Hearing this, Theo Harris squinted, fawning, I like this wild side of you too. Suddenly, in the distance, a thump, thump, thump rang out. Footsteps came running, and a voice shouted, who's there? A middle-aged man in aristocratic clothing yelled, do you know where you are? Who dares to do this? Immediately, a voice responded, who else would be here? Iveria held her sword on her shoulder and yelled back, the victims. What about it? Theo Harris laughed in amusement. Look, suddenly, someone stared intently at the sword on Iveria's shoulder and wondered, what's this? If it's the silver-haired pretty boy. And looking at the platinum hair of his companion, he continued, referring to Theo Harris, accompanied by the girl with the dagger. Then the middle-aged man gasped, is that the descendant of the great blue flame, Archmage? But someone corrected him, while I also call him that. Isn't that title a bit too long? Suddenly, the two nobles turned their backs to them and said, please wait a moment. They whispered amongst themselves. Looking at the setting sun, they said, we'll invite the leader. A moment later, an old man with white hair and a beard, holding a moon staff, bowed and spoke, I sincerely welcome you two to the White Fortress. I am Sultan, leader of the Mage Association. He continued, as expected of the owner of the Holy Sword, you visit quite freely. If you had knocked on the gate, we would have come to greet you. But Iveria crossed her arms sarcastically. I have some unpleasant memories of entering mage territory, so I was a bit cautious. Anyway, that's not the main issue. We just came from Russo Tower. It's quite beautiful. This puzzled Sultan. Then Iveria cheerfully added, I heard that mages frequent it too, right? Especially the upper floors. They're very beautiful. As soon as she said this, Sultan tilted his head and instructed his subordinates. You all step back for a moment. They left, and only the leader of the Mage Association remained, facing Iveria and Theo Harris under the setting sun. Then, sweating, he inquired, you must have known the heart was a fake, which is why you came here. Right? Iveria immediately praised him. You're quicker than I thought, aren't you? Sultan squinted and suggested, even if that weren't the case, I was going to ask for your help. I need your assistance. Hearing this, Iveria asked, was bringing Harry to the association also because of this? He confirmed, yes, Geron was just following orders without knowing the full situation. Next, the two of them exchanged questions and answers. What exactly happened? We borrowed the Sunstone to power an experiment. It must have been stolen. But Sultan then revealed completely unexpected information. However, that stone was stolen again. This startled Iveria. She was shocked, as if something had shattered into pieces, and she gasped, what? Stolen? Then Sultan recounted the process. The thief entered the Liancho forest on the western border where the giants are rampaging. Not long after, it was stolen again. The thief entered the Liancho forest on the western border where the giants are rampaging. Having heard this, Iveria put her hands on her hips and asked with a sullen face, you expect me to believe that? Sultan firmly replied, it's the truth, my lord. Then, remembering the Sunstone Heart at the top of the tower, he continued, we also temporarily placed the Sunstone Heart in the tower while borrowing it for the experiment. We also imbued it with magical power, but the criminal stole the real one. I intended to resolve this as discreetly as possible, but I am not capable. Hearing this, Iveria sighed and said, that's absurd. Sultan also admitted, yes, it is a very absurd story. But Iveria clenched her fist and objected. No, I'm saying your handling of the situation is ludicrous. Then she angrily shouted, if the situation was like that, you should have confessed and asked for help. Don't you know what happened just because you kept hiding it until the end? Then, remembering the historic downpour, she scolded. Both houses and people in Eel were almost submerged by that sudden rainy season. Harry almost died trying to stop it. Theo, however, blankly corrected her. I wasn't about to die. But Iveria paid no attention and continued to nag. The giants in the Liancho forest were enraged, so the knights had to risk their lives fighting them. You created this tragedy, and you're still afraid of being scolded. And Iveria stepped in front of Sultan and yelled, isn't this all because of your experiments? Causing him to sweat and gulp, unable to Refute. Gulp. Iveria frowned, incredibly annoyed. Then she closed her eyes and turned her head away, not wanting to bother with him. Then she turned around and said, although there's much more to discuss, we must first deal with the urgent matter. If you know where the criminal went, you must also know who the culprit is, right? At this point, Sultan couldn't help but answer. Yes. He thought of the mysterious man with long golden hair and replied, it's an elf, a race of the forest. Hearing this name, Theo was startled and asked, an elf? They always stay in the forest and don't come out, do they? Sultan narrowed his eyes and explained, well, we had a little problem during the experiment, and the elves' world tree withered, so they said they would save it. Immediately, Theo exclaimed in disbelief. Then he held his head and cursed. This is insane. The world tree is more precious than their own lives. Suddenly, Iveria stopped him from continuing and said, all right, Harry, there's no point in saying anything more. Sultan was ashamed and speechless. Suddenly, Iveria made a condition. I will help you, but I will receive compensation. He immediately replied, I will pay any price. We also don't want the continent to fall into chaos. As soon as these words left his mouth, Iveria quipped, and yet you still stole the Sunstone heart for your experiments? Hearing this, Theo smiled at her indulgently. Then Iveria cautiously asked, just words aren't enough for me to believe, so make a bet like Jeron. What? Are you afraid to bet because you fear losing your magic? Sultan wore a gloomy, thoughtful expression. Then he hung his head, resigned to fate. No, it concerns the future of the Mage Association after all. Then Sultan sincerely declared, I, Sultan, pledge my magic as a wager. If the Sunstone heart is retrieved, I will pay the price the Holy Sword wielder desires. Life is the beginning of forest. The elves gathered and cared for it, transforming it into a lush woodland. Elves are natural gardeners and love nature. It's very difficult to encounter them because they live in seclusion within the forest. In the dense Liancho forest, which they tend, finding elves hidden within is quite difficult. Indeed. So, Sultan introduced a disciple to Iveria, and, according to Harris, they can detect magic within the Sunstone heart, so please guide them. We have a companion. However, Iveria angrily clenched her fist, opened her mouth wide, and made a demand. You better apologize quickly so I can go retrieve the heart from that expert gardener. Theo Harris, narrowing his eyes, asked, expert gardener, are you talking about the elves? Iveria immediately turned and said, those guys are good at farming too, right? Then she cheerfully suggested, well then, maybe we'll learn how to farm an elf. Theo, sweating, said, that's a combination I never thought of. Immediately, Iveria responded excitedly. First, let's try talking to them. Then the two raised their hands and cheerfully shouted, let's go. Okay, time swiftly passed. Within the forest, blue magic suddenly appeared, like will-o'-the-wisps, accompanied by a voice. I was leisurely thinking like that, when suddenly someone yelled, freeze. At this moment, Theo Harris, holding Iveria's shoulder, knelt on one knee, and their companion sat huddled inside a transparent protective sphere. Outside, two spears pointed at them as a voice shouted, try moving a finger. Suddenly, an enraged Theo Harris conjured magic in his palm and gestured towards a tree, yelling, I'll burn this sapling. But someone intervened, shouting no. Two hooded figures holding bows and arrows yelled, you villain. Demon, seeing the situation worsen, Iveria, sweating, inwardly lamented. Who would have thought they'd threaten to shoot arrows as soon as we near their territory? Are we the villains now? Suddenly, a blonde-haired person aimed a bow and arrow at them and said, you dare come here like this, you mages? Get out. Hearing this, Iveria spoke up, wait, we intend to talk. Then she turned her head and glared at their mage companion, inwardly cursing, it's all because of that mage association. He flinched in fear. A moment later, Iveria stood up and said, we will make the mages compensate as much as possible for the damage you've suffered. So I hope you will return the Sunstone heart. Seeing her actions, Theo Harris warned, dangerous. Despite this, Iveria continued negotiating. If that thing isn't where it's supposed to be, you know what will happen, right? The blonde archer listened as she added, innocent people almost died, and fell silent. Then he said, even so, we can't. We need the Sunstone heart to heal the world tree. Hearing this, Iveria angrily bit her lip and cursed, damn it. Theo Harris, still sitting, looked up and said, Iveria, let's just burn it all down. Suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed through the forest. Theo Harris embraced Iveria, protecting her. The hooded blonde figure was also startled by the rumbling. He thought to himself, the sound is getting closer. Suddenly, Iveria yelled, "Hey elves, can we deal with that first?" Hearing this, he replied, "Agreed. After that, we'll drive you away, humans." A moment later, Theo Harris said, "They're here." At the same time, two giants wielding spiked clubs approached. Someone witnessing their murderous aura gasped, "Are they giants?" Yes, they have strong regenerative abilities, so they're quite troublesome. Seeing this, Iveria tilted her head back and sighed. Honestly, she looked at the three giants and criticized, "They're so ugly. Even ghosts would be scared," leaving them stunned and shocked. Then, innocent as a fairy, she turned to Theo Harris and asked, "What's wrong?" He stammered, Looking at the line of giants, Theo Harris explained, "Although they can't speak human language, they understand everything." After that, a wave of angry grumbling arose. Seeing this, a dizzy Iveria stammered, It seems like they're really angry." Theo Harris, frowning, confirmed, "It seems so." Then, he conjured a protective sphere around them both, saying, "Let's stay here for now. If we burn them with fire, they won't be able to regenerate and die." Suddenly, Iveria cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted, "Hey, use your arrows to hit the giants' eyes to stop them from moving. Then, Harry will destroy them with fire." But a blonde-haired man refused. "No." Suddenly, angry roars echoed, while Iveria asked what. The blonde-haired man yelled down, explaining, "We can't use fire. The fire could spread throughout the entire forest." Hearing this, Iveria, sweating, argued, "But I can control it." They questioned and answered each other. She says she can eliminate them without damaging even a single tree. "No way, that's difficult." Then Iveria shouted, "Anyway, stop talking like idiots. This is your home, so you can't surrender." She looked at two other blonde-haired men lying on the ground and continued, "Your comrades are injured. Is that important?" At that moment, another man was struck by a giant's foot. Iveria immediately added, "Trees can be replanted, but if you die, that's it. If you can't decide, then fine. I value everyone's lives more." Then she turned and called, "Harry, blow them all away." Hearing this, he cheerfully replied, "As you command." At the same time, at the barracks near the Liancho forest, someone, looking at the soldiers in the distance, spoke up, "Are Osuri Knights that strong? They're always so active." Two others, looking at the roasting meat on the stove, gossiped, "The descendant of the Grand Mage has also sworn allegiance to that girl, right?" As expected of the Holy Sword's owner's knights. The Osuri Knights were originally just lowly mercenaries. They say the Holy Sword's owner came and changed them. The Holy Sword's owner, in their imagination, was a giant monster wielding a sword and roaring. After a moment of silence, they wondered, what did that person actually do? Suddenly, a brown-haired man spoke up, "Well, it's awfully quiet in the forest today, like the calm before the storm." Hearing this, the red-shirt man warned, "Don't jinx it." Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from the forest behind them, startling the three. Then one looked up, questioning, "Whoa, what's that?" Before their eyes, a fierce blaze shot up into the sky. Someone asked, "A pillar of fire." The giants roared in anger. A moment later, they began to disintegrate in Theo Harris's blue flames. Finally, the giants were gone from the forest, leaving only the crackling of burning wood. Iveria covered her mouth with her hand and coughed, muttering, "That was awful, and the smell is terrible too." Theo Harris fanned away the smoke and dust for her and asked, "Are you all right?" Iveria suddenly glanced to the side. The elves were lying or sitting by the charred tree trunks. She thought, the forest has been completely burned, but even so, nearby, two men asked each other, "Are you all right? Seems like I'm not dead yet." Then the blonde-haired man stood up. He bowed his head. Iveria silently watched him. Then, as he approached her, he said, "It's fortunate that no one died. The Mages Association will do its utmost to help rebuild the forest." The blonde-haired man removed his hood. He said, "Thank you. We will restore the forest with our comrades." Then the blonde-haired man raised his hand, conjuring sparkling, luminous energy. He began to sing amidst the mountains and forest. Immediately, the other elves stood up, clasped their hands, and sang along. Surprised, Iveria asked, "Singing? Why are they singing?" Theo Harris whispered in her ear, "He's singing for the dead trees." Her face fell. "That startled me," she murmured. She watched them intently. Then, drawing her sword, she said, "The smell of burning bodies doesn't suit this beautiful song at all." The sword replied, "I am ready, master." Iveria walked forward past the elves. She plunged her sword into the ground. Crouching down, she thought, "Purify this for me, Jupiter." A beautiful white light emanated from the sword, shining like glittering gold stars. Stunned, she thought, Wow, this is a bit much. The first time using the purification ability with the mystical song and the light. Anyone who sees this will think I'm doing something amazing. Suddenly, a doubtful voice called out, Lord. A group of people ran towards Iveria, having come after seeing the pillar of fire. The brown-haired young man at the front asked in surprise, Why are you here? If you're the Lord of the Siori Knights. At the same time, someone shouted, The owner of the Holy Sword. Iveria's face paled, and she stammered. She quickly pulled her sword out, sheathed it, and waved her hands dismissively, and oh no, it's a misunderstanding. Jupiter, turn off the light, quick. It's all a misunderstanding, so don't think about it. But the people continued to murmur. Look at the mountain of giant corpses. Distressed, she said no, I said it wasn't me. They continued, and praised by the elves too. It must be true. Suddenly, they shouted, Hooray! The owner of the Holy Sword drove away the giants. Exasperated, Iveria scowled and yelled, Will you please listen to me? Suddenly, they stomped their feet in unison and shouted, Long live the owner of the Holy Sword. The owner of the Holy Sword has saved the West. Our Lord, our Master. Iveria swayed and called, Harry, come look at this. He approached, puzzled, her face pale. She pointed at them and ordered, Harry, quickly explain that you did it. Theo Harris cheerfully asked, Why? Our Iveria is so talented. Or is something missing? Then he snapped his fingers, creating fireworks that filled the sky. Iveria was so shocked she froze, thinking, I shouldn't have said anything. Suddenly, someone asked, Are you the owner of the Holy Sword and the Lord of Oberon? The question came from a middle-aged knight. He introduced himself. I am Count Linmo of the Western Nobility Alliance. This time, I am in charge of the giant extermination operation. Hearing this, Iveria pictured a map out of its Count Linmo's territory, the Leantro Forest. Count Linmo's territory would be the first to suffer if the area bordering the forest collapses. It's also the location of the largest and most developed city in the region. So that's why he's in charge of this extermination operation. Suddenly, he bowed his head and said, Thank you very much, making Iveria suspicious. Linmo continued his explanation with his head still bowed, that we struggled against them, but there were too many giants, and I felt despair. But unexpectedly, the owner of the Holy Sword stepped forward to resolve it directly. The Dragon Knights you sent also provided a great deal of strength. Hearing this, Iveria's face paled as she thought in embarrassment. No, this touching atmosphere is continuing again. She denied it aloud, no, it wasn't me. Linmo listened with a dumbfounded expression as she said, Everything, in every aspect, was coincidental. I absolutely did not intend to help. Immediately, his face flushed with happiness, as if he had met his idol. He praised Iveria, You're even humble. Iveria panicked, thinking, I said it wasn't me. She gave an awkward, empty laugh, not knowing what to do. He. I'm doomed. I'll just stay silent and laugh. But Linmo exclaimed, Even your laughter is full of dignity, truly worthy of the owner of the Holy Sword. Oh. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed Iveria became, forcing a laugh. He. After a long while, Linmo bowed slightly and said, The West will never forget your help. Iveria wiped away sweat, waving her hand and thinking, You can forget it. No, if you're grateful, please forget it altogether. Suddenly, Linmo squinted and continued with a smile. When things are settled, you must visit me. Watching them leave, Iveria continued her fake laugh. I'm so done. Then she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. There, a blonde-haired elf man was waiting. She said, So, now it's time for us to talk, right? Hearing this, he stood silently in the afternoon sun, staring without saying a word. The blonde elf spoke, I am Taramon, chieftain of the elves, descendant of the forest. Hearing this, Iveria was surprised and exclaimed softly, Aha. Then she shook his hand and introduced herself, Iveria Oberon, currently serving as Lord of El. You offer to shake hands first, so to some extent, you must be open-minded, right? She looked at him, sweating, and asked, You don't blame us for burning the forest. Taramon replied, Didn't you say it? Rebuilding and replanting the forest is what creates the elves. He looked at the burnt trees and sighed. We were so satisfied with our current lives for so long that we forgot that creating a forest from wasteland is the mission of the elves. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and Taramon said, However, she introduced herself in such a peculiar way. Shouldn't there be more embellishments? Hearing this, Iveria scratched her head wearily and explained, I'm content with being the lord of small territory. Inwardly, she thought, a grand title only brings more trouble. Taramon frowned and remarked, you're a strange human. Your lack of concern for reputation is similar to our kind. She replied, is that so? And thought to herself, the atmosphere between us has improved, hasn't it? Suddenly, Iveria's eyes crinkled with a cheerful suggestion. Since we understand each other so well, it must be fate. So, if you return the heart of the sun. But Taramon flatly refused. That's impossible. His words made Iveria's smile freeze on her face. Then, flipping something over, she frowned and questioned, if creating a forest from wasteland is your mission, you just need to replant the world tree, right? Taramon crossed his arms and retorted, if your parents were sick, would you just recreate them? Taken aback, she stammered, well, but isn't that like natural aging? But Taramon argued, the world tree was once very healthy. He then pointed into the distance accusingly, until they interfered. Iveria angrily retorted, ugh, but still you all, but stopped herself mid-sentence. All right, so how long will it take for the world tree to recover? She asked, thinking to herself, I should wait instead of starting a bloodbath. But Taramon said sadly, I don't know. I can't even guess. This is something that has never happened before. In the worst-case scenario, it could take hundreds, thousands of years. As if echoing his words, the wind suddenly picked up, howling fiercely. His words distressed Iveria greatly. She scratched her head in frustration. Then she asked, can I go see the world tree first? Taramon silently nodded in agreement. A long while later, on the mountain, someone was panting with exhaustion. After a while, the panting grew heavier. Supporting her, Theo Harris asked worriedly, Iveria, what's wrong? Taramon turned and asked, it's only been a 10-minute walk. Are all humans this weak? Unbelievable. Blindfolded, Iveria, sweating profusely, murmured weakly, I'm a bit special, that's why. Hearing this, Taramon stood with his hands on his hips and quipped, lucky you. If this were normal, it seems the human race would be quite pathetic. Theo Harris, meanwhile, anxiously paced around her, asking, are you all right? Should I fan you? Slumped on the ground, Iveria thought, this elf, he's good at insulting people in a caring tone. Really good. Suddenly, Theo Harris snapped angrily, stop causing trouble. Go away, elf. Hearing this, Taramon asked in confusion, did you tell me to go away? Then, standing before them, he argued, the phrase go away is used for someone at fault, but I haven't done anything wrong. If you don't know how to use words properly, you should learn. Theo Harris gaped at him, stunned. Taramon continued, so, you're not very articulate, are you? This made Theo Harris furiously shout, what? You? But Taramon continued to lecture, being inarticulate at this age is nothing to be ashamed of. True shame is not knowing and not bothering to learn. Listening to their argument, Iveria exclaimed, ah. She thought with a dumbfounded expression, he's not being sarcastic, he's just saying what he thinks, isn't he? Aloud, she asked, are all elves this blunt? One of the Taramon replied, if you're saying we don't hide our thoughts, then you're right. Theo Harris barked, what? But Iveria stopped him. Calm down, Harry. Then she continued her questioning. Among you, you're particularly blunt, aren't you? Taramon's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Behind her blindfold, Iveria chuckled. Anyone who talks to you for a minute would realize it. Besides, it must be difficult walking around blindfolded. Can't you really take it off? He shook his head. The location of the world tree is a secret, so I can't. We're almost there, so let's hurry. They soon arrived at a glowing gate. The guards there asked, have you arrived? Did Ikanon cause any trouble? Hearing this, Iveria asked curiously, Ikanon? Taramon replied, that's the name of the elf who guided us. Understanding dawned on her. Ah, I see. Taramon added, he's the worst communicator among the elves, but he doesn't mean any harm, right? Iveria, leaning tiredly on her knees, gave a perfunctory reply. Is that so? Then he said, well, let's go in. A moment later, Iveria stared at the horizon ahead, stunned. Looking at the ancient tree with a red crystal at its base, she murmured, so this is the world tree. It's truly enormous and magnificent. However, its branches were bare without a single leaf. Covering her nose, Iveria paled. But it reeks of something awful. Did all of this happen because of the mages? Beside her, Taramon said sadly, the world tree is slowly recovering, but it's clearly dying. Only that one leaf remains. It's our last hope. The heart of the sun possesses powerful life force, so it can save the world tree. Iveria approached the red crystal and whispered, "Is this really the heart of the sun placed at the base of the tree?" The sword vibrated in response. Asterisk yes. I sense an overflowing energy. Asterisk she asked again, but the tree isn't absorbing anything. Even after 1,000 years, it won't recover at this rate. Iveria looked down at the sword. This can't be. Don't you know any other way to heal it? It replied, I don't. Theo Harris, squinting, added, healing isn't my specialty. Iveria looked up at the withered giant, lost in thought. If a mystical tree like this dies, it feels like the world is coming to an end. First, let's get rid of this stench. Suddenly, an elf stepped forward to stop her. Human, don't come any closer. But Taramon raised his hand. Leave her be. Iveria crouched beside the heart of the sun and stuck the sword into the ground. She shuddered, thinking, ugh, the smell of rotting roots is like a bioweapon. Iveria imagined the fierce elves behind her threatening her. Just try causing even the slightest damage to the world tree. Covering her nose, she thought miserably. Asterisk, their glares are so intense. I'll just try something first. Asterisk, then she shouted, Jupiter, cleanse. Sparkling lights appeared. The scent of flowers filled the air, and someone exclaimed, Ah, it smells sweet. Sitting beneath the tree, Iveria sighed, but the smell is just gone. She touched the red crystal sadly. Well, of course it wouldn't be this easy. From the beginning, the world tree should have been able to absorb the life force of the heart and solve the problem. Suddenly, golden light emanated from her ring, swirling in the wind. Iveria gasped in surprise. What's this? Is the tree absorbing it into the ring? She stared at the ring on her index finger. Herself. Iveria turned her head, silently cried out, and stopped. Someone help me. She realized with panic. Don't the others see it? I don't know what it is, but I think I've caused an accident. Then Iveria stared in astonishment at the branch with the single leaf lying on the ground. Huh? Me? Why am I here? The last leaf, all alone on the tree. And then it disappeared, leaving the tree bare. Then the branch with that single leaf fell on the ground. Immediately, the elves angrily shouted, by the gods, that human killed the world tree. We shouldn't have let humans in here. At the same time, Theo Harris ran to Iveria and shielded her. A moment later, he held up his sword and questioned, Jupiter, don't you have a binding skill? It replied, I do not possess that ability. But Iveria wasn't having it. You have 1047 skills, and yet you don't have a single ability to use at a time like this. Flustered, it replied, I apologize, for I am an incomplete sword master. Hearing this, Iveria roared in frustration. Theo Harris suggested, Iveria, how about we kill them all? But she refused. Stay put, Harry. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed, Lower your weapons, my children. This human is not at fault. I am your beginning and your end. Cease your anger and listen to my story. Hearing the voice, Taramon paused, suspicious. This voice, could it be? Then he shouted, Is it a person? Is it the creator? Iveria wondered, the creator? Isn't it the world tree talking? Suddenly, the voice rustled in the wind again. Indeed, my children, listen to my final message. Taramon, with tears in his eyes, swallowed hard and replied, Final. Then the voice slowly continued, My children, those who bear the mission to make all lands green, have stayed in one place for too long. The energy of the ancients has made me sick, and I cannot overcome the lightning. Take this last leaf and go to new land. Iveria stared blankly upwards as it continued. Build a new home and make the land green. I will be reborn there. Follow this human. She is the guide who knows where we must go. As soon as it finished speaking, Iveria's face fell, and she lamented to herself, I knew it would be like this. Again, then she looked at Taramon, thinking, even if I talk until I'm blue in the face, he won't listen. Sure enough, Taramon asked, Are you our guide? She looked at the other elves crying and thought miserably, He's asking me to be responsible for all these elves? At the same time, they asked, Where should we go, guide? Tears streaming down her face, Iveria said, I don't know anything about elves or trees. I'm used to gathering firewood, not planting anything. In her head, she knew even if I say that. Suddenly, Taramon spoke. So you're saying the world tree was wrong? Causing Iveria to stumble forward, crying out, Of course. He continued, ignoring her distress. So where should we go? Iveria, speechless, forced a laugh, haha. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Oh, you want to come to my house? There's a really nice forest there. Then she explained her next plan. We're going to put the heart back where it belongs. If it's not in the right place, who knows what will happen? Hearing this, Taramon said about the heart of the sun, we will definitely compensate for the damage we caused. Iveria raised an eyebrow. Right. So, she narrowed her eyes at the Mage Guild's representative. since the ringleader was a mage, shouldn't that side compensate as well? He immediately replied, yes, of course, ma'am. We will certainly compensate. Suddenly, Taramon insisted, no, we also need to take responsibility for making this a big deal. Seeing this, Iveria asked, well then, I wonder, can you grow wheat and barley in Cold Place? Bread and beer are the staple foods of the common people. If we can produce wheat and barley, the territory's food independence will increase, and it can be less influenced by other territories or the royal family. That means my beautiful, secluded life will become feasible. Taramon smiled confidently and replied, we are elves. We can make anything sprout, no matter where we are. Having received the desired answer, Iveria excitedly sealed the deal. If so, then please repay me by doing that. Taramon didn't hesitate to nod vigorously. He said, I'll see you in the new land. After that, the Heart of the Sun was returned to its place. Once finished, Iveria exclaimed, all right. She patted Theo Harris's head in praise. You've worked hard all day, Harry. He replied, I've told you many times that's praise for a dog. Suddenly, he intertwined his fingers with Iveria's and said, Iveria. Looking at her intensely, he continued, seriously, play with me, won't you? This made her ask doubtfully. Here. Hearing this, Theo Harris sulked. Is the location important? We can play anywhere. His words made Iveria blush as she thought, this tower. The night sky really does look beautiful. Seeing Iveria spacing out, he asked curiously, what are you thinking about again? When will you only think about me when you're with me? I only think about you. It's frustrating. But Iveria threw cold water on Theo Harris, saying, dogs live and suffer because of their owners. He immediately denied, I'm not a dog. She offered proof. Back then, you said you're my dog. You have to indulge me to some extent. Even so, Theo Harris still argued, well, I just need to adjust appropriately whenever I change my mind. What's so difficult about that? I'm your dog. Catching his slip-up, she said, look, now you're saying you're my dog again. Defeated, Theo Harris slumped down dejectedly. How can I make you only think about me? Standing beside him with no intention of comforting him, Iveria said, you have to solve the problem yourself. Suddenly, Theo Harris nudged her foot and called, Iveria, Oberon. Then he hugged her leg and lamented, you're such a difficult shard. Theo Harris sat cross-legged on the ground, whimpering, hick. Seeing this, Iveria patted his head and comforted him. I'm not a shard right now. She put a finger to her lips conspiratorially. I've even prepared a gift for the coming-of-age ceremony. And it only makes sense if you earn something difficult yourself, right? Suddenly, he lunged forward, surprising Iveria, who cried out, ah. He swept her up into his arms. Stroking Iveria's hair, he said, let's try to solve that difficult problem. After they shared a sweet kiss, Iveria thought to herself, I thought I was holding a leash, not my pet dog, Harry. Then, looking at him passionately, she thought, but it seems like I'm kissing Theo Harris, a demon loyal to desire. He gently embraced her, making Iveria feel like she was floating in a sea of pink clouds, blissfully happy. But the one who treats me most carefully in the world isn't Harry, and according to Harris, it's not him either, but my dog. Lifted into his arms, Iveria laughed joyfully. Then, looking directly into his eyes, she blushed and said, I like you, Harry. Theo Harris, stunned, asked in disbelief, you like me? She narrowed her eyes and replied, of course, I like Harry. There's no reason to hate Harry. Then Theo Harris opened up, I like you too. Then they sank into their own world, radiating love-struck energy. And no one in this world likes you more than I do. I also like Harry the most in this world. Suddenly, the sword, Jupiter, asked with a chuckle, what kind of conversation is this? That's not like you two. Hey, Jupiter, are you jealous? Iveria looked at the sunstone and sighed, but it seems like nothing has changed. I was so worried when the goddess spoke like the world tree. Children, listen. It's a good thing I didn't actually meet a god. Then she said to Theo Harris, by the way, Harry, don't you find this stone strange? She held up her hand, feeling it for a moment, and said doubtfully, it's like my strength has decreased, or I can't feel it. Then, remembering when she touched it under the world tree, she thought, clearly, the light emitted from the sunstone was absorbed into the ring. It seems like no one else saw it, but I feel uneasy. But Theo Harris denied it. Yes, there. I don't know what's strange. Hearing this, she felt somewhat relieved. Really? That's a relief. Closing her eyes and sweating, she comforted herself. If Harry doesn't feel anything strange, then there's probably no problem. Aloud, Iveria said, let's go home. After a while, they flew in the sky, looking down at the town below. Iveria wondered, why are the lights illuminating the entire mansion garden? And everyone seems to be in a commotion. Right. As soon as the two landed in the courtyard, a man ran up and called out, "Lord." She looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Baron, what's going on?" He hurriedly said, "You're finally back." Suddenly, a guest from the Imperial Palace arrived. Hearing this, she wondered, "From the Imperial Palace? Who is it?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Is everyone making such a fuss just because I'm visiting?" The platinum blonde-haired man adjusted his glasses and continued, "Even someone of L's level can understand, right? I am Prime Minister Marson." He added, "We're not strangers, so let's skip the greetings." Marson, the head of the administrative officials and Catherine's favorite. But among those favorites, he had a particularly nasty personality. He looked down on everyone and didn't acknowledge anyone. The only person he acknowledged was the heroine, Catherine. And of course, he despised the foolish villainess, Iveria. In reality, used to admire intelligent people, but hearing this, she smiled brightly and retorted, "After acting as you please, you ask that? Does it even matter?" Marson raised an eyebrow, nitpicking, "Are you insistent on exchanging greetings with me?" Iveria argued back, "It's not about that, but if you skip it first, it puts me in a bad mood." Marson replied, "That's not important. I should indeed skip the greetings." Then the two glared at each other, metaphorical lightning crackling between them. Marson, like a venomous snake, got straight to the point. "I came here for the levy construction funds that the capital is providing." Iveria, like a roaring lioness, growled back, "Have you read the agreement that states there will be no interference with Eel due to the funding?" The two then launched into a heated argument. "The scale of the funding you requested is quite substantial, so I need confirmation." "Did you really have to come all the way here for that?" "No comment, because I can't trust anyone else's judgment." Finally, he puffed out his chest, panting, and continued, "Because I wanted to see you off guard. Now is the most opportune time." Iveria, also breathless, questioned, "What's the situation now?" Marson confirmed, "Yes, everything is appropriately chaotic, and if there's a vulnerability due to carelessness, it's the perfect time to exploit it." "Wonderful." Hearing this, Iveria's face fell in annoyance as she thought, "As long as you think it's good, right?" Time flew by. Later that morning at the castle, someone asked, "Did you say the Prime Minister has arrived?" Cashin, flustered, corrected them. "I meant that Marson fellow." Lidden, sitting with his legs crossed, sneered, "He's always digging around and poking his nose everywhere in the territory." Iveria, resting her chin on her hand, asked curiously, "It seems like neither of you likes him very much." Marson is Cashin's official supporter. Of course, it's not because he genuinely believes he's fit to be king. After all, if we're talking about unreliable thorns, wouldn't the thorn Catherine chose be slightly better? Cashin was well aware of this half-hearted support, so he couldn't help but feel irritated. Iveria crossed her arms and closed her eyes, assessing the other prince, AS for Lidden. Of course he'd be annoyed with his opponent's supporter. Thanks to that, it's been a while since everyone has shared the same sentiment. Isn't this the first time? Suddenly, Lidden and Cashin began bickering. "This is all because you're doing useless things. Why did you call Marson here? He came on his own. How would I know? I just asked for the funds." Hearing this, Lidden scolded, "What a mediocre ambassador." Cashin retorted, his jaw dropping, "Why am I the mediocre one?" As Iveria watched, the two brothers continued their squabble. Understanding yourself is also an important virtue for a king. How can you say that so casually? Have you forgotten what we're competing for? Suddenly, Iveria interrupted, "It seems like you two have gotten closer after not seeing each other for a while." Lidden immediately turned his head and replied, "Being separated from so many things here, I feel a bit more at ease." Cashin added, "Besides, we have a common enemy." Then, in unison, they both said, "There are no eternal friends nor eternal enemies. Only interests are eternal." Iveria hesitantly pointed at herself and asked, "Is that common enemy me?" Someone denied it. "We're talking about the river flooding. You must be feeling guilty." But Iveria countered, "I have a conscience, you know." Then she muttered under her breath, "So they do know they're exploiting my labor? But what can I do?" Iveria cleared her throat. In that sense, she beamed brightly and suggested, "I'll entrust you too with guiding Prime Minister Marson. I've given you full authority over the flooding issue. The Prime Minister is also here for that matter, so guiding him is also your responsibility." They immediately jumped up in surprise. "What? I'm in charge of building the upstream dam, not the levee." Cashin explained, Ultimately, it's all connected. Any surplus funds from the levy can supplement the construction. Hearing this, Lyddon yelled, "You." The two then bickered back and forth like it was a marketplace. "You're actually going to do that?" "Yes, I'm actually going to do that." Having delegated the task, Iveria stood up, her eyes crinkling with amusement. "Oh, you two discuss it and decide. It doesn't matter who takes charge." Lyddon reproached her. "You're really good at passing the buck, aren't you?" Walking towards the door, she tilted her head and emphasized, "Well, I do have a conscience. So for the sake of both your thrones, good luck." She left Lyddon and Cashin standing there dumbfounded. Later, in the main hall, Iveria muttered, "Well, I've taken care of one troublesome matter." Then looking out the window, she exclaimed, "Ah, there they are." Outside, a man and a woman were talking. Suddenly, Iveria opened the door, poked her head out, and called, "Baron." Seeing her, the two bowed. "Greetings, Lord." She asked, "I have something to tell you about the Russo Tower. Do you want the long explanation or the short one?" Seeing that they had business, the maid stepped back. "I'll excuse myself." The Baron replied, "Just the conclusion, please." Hearing this, Iveria's eyes crinkled with amusement. As expected, the Baron, like me, prefers things simple. Leaning against the window, she said, "The elves will live in the Black Forest." This left the Baron looking utterly bewildered. He then heard her continue, "In return, they'll help us cultivate wheat and barley and eel." The elderly Baron was then swept into a whirlwind of confusion as Iveria continued. "Ah, there's something I want to receive from the Mage Association, but it feels a bit much to decide on my own. So, I wanted to discuss with you, Baron, what we should accept." After that, the Baron's cry echoed through the castle. "Please explain from the beginning." In a deep place in the north, within the Dark Forest, is where the wyverns dwell. To the east, we'll collect resin to produce blue crystals, and to the south, we'll allow the people of the territory to harvest lumber. And to the west, there's a preserved area due to the difficult terrain, perfectly suited for the elves. There's plenty of empty land in Eel to grow wheat and barley, so I've decided to utilize this area. Iveria, leaning against the window, looked at the middle-aged man standing outside and continued, "Indeed, Baron, you know Eel better than anyone, don't you? You made that decision in a snap." He, however, looked bewildered. "But Lord, is it truly possible to farm in Eel?" The Baron worried, "Because it's been a cold and barren land for so long. I can't imagine it." She replied, "Let's see." Then Iveria recalled Terramon's words. "There's no land that elves can't make flourish." But even though he had said that so confidently, Iveria clenched her hand and replied, "I'm not entirely certain either." Quickly regaining her optimistic cheer, she added, "I just hope they succeed and do their best. So, assuming the barley grows, I'll entrust the brewing to you, Baron. You're the foremost expert on beers and liquors in our territory, after all. With human strength alone, the climate in Eel is too much to handle. It's simply a difficult land to survive in. I thought that was its fate." Suddenly, the Baron offered encouragement. "If it's you, Lord, you can change it." Then the Baron flatteringly praised, "Because you always do such wonderful work, even better than growing wheat or barley." Hearing this, Iveria chuckled and denied it. "Haha, that's not my goal." Then she mused, "Compared to that, brewing beer is perfectly suited to the hot spring business, isn't it?" Iveria let her mind wander. After a hot spring bath, a cold beer. The Baron said, "Ah, you've mentioned this before, but what about asking the Mages Association for help developing the hot springs?" He expressed his concern. "We definitely need a means of transportation to access the hot springs. The hot spring source is deep within the Dark Forest, isn't it?" She added, "So, while the scenery is beautiful, access is quite difficult." And, squinting in thought, "Although I've built a resort for both hot spring bathing and relaxation around the baths, currently it's just a vacant, empty lot and extremely remote." Iveria frowned, thinking it's unreasonable for the nobles, who will be the hot springs customers, to have to walk all the way there, isn't it? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Iveria, imagining a cable car, exclaimed, "A cable car! I'll provide the idea, the dwarves will build the cable car, and the mages will provide the power. It's definitely possible. If even the construction costs of the cable car are transferred to the Mages Association, it'll be perfect. I should write a letter right away." Then from somewhere a voice cried out, "Wonderful!" A round-faced, orange-haired dwarven woman excitedly asked, "What does this thing you call a cable car look like? How does it move? Please draw it for me." Looking at the sparkling expression of the dwarven woman, Iveria squinted and replied, "I don't know exactly, But then, picking up a quill, she said like this, we hook it onto a rope to move the carriage body. Then it will run, right? Meanwhile, in her head, she was worried I don't know the exact principles, so my explanation is lacking, isn't it? Afterward, brushing her hair back and wiping away sweat, she said, perhaps it's like this. The orange-haired woman stared at the drawing in amazement. Ooh. We need to think about the technical aspects, but this is an interesting idea. I'll contact my colleagues in the Misty Mountains. Suddenly, Marcin appeared out of nowhere behind Iveria, asking, what's this? Startling her, she cried out, eek. Then both she and the dwarf flinched and yelped. Marcin, looking down at the drawing, marveled. Oh ho. Iveria, clutching her chest, asked, why are you here, your excellency? Marcin, still scrutinizing the drawing, replied, I was returning to the mansion when I saw you coming here. Hearing this, Iveria was dubious. The mansion is in the completely opposite direction. Then, her eyes widening in realization. This man really is terribly directionally challenged. Catherine also guided him before they became closer. Suddenly, Marcin turned his head and asked, did you draw this? Iveria replied, yes, I did. Then he stared intently at the drawing and spoke rapidly. The shape and structure are quite unique. We hook these carriage-like structures onto a rope, and they can move. If it's this structure, the key is a rope that can support the carriage-like structure. Ordinary rope won't hold, and we need a very strong rope to withstand all these factors like distance, height, the weight of the structure, and a number of passengers at least. Then Marcin grabbed a pen and exclaimed, it has to be like this. This part should be like this. After fiddling with it for a while, he slapped the drawing onto the wall, tearing it slightly. It has to look like this, doesn't it? Seeing this, Iveria broke out in a cold sweat, lamenting internally, my specialty is literature, and said aloud, yes, perhaps like that. But Marcin, still brimming with enthusiasm, continued, indeed, to withstand this kind of weight. Iron, no, even iron might not be enough. Surely you plan to use a metal similar to mithril. Flustered, she replied, perhaps. Immediately, he remarked, I see. If that's the case, then processing mithril into a wire shape like this shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Iveria quickly pulled the orange-haired girl, Riss, forward as a shield. Riss will take care of that. But Marcin asked, then what about the driving force? Stumped, Iveria squinted and stammered, that. But before she could finish, he answered for her, magic, of course. Only magic. After that, Iveria could only sigh internally, save me, as Marcin bombarded her with questions. What about that? And this? Like this? This also needs consideration. Overwhelmed, she thought, too many questions. Finally, she grabbed the drawing and declared bluntly, excellent. Iveria, her eyes and mouth wide in disbelief, exclaimed, excellent. You've created a perfect design in such a short time. Riss chimed in, we could probably start crafting it right away, couldn't we? Suddenly, Iveria turned sharply and stared intently at Marcin. Then she assessed, this guy's personality is a bit troublesome, but he's the most useful of the fish. Like a skilled angler, Iveria suggested, your excellency, shall we return to the mansion now? I'll show you the way. Ho 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 ho. The playful tuna fish, Marcin, asked suspiciously you. Iveria cast her net frankly, I have to go back anyway. Ho 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 ho. Time flew by swiftly. Seeing Iveria singing cheerfully, her maid, following behind, asked, do you have something to be happy about, my lady? She replied, I've solved all those troublesome problems. Long live geniuses. Long live. Ho 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 ho. Earlier, while talking to Marcin, she had a realization. Indeed, I should approach the problem like this, shouldn't I? She thought that I just need to subtly reveal the problems I'm worried about. Marcin, pushing up his glasses, quickly interjected, no, you should approach that problem a different way. Iveria wisely thought. Then Marcin will come up with a quick and accurate solution. So now she was extremely satisfied and excited. In the meantime, I'll take it apart and refine it. Mwahaha. Suddenly, a concerned voice asked, why are you so happy? She turned towards the voice and saw Theo Harris sitting on the balcony railing. Puzzled, she asked Harris. He continued, you seem very happy with that idiot. Seeing them conversing, the maid bowed and excused herself. If you'll excuse me. The two of them continued their exchange. Why do you call Marcin an idiot? He's so intelligent. Hey, why are you taking a side? Iveria stepped forward to explain. I'm not taking a side. It's just the truth. Hearing this, Theo Harris became even more displeased, questioning, what does the truth matter? Does that guy make you happier than I do? She approached him and scolded, you're talking nonsense again. But Theo Harris, with a sad look in his eyes as if he'd lost something precious, asked, Iveria, are you only nice to me? Is that okay? She looked at him doubtfully. Harry, she thought. Why is he always so insecure? If she had to give her affection to someone, it would only be Harry. Then she mumbled in reply. Uh-huh. She looked at him cheerfully and invited. Harry, let's go for a walk. The maids blushed and stared in their direction. Outside in the courtyard, the gardener was so surprised he almost dropped his hat. On the brick path, Iveria held Theo Harris's hand and pulled him along. Not understanding her actions, Theo Harris blushed and called out, Iveria. She cheerfully turned her head and asked, What is it, Harry? Holding Iveria's hand, Theo Harris said worriedly, You said that if we did this in front of everyone, there would be strange rumors and you'd be embarrassed. She replied, I've decided I don't care anymore. Then she tightened her grip on Theo Harris's hand and firmly stated, I said I would do this. What can anyone else do? Then Iveria kissed the back of his hand. She looked up and smiled, asking, Isn't that right? Seeing all of Iveria's actions and words, Theo Harris suddenly blushed crimson and stared in surprise. Then he hugged her tightly and shouted happily, I really like my master. Iveria thought to herself, there are definitely going to be some huge rumors spreading now. This devil, he really is a puppy that needs attention, which is why he's so adorable. After a long while, she called out Harry. Looking at him sitting on her bed, she asked, We finished our walk, so why did you follow me all the way to my bedroom? Theo Harris replied, Because I want to be with you more. Then, with wide eyes, he said, Since everyone has already seen us, can't we do anything now? Hearing this, Iveria's face went blank as she thought, I did intend to spread rumors, but not for the plan to develop this quickly. Suddenly, Theo Harris cried out in alarm. It wasn't clear what was happening to him, but Theo Harris yelled and flailed his arms around. What is it? Then he ran off at full speed, shouting, Get out of here, leaving Iveria looking after him in confusion. Her mouth dropped open as she asked, Harry, what suddenly happened? Then, looking at a yellow bird pulling at Theo Harris's hair, Iveria asked doubtfully, A bird? The bird seemed annoyed as it pecked at Theo Harris's head. Suddenly, it looked up with excitement. Seeing it fly towards her, Iveria cried out in alarm, Wah, Harry! At the same time, a voice exclaimed, My representative! Contrary to Iveria's fearful thoughts, the bird simply flew around her. Then, sweating, Iveria wondered, A talking bird? Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed it. The bird, oblivious, said, That's right, I am. But before it could finish, Theo Harris clutched it tightly and angrily shouted, I've got you now, you crazy bird. Hearing this, it retorted, Who are you calling crazy, you fledgling devil? Watching this scene, Iveria pointed and asked suspiciously, Is this bird a devil too? The bird immediately turned its head and denied. Good heavens, what kind of devil? Then it flew up, escaping Theo Harris's grasp. Flying towards Iveria, it said, I can finally greet you. I am the sun god. I was able to come here, thanks to you finding a piece of my heart. I'm in this form because I don't have enough power. Sweating in surprise, Iveria asked, So, are you the sun god? It replied, Call me Sol. We met before, but I forgot and didn't introduce myself. Then, gasping, it added, I guess I need to recover those memories. Images of the sun god, complete with shining golden hair, then flashed before her. Memories flooded back into Iveria's mind, causing her to clutch her head and moan, Ugh. Seeing this, Theo Harris furiously pointed at the bird and yelled, You crazy god! What did you do to her? Sol flicked its tail, making him stumble and his heart pound. Then it declared, Arrogant young demon, take a short nap. Watching Theo Harris collapse unconscious, Iveria's face paled as she rushed to him, crying out, Harry. Sol reassured her, He's just sleeping. He'll wake up soon. Hovering above Iveria as she held Theo, Sol asked, Have you remembered everything now? Theo Harris is also my name. Perhaps he can help you. Looking at the sleeping Theo, Sol continued, He's useful for your mission, so I won't take him away. Despite this, it couldn't resist a sarcastic jab, although he does act a bit arrogant towards you. This made Iveria frown and clench her fists. Then she spoke, I remember meeting you. So, this isn't the world in the book. Sol confirmed that's right. This is a different, real world. It proudly recounted, I searched through dimensions to find a suitable person and laid out a path of flowers, so you could easily carry out your mission. Then, with a burst of self-satisfied laughter, it boasted, Oh ho ho ho, Theo Harris, the holy sword, and even the events leading to you gaining the support of the dwarves and elves, all my doing. Hearing this, Iveria gritted her teeth and growled, So that's how it is. You're that kind of person. Suddenly, Iveria grabbed Sol, startling it. Glaring at it, she scolded, You meddler, you dragged me here and then dumped all these troublesome things on me. Soul's eyes teared up as it defended itself. I thought you'd like it. You were dead, and I gave you a second chance. But Iveria retorted angrily. I didn't want this tiring life. Her whole body radiating a murderous aura. She shook Soul in her hands, demanding, "Why should I carry out this mission without getting anything in return?" Soul stammered, "There is something." A moment later, dizzy and disoriented, Soul fainted, leaving Iveria to wonder. Hey, suddenly, its eyes snapped open that if you find my heart, I'll grant you one wish. Iveria stared in surprise as it continued. You can also return to your original world. If I regain my power, I can make the plane crash like it never happened. Because I'm a god, after all. Outside the castle, a heavy rain began to fall, mirroring the somber mood. Inside the room, the golden candlelight flickered against the walls, dispelling some of the chill. Soul explained why, Iveria, if I put you in Catherine's body, it would have been much more comfortable. But the body and soul are a pair. If your soul enters an incompatible body, it won't be able to adapt and will dissipate. On the wall sconce, the candlelight continued to flicker. It added, the person compatible with you in this world is Iveria Oberon. It's truly your body. Iveria Oberon was a temporary soul that existed until you arrived and then vanished according to fate. Iveria stood by the window, gazing out at the thick, gloomy rain, pondering Soul's words. This is your new, real world, Iveria. She looked out sadly, lost in thought. Iveria placed her hand on the window pane and thought, ever since I fell into this world, I haven't once considered this place real. Is it because it doesn't feel real? It's because of this perception that I've been able to act so recklessly. Suddenly, a hand touched hers. Iveria turned around questioningly to look at the person behind her and called out, "Harry." He asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Following up with a sorrowful gaze, Harris asked, "Did the sun god say something absurd to make you like this?" Lightning flashed outside. Iveria didn't answer him, instead thinking, even so, is this body, this whole world, all real? Sitting on the sofa, Iveria looked at the cloaked man, his face completely hidden, and recalled, after falling into this world, everything has been easy for me. I thought of the characters in the novel like chess pieces, and in reality, I used them that way too. Imagining the chess pieces, Iveria thought to herself, it almost feels like playing a game. Since this place is a fake world anyway, I'm not guilty of anything. She had reasoned, so there's no way I should feel like it's real life. The goal of the game is simply to eat well and dress well. But then, suddenly, someone said that all of this is real. Iveria was startled to hear Soul say, even if you find it confusing, you must ultimately collect the fragments of my heart. He raised a wing to touch his cheek and continued, at some point, you will have a true wish, and you will seek me out yourself to pray for that wish. But Iveria thought, that sounds like a curse. Suddenly, Soul flew up and kissed her forehead. He said, don't worry, your days ahead will be a path of flowers, just like now. So, I'll leave the matter of finding the heart fragments to you. But Iveria angrily refused. I said I don't like it. I won't look for the remaining fragments either. Do you hear me? And she only heard Soul's voice echoing. Oh dear, with the power you've regained, it seems this is as far as I can go. Then he vanished into thin air, ignoring Iveria's curses. You deceiver. After a while, the heavy rain continued outside. Theo Harris cupped her face worriedly. Your complexion isn't good at all. Then he roared angrily, that so-called god. What did he say? I'll teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Iveria had to comfort Theo Harris in return. You can't scold him if you're acting like this. This only made him angrier. That's because I was taken by surprise. Then Theo Harris whimpered defensively. I said if we stood close together, I wouldn't be pushed away, and I wouldn't be like this. Iveria quickly agreed. Let's just say that's the case. But he wouldn't give up, insisting, it's true, and she just laughed loudly in response. Suddenly, Theo Harris reached out and brushed Iveria's hair, startling her. Flustered, Iveria turned away, saying, wait, Harry. This confused him. Huh. At this moment, Iveria felt incredibly dizzy and disoriented, thinking, no, how could I do that to him now? She repeatedly pressed the hug button, lamenting internally. I was even more proactive than that. Blushing, she lowered her head, unable to look at him, and thought, I'm not usually someone who acts like this. I said I was just enjoying it. Theo Harris, uneasy, held out his hands and asked, is something really wrong? Suddenly, she looked up at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, Theo Harris asked suspiciously, Iveria? Then, looking at his platinum hair and catching his fragrant scent in the wind, her heart began to race. Gazing at his face and eyes, she felt a thrill, such a refined and beautiful face. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, she thought, such a strong hand. Suddenly, Iveria realized with a start, he's just a man. She remembered the image of a white puppy squatting, waiting for its owner, barking woof, and lamented, "He's not my cute puppy, is he?" She stumbled over the thought. Harry really isn't cute, nor is he ridiculous. Then, pressing her lips together, she sighed inwardly, "This is crazy. Why have I been thinking like that? Am I an idiot?" Suddenly, she slumped down, thinking moreover, which made Theo Harris cry out in fear. Iveria, I said I would do anything if it could fill me with joy." Time flew by. Fireworks boomed, but Iveria couldn't feel any joy. She muttered, "I'd rather everything just disappear." "This world," a concerned voice from her sword asked, "Master, are you all right?" The 381st function of the Holy Sword is to shoot many fireworks. Resting her head on her hands on the table, she replied, "I'm not okay, but what can I do? I just want everything to disappear." Ha 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 ha. This left the sword at a loss for words. Suddenly, the Baron approached and said, "The disappearing thing might be a bit difficult, Your Excellency." Seeing him, Iveria sat up and said, "Ah, Baron." He reported, sweating, "The elves have arrived. I provided the accommodations we discussed earlier." Hearing this, Iveria lay back down on the table, replying indifferently, "Yes, please proceed." However, the Baron didn't leave, but continued, bowing, "I've also secured the land for agriculture. Would you like to see it yourself?" But she replied, listlessly, "Why go to that extent? They'll manage on their own." But the Baron persisted, "We must greet and welcome the elves, Your Excellency." Hearing this, she asked, "Must we?" Seeing this, he stared at her, speechless. Then the Baron declared resolutely, "It seems you're lacking motivation today, Your Excellency." She replied, "Exactly." Looking out the window, she added, "Life will pass as the gods have ordained. What's the point of working so hard?" Suddenly, the Baron turned and instructed the maid, "Emma, bring the lord a glass of cold water." She bowed her head in obedience, "Yes, sir." Then Iveria spoke, "Baron, I wish I were still asleep." Suddenly, the Baron offered some advice. "Your Excellency, please enjoy a short break. You've been so busy, you must be tired." This made Iveria raise her head with a dazed and doubtful expression. "Huh." He continued, "The sun is shining brightly in the east, Your Excellency." Iveria immediately stood up and ran to the window, throwing it open, and looking out. Then she returned to the table and said to the Baron, "Why are you being so kind all of a sudden?" "You're scaring me." He replied, "Although I've taken it upon myself to urge Your Excellency on in my role as assistant, I'm always grateful. After Your Excellency arrived, the ELF have truly prospered greatly. Perhaps all the people here feel the same way." At the same time, someone placed a glass of water on the table. Emma, who had brought the water, added, "Indeed, Your Excellency. Everyone is united in their gratitude to you." This moved Iveria to tears. She sobbed, saying, "If everyone says so, I feel so embarrassed." Indeed, looking at the two barons and Emma, Iveria thought, if my life is real, it means the lives of these people are real too. It's a role I happen to take on, but I need to be serious. Feeling at ease now that she'd come to a realization, she thought, of course, I can't give up my life of leisure and wealth either. In that case, then Iveria slammed her hand on the table. She told herself, let's revise the objective. Iveria placed both hands on the table and ordered, let's quickly finish everything. One of the barons narrowed his eyes and asked, shall we begin with the inspection first? Emma cheerfully encouraged her, do your best. With their concern, Iveria put her hands on her hips and resolved, I have to finish this quickly and then enjoy myself. Let's go. The banquet table was beautifully laid out with all sorts of pastries. Musicians were performing for the guests. Iveria raised her glass and said, welcome to the new Errol family. She narrowed her eyes, savoring the wine, thinking it truly is a banquet with a comfortable atmosphere. It's fortunate that the atmosphere suits the free elves. Suddenly, someone called out, Guide. Iveria turned to look at the person who spoke and greeted, a Terriman. The journey was quite long, so you must have had a hard time. He replied, traveling with everyone, it wasn't so bad. The Black Forest is also wonderful. The life-giving water will flow down and begin to share life with the surrounding plants. I will grow better with Mull and Mori. Iveria sighed with emotion. That's truly good news. Suddenly, a Terriman said, however, as the guide, I have a request. Iveria asked in surprise. A request. He held up 2 fingers and winked, asking, do you remember Akanen, whom you saw in the Liancho forest? She smiled, her eyes narrowing, and replied, of course. She thought, that impressive way of speaking isn't easy to forget. A Terriman said frankly, I wish the guide could take him in, causing Iveria to look puzzled. He held his forehead and sighed, explaining, although we said we would interact with everyone, asking to take responsibility would be unusual, but among the elves, he is a special existence. Looking outside at the howling wind, a Tehramman continued, that kid, because he's a mage. He then stared seriously at Iveria, who, feeling pressured, stood frozen in bewilderment. Looking at a Tehramman like that, Iveria said, stunned, is that so? Suddenly, the holy sword Jupiter spoke up, Master, I will explain further. Elves are not born mages. Hearing this, she wondered, why? Jupiter, thinking of the lush forest, explained, angels are born to protect life and cultivate by adapting to nature. Conversely, magic is a power that opposes nature. An elf mage is a kind of mutation. Iveria finally understood. That's why he spoke so seriously. Then Jupiter continued, elves know nothing about magic, so they can't help Ikonin. Therefore, the guide will take him as a student. Suddenly, a Tehramman spoke up, I will trust you. If you help me, I will definitely repay you. Hearing this, Iveria wiped the sweat from her brow and pondered, scratching her chin to I'll ask Harry, but I can't be sure. Even so, a Tehramman remained cheerful. Thank you. If you've asked, there's no other way. Iveria could only offer a wry smile. But in reality, she'd always been avoiding Harry. If he searched downstairs, she'd hide upstairs. If he ran east calling, Iveria, she'd hide behind a fallen tree, sweating and thinking, this world is really, because I'm so embarrassed. I have to avoid Harry, but now, sitting on the bed, Iveria furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, my ancestors said the same thing. Eliminate the forest in the shortest time possible. After thinking it over, she nodded to herself, muttering, anyway, it's really shameless. Especially barging into Harry's room and taking over his bed. Then Iveria blushed and sighed, and oh, what should I do if I come here and Harry isn't here? I might get lost when I go outside. If I wait in front of the door, Harry will worry, won't he? She justified her awkwardness. After a long while, in a strangely quiet room, light shone in through the window. Looking up at the ceiling, Iveria murmured, come to think of it, she looked around and thought to herself, this is the first time I've come to Harry's room. Harry always comes to me first. Iveria sat hugging her knees, sadly thinking, I predicted this, but it's really sad. Then she rustled around for a bit, then flopped down on the bed, muttering, Harry's scent. Resting her head on her arm, Iveria thought dreamily, Harry must have smelled my scent on my bed too, right? She hunched over, her gaze unfocused, and thought, I can't sleep here. Suddenly, there was a flapping sound approaching. Iveria picked up a small paper bird, puzzled. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and asked, Harry, what is this? His voice echoed in the silent room. Awake already? Iveria asked suspiciously. Harry? Harry sat hugging the back of the chair, showing no emotion. Seeing this, Iveria removed the paper birds stuck to her head and asked, did Harry fold these? He continued to sit at a distance, watching her on the bed, and remarked, I was very surprised to see you in my room. Hearing this, she mumbled, this is unbearable. Wait a minute, are these documents? Oh dear, I definitely have to change back into an owl later. Suddenly, Harry spoke up, are you done avoiding me? Startling Iveria, who was holding the paper. He then complained, after meeting the sun god, she kept hitting me. Harry lowered his head and asked, are you still avoiding my gaze? Are you not done yet? This made Iveria flustered. She exclaimed that, suddenly, there was a clattering sound outside the window, and it came from the ceiling. After that, Harry said, it's all right now. Suddenly, the main door slammed shut. These actions startled Iveria. She looked at him and called out, Harry, but he replied, since you always come and go as you please, I'm doing the same. He lowered his head and continued, I won't let you see me. Iveria watched Harry sitting there, lost in thought and silent. Suddenly, he looked up at her, tears streaming down his face. But immediately, he yelled, why can't you stand it? And ran to Iveria. He shouted angrily and shamefully, are you scared? What did the sun god say? Did they tell you to avoid me? Because I'm dangerous? His words startled Iveria. She asked, what are you talking about? What sun god? He questioned, but why didn't you say anything? Hearing this, she replied flustered that, looking at Harry kneeling, his hands on the bed, looking at her, she broke out in a sweat and explained, I have something called shame, don't I? Hearing this, He teared up, suspicious. Shame? Iveria suddenly yelled. I wasn't scared of Harry, that wasn't a lie. Seeing his suspicion, she added, then why have I been avoiding you? But how could Iveria admit she simply thought he was the paper demon of the fake world? Instead, she argued, of course I have my reasons. From Harry's perspective, it's probably incredibly unreasonable, right? Because of my capriciousness, Harry feels discouraged every day. But I do have shame. Theo Harris, tearing up, replied in astonishment. My love, no, you don't need shame. Iveria reassured him. I'll stop overthinking. So Harry, please don't cry. This made him blush as he hastily agreed. Okay, don't overthink anymore. Just stay with me. She touched Theo Harris's hand and said, really now? I won't avoid you anymore. I promise. Emboldened, he requested, then sleep in my room tonight before you go, okay? Iveria scratched her head, about to refuse. That's a little. But seeing his heartbroken expression, she paused in thought. Suddenly, she hugged Theo Harris tightly, deciding to throw caution to the wind. Fine, let's do it. It's no big deal. This delighted him, and he chuckled with his eyes closed. After a while, looking at a red-covered book, Iveria asked, is this a new book? Emma, her eyes gleaming, replied, yes, it's Madame Louise's latest work. Then, channeling an enthusiastic noblewoman, she praised, speaking of this work, it's a masterpiece of erotic depiction. Though crude, it's also beautiful. All of Madame Louise's works are excellent, but this new one is incomparable to her previous ones. Hearing this, Iveria closed her eyes, sweating, thinking, even so, it's nothing special to a modern person who's seen everything there is to see, right? And she said to Emma, well, I'll give a read. Then, Iveria picked up the book and began reading amidst Emma's excitement. Standing by Iveria's side, Emma commented, this part is the highlight, and that part too. Suddenly, Iveria slumped backward, causing Emma to cry out in alarm. Ah, miss. Iveria, the modern woman, Los, blushed, covering her mouth, stammering, I am reading this kind of thing. Emma, on the other hand, replied cheerfully, after miss, this person is worthy of my respect, right? Suddenly, Iveria inquired, but has Harry read this too? Emma replied, since it's a new release, I haven't shown it to him yet. Hearing this, Iveria exclaimed, absolutely not. This kind of book is too much for Harry right now. But Emma actively protested. But Master Theo Harris has been eagerly awaiting the new release. Iveria, her cheeks flushed crimson, remained firm. In any case, no. Then she thought back to last night, the two of them lying on Theo Harris's bed, her head resting on his arm, unable to sleep. He suddenly spoke, hey, Iveria. She responded questioningly. Theo Harris, blushing, asked, is it okay for Iveria to just sleep? Confused, she turned to him and said, well, yeah. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly and nuzzled his head, kissing her hair. Iveria. Then, both flustered, they exchanged words. And not yet. Is that so? I'm still okay. Is that? And not yet. So that's how it is. Remembering this now made her even more shy, so she cleared her throat, determined. Anyway, Harry is learning strange and useless things. Suddenly, a voice beside her asked, do humans read this and then research the reproduction of their species? Startled, Iveria threw the book and yelled, eek. Ikanon. He picked up the book, flipping through it curiously. This intense? Is this really how reproduction works? And watched as Iveria, still embarrassed, commented, besides, you look so young. Hearing this, she quickly snatched the book from Ikanon's hands to change the subject, that I'm an adult. And how did you even get in here? He replied, through the window, of course. He stood with his hands on his hips, answering as if it were the most obvious thing. I happened to see it was open. Looking over at the window, Iveria thought, bewildered. Why would anyone come in through the window? Then she asked Ikanon, shouldn't you ask for permission and come in through the main door? Elves can go anywhere if the door is open, he replied. He bluntly added, however, I'll be living here from today, so I should learn human customs, right? This information surprised Iveria. Ikanon replied with a blank expression. Taramund told me that starting today, I'd be leaving the forest to live here. Hearing this, Iveria finally understood that Then she remembered something with a start at but I only heard yesterday, so I haven't told Harry yet. Ikanon looked at her with a puzzled expression. He then ushered her out, saying, well, we can just go ask the mage for permission now, and it'll be fine. She went along, still confused. Now? Really? Emma laughed as she saw them off. After they left, she returned to the house. A while later, Theo Harris was seen with his arms crossed, looking annoyed as he refused something. No, I don't want to. By this time, A group of people he had defeated lay groaning in a pile on the ground. Iveria, unfazed, tried to reason with Theo Harris. Harry, you haven't even heard what it is yet. He suddenly sulked and asked, but you came yesterday because of him, didn't you? Then he mumbled unhappily, I thought you came because you missed me. Suddenly, she stepped forward and hugged him from behind. Holding him tightly, she asked, even if I asked, you wouldn't want to? Flustered by this, Theo Harris blushed and swallowed, asking, what is it? Iveria immediately ran to Akonan's side and explained, it's about Akonan, Harry. You'll listen, won't you? Actually, Akonan is a mage. Elf mages are rare, so he needs a master. Taramund said you'd be perfect, Harry. I've seen how hard you work too. But Theo Harris asked, so, you'll only be comfortable if I accept him as my disciple, right? She defended herself. Even if you refuse, I won't be uncomfortable. He insisted, even so, you'd be happier if I accepted, right? Iveria finally admitted, well, yes. Immediately, Theo Harris scratched his head and said, then I'll accept. Having a disciple to order around sounds good. But Iveria thought to herself, it doesn't seem like Akonan will be easy to order around. But she stood beside Theo Harris and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Harry. Seeing them like this, Akonan propped his chin on his hand and spoke thoughtfully. He suddenly said, Guide, this mage is your breeding partner, right? His words left the two of them stunned. He looked at them, now sweating profusely, and asked in confusion, isn't he? Simultaneously, Theo Harris and Iveria separated, avoiding Akonan's scrutinizing gaze. Then they both yelled, what are you talking about? But Akonan still didn't understand that what's wrong. You have to be careful when choosing a breeding partner. He told Iveria, Guide, I don't know what your partner is like on the inside, but his appearance is excellent. Hearing this, she cried out, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Theo Harris's nose grew longer with pride as he confirmed, Then Theo Harris struck a pose, hands on his hips, chin held high, and declared, you could say the internal components are top-notch. Elf, I like you. You have what it takes to become my disciple. But Akonan hesitated, wondering, strange, would a master see that in me? Hearing this, Theo Harris pointed at him and replied, oh, you just need to accept master's words. This made Akonan frown in bewilderment. He remarked, that's illogical. But Theo Harris, still posing with hands on his hips, laughed heartily and affirmed, that's what a master and disciple are like. A disciple. Meanwhile, Iveria squinted, forcing a smile, and thought, no, that's not it. But who knows where Akonan will jump to? I'd better hold onto his leash. Suddenly, he rested his chin on his hand and muttered, human rules are difficult. I don't quite understand why the guide is looking at that book and researching reproduction. Before he could finish his sentence, Iveria rushed over and clamped her hand over Akonan's mouth. Yelling, Uday, sweating, she forced a laugh and hissed a warning. Akonan's eyes widened in confusion at her actions. He pushed her away and wiped his mouth, complaining, gross, get off. Iveria stumbled, but persisted. Anyway, that book, She then tied him up, gagged him, and started singing. That book, I feel like singing. Despite being gagged, the outspoken Akonan still managed to mumble, that book. Iveria clapped her hands together admonishingly. Oh dear, evening exercise isn't good for your health. Her face paled as she gripped his shoulders, emphasizing each word. Nan, that's the guide's wish. Please, be quiet. He replied, I know. Iveria finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, all right, problem solved. But Theo Harris, arms crossed and fuming, demanded, why are you two so close? She fell into another pit of despair, sweating as she replied, we look close. Theo Harris grumbled, you two are talking secrets I don't know. Only close friends do that. Iveria's face went blank as she tried to deflect. It's not that important. But he persisted, then tell me. She flatly refused. I don't want to. Theo Harris pouted unhappily. Pointing at Akonan, he demanded, hey, disciple, this is a master's order. Tell me what you two were talking about. Iveria gasped in horror and turned to Akonan, ordering, as the guide, please keep your mouth shut. But Theo Harris interrupted, oh ho, master comes first. Akonan crossed his arms and watched them argue. The guide comes first, master comes second. No, are you going against your master's wishes, Harry? Are you really going to do that? He sighed in exasperation, leaving them to bicker. Suddenly, Akonan spoke up. I feel like a son stuck between his parents arguing. I think I should leave. Both Theo Harris and Iveria fell silent, blushing as they turned to each other and stammered, mother and father. Time flew by. Someone poured tea and remarked, the rainy season and autumn are almost here. Iberia stood before the two princes and began, "Since time is of the essence, I must urge you two along. How is the dike construction going? I heard the Prime Minister is still gallivanting around the territory." Cashin paled and replied, "There's no problem with the use of funds. The Prime Minister even helped choose the blueprint directly." Again, he recounted how Ma Shan had scrutinized and grumbled, "With so many blueprints, only one is worthwhile. Of course, you'll use this one, right? But why is this part done like this?" Cashin, sweating, said he even fixed the flaws as he went. Hearing this, Iberia chuckled and said, "That story sounds familiar." Then, with her hands on her hips, she asked, "However, why is the Prime Minister still an eel?" Cashin replied, "Let's see, isn't there something that piqued his curiosity?" She sighed and shrugged. There are many wondrous things in eel." Cashin asked suspiciously, "You don't seem to dislike the Prime Minister staying as much as I thought you would." She frankly replied, "Because, unexpectedly, he's proving useful." Then the two continued gossiping, coldly assessing, "I'm already disliked, but what can you do?" So, Lydon sat silently, arms crossed, a frown on his face, as Iberia said, "The upstream reservoir. There's a problem, isn't there?" He looked up and sighed, "Right? Considering the territory map, Vio Moran, the Black Forest, eel." Iberia asked, "Count Vio Moran isn't cooperating because it's their upstream, so they won't suffer any damage." Lydon, sweating, closed his eyes and replied, "No, his stance is that he will cooperate in the construction of the reservoir, with conditions." She asked doubtfully, "Conditions?" Lydon pointed directly at Iberia, "That he'll speak to you directly. The owner of the Holy Sword, the Grand Mage, and the Lord of the Dragon Knights." Count Vio Moran's territory is a region famous for sheep farming. Most of the wool produced in the kingdom comes from there. The highest grade wool, both soft and exquisite, is so expensive that it's almost equivalent to a month's expenses for a territory. The wealthy count scatters money like paper in the royal capital every exchange season. So, he sat with his legs crossed on a bundle of hay, browbeating a farmer. I can't hear the poor speaking at all. And he's also famous for being extremely arrogant and irritable. Hearing this, Iberia's eyes widened in surprise. If that's a request for help from someone like that. Lydon shook his head, sighing clearly. It seems there's a life or death problem with wool production. She sat down to negotiate. "Well then, I'll have to speak with Count Vio Moran." Lydon questioned, "This is my test. So why are you stepping in?" Iberia responded, surprised, "Because this is a matter of the livelihood of the people of Eel." Lydon immediately echoed, "That's right. I asked like a fool, didn't I?" Cashin was utterly astonished. Then, blushing with embarrassment, he lowered his gaze. After a while, walking down the hallway, Baron Braun Isatia reported to Iberia, "They said they would like us to come to the territory in secret." "Because this isn't a matter that can be written in a letter," she replied. "For someone as proud as Count Vio Moran to ask for help is truly unimaginable." Then she asked, "What kind of person is the Count?" He replied, "Not comfortable to confront, as he's someone who lives in self-satisfaction." Hearing this, Iberia chuckled, admitting, "I'm not so different in that regard." Then they discussed further. "Admitting it yourself is different from Count Vio Moran, though. Is that a good thing?" Braun suddenly added, "That lord you're not the problem. It's just as they reached the door, he added, "I hope the lovebirds quiet down a bit." This left Iberia confused. Lovebirds? Braun saw the gardener turn back to look at them and wink, adding, "The gossip of the older servants is something else, isn't it?" This surprised Iberia. Hey. Iberia looked at the gardener and asked, "Are we dating?" Braun squinted amiably and replied, "Well then, who else could it be?" leaving her dumbfounded. Then the gardener added with a bright smile, "Everyone in the mansion knows." Hearing this, Iberia pointed at herself and asked, "But I don't know. Since when have we been dating?" Braun replied offhandedly, "Why are you asking me that?" But she stubbornly denied it. "I never even thought we were dating." Suddenly Braun asked, "Are you serious, my lady?" Iberia's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. "Why would I joke about something like this?" Then he continued, "If what you do with the mage isn't dating, then what is it?" This left her dizzy and muttering, "With Harry? Am I dating Harry?" Then, feeling her head spin, she heard him declare frankly, "Aside from the Lord, everyone thinks so. Anyone who sees you would think you're dating. You too." The more she listened, the more Iberia felt like she was drifting into the Milky Way as Braun continued, "It's been going on for a while now. She recalled her intimate moments with Theo Harris and thought, but she silently acknowledged, we've kissed a few times, there's skinship, and we've said we like each other. Anyone looking at us would definitely think we're dating, even if I haven't rushed things, kissing, so it's because I like Harry. It was only then that she understood and was surprised at herself. Iberia thought to herself, Harry likes me too. Astonished, she blurted out, so, I'm dating Harry. Iberia ran off down the road, calling out, Harry. She rushed into the house, calling loudly, Harry. Seeing some servants, Iberia asked, has anyone seen Harry? They turned and replied, he's probably at the training grounds. Beaming with happiness, Iberia hurried off, saying, thanks. Seeing this, they reminded her, don't run. Oh, come on. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, Theo Harris was holding a sword and instructing two soldiers, do it like this, see? Suddenly, a voice called out, found you. He turned his head in confusion and asked, huh? Iberia. The soldiers cheerfully greeted, Lord. A gust of wind swept by, sending leaves swirling into the air. Iberia threw her arms around Theo Harris, causing them both to tumble onto the grass. Blushing, he called out, whoa, Iberia. Seeing this, the two soldiers exclaimed in amusement, whoa, holy moly, we'll be going now. Theo Harris looked at her with concern. What's wrong? You seem incredibly happy. But Iberia didn't say anything, just looked at him intently. Then she kissed Theo Harris, taking him by surprise. Iberia smiled and replied, because I have something incredibly wonderful to tell you. Theo Harris, still dazed, asked, what is it? As they stood up, she took his hand and asked, Harry, do you know what dating is? Though puzzled, he replied, dating? Yes. Then Iberia said, how? Don't demons not have a concept of dating? Hearing this, Theo Harris covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat, explaining, I learned it from Madame Lucius's book. Iberia's eyes widened. Oh, wow. That's a really useful book. Guess what? Then the two of them had a heart-to-heart. What does dating mean, according to the book? Well, Theo Harris replied, first, you have to call each other lovered. Iberia looked into his eyes and asked, and what else? Put your arm around her waist. Theo Harris said frankly, the book says you have to share all your most intimate and important things, even secrets. Hearing this, Iberia exclaimed, wow, that sounds really nice. Theo Harris agreed. It is. Right, she said, but her next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. That I'm dating too. Isn't that great? Immediately, Theo Harris flew into a rage, flailing his arms and legs. Iberia, you're dating? You have a lover? She cheerfully replied, yep, that's right. Absolutely. But he angrily and gloomily denied. And oh no, that's actually a lie. This so-called dating thing isn't good at all. Yet, still surrounded by flowers, she said, that's strange. I feel incredibly happy and joyful. Hearing this, Theo Harris stammered in a daze. Iberia feels happy. He then spun around in frustrated contemplation. If you feel happy, then I feel happy too, but, and with tears welling up, Theo Harris choked out, what about me? Suddenly, Iberia cupped his face and asked, Harry, aren't you happy about dating? He sadly explained, my dear, it's difficult. I want you to be happy, but if someone else is your special person, it hurts me a lot. But she scolded him, oh my, you idiot, making him question, huh? Iberia continued, no, we're both idiots. Amidst the beautiful scenery with flowers blooming everywhere, she said, everyone else knows that I'm dating Harry. Then, stroking his cheek, Iberia smiled and continued, actually we, the ones involved, were the last to realize it. These words made Theo Harris's heart pound. He was speechless. Finally, he blurted out, dating? Me and Iberia? So, you mean you're the only one, the most special and closest to me? Iberia immediately replied, yes, making Theo Harris incredibly happy. He beamed. Seeing this, she smiled, touched. Suddenly, Theo Harris swept Iberia up into his arms and shouted, I'm so happy. I'm so happy because I'm dating you, Iberia. She gasped in surprise, Then, hugging his neck tightly, she replied, me too, Harry. We both like each other. Theo Harris kissed her forehead, thinking, we've said similar things to each other before, but the weight of those words then and now is completely different. Suddenly, Jupiter interrupted them. You two finally figured it out, huh? I was about to die of frustration. Hearing this, Theo Harris angrily snapped, don't butt in so suddenly, you busybody. But it teased, you're just hopelessly dense. Iberia laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, he became even more annoyed. What? Suddenly, she said, I really do love being with Harry, and Jupiter too. Hearing this, the sword happily exclaimed, oh, master. Theo Harris, wide-eyed, said, I love you too. And as for the sword, never mind. But it retorted, who's never minding who? Honestly, suddenly he called Iberia, He took her hand and placed it over his heart. The piece of my soul I gave you is vibrating with joy. Feeling its rapid beat, she asked curiously, Harry, you said it reacts to my condition, so it would affect you, right? Then she happily continued, I'm very happy now, so we can both feel it. And they held hands like that for a long while. Afterward, according to Harris, it was the first time he felt something so clearly. Suddenly, Iberia asked, I want to feel it too. Can't I have a piece of your soul, Harry? But he refused. That won't do. It's not something that only resonates with good emotions, so it would be dangerous for a human. Hearing that, she pouted unhappily. That's not fair. Harry can feel all of it. He chuckled, his eyes crinkling. You just have to honestly tell me all your feelings. Seeing that, Iberia teased, Actually, even without saying anything, Harry shows everything on his face. Time flew by. One night, a group of people in dark clothing rustled through the forest. One person loudly reminded, Be careful, you idiot. That thing is more precious than all our lives. Our lives depend on it. This made the person behind him, who was carrying a large sack and sweating profusely, apologize. I'm sorry. Suddenly, the sound of an animal's paw steps and growls approached. Hearing the sound, the three people in dark clothing looked at each other in suspicion. Then one of them yelled, Damn it, we're being attacked. He stared wide-eyed in one direction and warned, Dot. But then, groans echoed through the dark night. Ugh, block it, damn it, run. All right, first, let's get some healing. At dawn, we move as requested for a secret visit to Vio Moran. The group consisted of myself, Harry, Ikonin, and Ridden. Glancing behind me, I wondered, why did Ridden bring Cassian along? Their relationship had improved so quickly. So, Cassian pondered, recalling his conversation with Ridden before coming here. Ridden had poured him a glass of wine and said, You can feel it too, right? She's not the same Iberia Oberon as before. Cassian listened silently. Let's visit Vio Moran this time. What do you think? You should confirm this change with your own eyes. Back in the present, someone called out, We're here, startling Cassian. This is Vio Moran. The guide said, Please follow me this way. Iberia's group followed him down the dark corridor. Iberia whispered to Harry, They're being awfully careful, even using a secret passage. Harry asked with concern, Are you tired? I can carry you. She giggled. Later, Iberia heard a howling sound. The howl of a wolf? It sounds pretty close. Arriving at a door, the guide stopped and said, We're here. Please be careful not to make any loud noises. Then the click-clack sound of him unlocking the door echoed. When the door opened, he announced, My lord, you have guests. Watching his actions, Iberia tilted her head, thinking, locking the door from the outside? He made sure to lock it. Inside, a man collapsed with a thud for some unknown reason. He huddled under a blanket, trembling and yelling, Go away, go away. Seeing this, the butler said, My lord, it's me, your butler. The butler helped the count sit up and said, The guest has finally arrived. This is the master of the Holy Sword. The count asked for confirmation. The master of the Holy Sword? If it's the master of the Holy Sword. At that point, the count suddenly jumped up and shouted, Iberia? So, now we don't have to worry about anything. The count hurried over to Iberia, exclaiming delightedly, My, has this little girl grown so much? I almost didn't recognize you. But Harry shielded Iberia before the count could embrace her, making the count freeze in surprise. What? Harry growled, bristling like a protective dog. Don't touch her casually. Iberia introduced him. Let me introduce Harry, my guard, and a descendant of the great mage. The count gasped in astonishment. So this is the esteemed guard I've heard so much about. Having such a talented person protecting you puts my mind at ease. Hearing this, Iberia let out a small, puzzled hum. The count asked hesitantly, don't you remember me, Iberia? Iberia looked at him, thinking, he keeps calling me by my name. Do we really know each other? I don't recall anyone mentioning him. He continued, I'm your mother's 8th cousin-in-law on her mother's side. We met at a family gathering at your house when you were little. Feel free to call me uncle. Iberia thought, surprised, so he's a stranger, as bold as rumored. But what's going on here? Harry interrupted. Let's set aside personal matters and discuss the territory's issues. The count persisted, but Iberia... At this, Iberia finally spoke, and please be more formal when addressing me. Then, everyone proceeded outside. Seeing a white, foul-smelling pile, someone asked, what is that? The count beside them replied, the body of a dead sheep, treated to prevent decay. He pointed to a circular wound, saying, First, look at this wound. It's a blackened bite mark. Teramon examined the wound and declared, so it was bitten by a werewolf. Iveria asked, if it's a werewolf, does that mean a person who's a wolf? That's right. However, it's unbelievable that werewolves are attacking livestock. Long ago, the temple drove them away and confined them to Venum. Venum happens to be across the river, north of Viomoran. If that's true, the river is quite wide, so they definitely shouldn't be able to cross it. Hearing this, Iveria's face paled, and she gasped. She thought, because the river was overflowing, Harry evaporated all the water. So that's when the werewolves entered Viomoran. I didn't expect such a butterfly effect. Teramon asked the Count, did you know this was caused by werewolves? The Count nodded. It started with the mass killings of sheep at the farm. Teramon inquired, why didn't you ask the temple for help to drive away the werewolves? The Count clutched his head. It's ridiculous. If rumors of such monsters spread, who would buy Viomoran's wool? Especially from a farm with sheep bitten by werewolves? They'd think that wearing it would turn them into monsters too. Teramon looked dumbfounded. Werewolves aren't contagious. What's the problem with wool from sheep that weren't bitten? The Count pressed his lips together, head in his hands. At first, I thought I could just give them some sheep just to maintain the peace. But they started biting people, and the bitten people bit others. Now I don't know who's a werewolf and who's human. Iveria frowned, her face troubled. Then, she slammed her hand on the table with a loud thwack. She said, this is a mess Harry and I made, so we'll take responsibility for cleaning it up. Teramon said, their regenerative abilities are incredibly strong in wolf form, like a buffalo's, so they're difficult to deal with. Gassian also spoke up, but how? We can't distinguish werewolves from humans without a full moon. Iveria slammed her hand on the table and replied, it just so happens that tomorrow is a full moon. Gassian asked in surprise, are you planning to kill them? The temple views werewolves as humans and opposes killing them. Ridden added, that's why they've confined them to Venum, to let them live. Iveria interrupted him. Yes, I don't want to kill them either. He said, that's thoughtful. If we blindly kill werewolves, the temple will surely object. Is the temple's opinion that important? Ridden chuckled. Not as much as before, but it's not something to ignore. Jupiter chimed into their conversation. I'll explain a few more things. Over 100 years after the founding of the nation, the sun god's prophecies ceased, and both the saint and saintess disappeared. Since then, the temple's authority has greatly diminished. But divine power is still a formidable force, because the medicine created by the temple can save even those on the brink of death. It's not only effective for external wounds, but the price is also incredibly steep. Iveria muttered in awe. Not something to take lightly, huh? She said, I understand the situation, but we really have to resolve this by tomorrow night. Teramon, hearing this, said, people who have transformed into werewolves won't be easy to control. Ridden also spoke up. What about thoroughly investigating the villagers? Gassian added, we should probably secretly ask the temple for help. Iveria declared resolutely, no, we'll just knock out all the werewolves. It's a piece of cake. We'll gather them all in one place. And when they turn back into humans, we'll talk to them. She winked playfully. Pretty easy, right? If they're human, we can talk to them. Teramon said, in short, werewolves aren't exactly pushovers. Iveria replied, if they were ordinary people, maybe, but we have an archmage here. Harry, being addressed, smiled and said, of course. She asked him, if you're feeling uneasy, do you want everyone to go with you? I'm enough on my own. Iveria, why? They're the leaders of the monster extermination squad and exceptionally skilled archers. Harry pouted and conceded. If you think so, then fine. The two of them engaged in some public displays of affection, leaving the other three dumbfounded. Ridden sighed and said, you really have a knack for making things sound easy. Hee hee, it's a natural talent, even turning every statement into a compliment. Hee hee, it's my profession. Gassian listened to her in silence. Suddenly, Ridden patted him on the shoulder and said, see, she's an interesting person, right? Gassian was speechless. The next day, on the night of the full moon, Iveria sat on the roof, watching the commotion below. Looking at the terrified werewolves, she exclaimed, this is way too easy. With the three of us out there, they can't put up a proper fight. In an instant, they fainted, and we have them under control. As for Harry, he's single-handedly holding back the wyvern, so he's doing all right against the werewolves too. Jupiter said, but the werewolves' actions are a bit strange. Iveria asked, strange, you say? The Sword Saint added, usually, when they transform into wolves, they become aggressive. Meanwhile, Harry created sparks of fire. Then it burst into flames. Kia. But strangely, they didn't run away. Instead, they charged towards their opponents with overwhelming momentum. There's no reason for them to risk their lives like that. She said, I feel uneasy. Jupiter asked, is something bothering you? Iveria said, and that too. She recalled the sun god's words. I will pave a path of flowers for you. Iveria said to the Sword Saint, because I'm someone who gets caught up in strange things. Jupiter replied, that's for sure. She exclaimed, I doubt this is the sun god's doing, right? Where's Count Vio Moran? Isn't he resting because he's not feeling well? Iveria said sadly. Anyway, there are a lot of infected people. Ridden continued, we've captured everyone from the initial werewolves to the newly infected, and now they're slowly returning to their human forms. It's dawn now. As the sun rises, the wolves undergo a transformation. Vu, human hands appeared. Then everyone transformed back into humans. Iveria blushed, covered her eyes, and shouted, I didn't think about clothes. Bring something to cover them up. After they were properly dressed, a young man stepped forward and said, I am Ethan, their leader. Iveria looked at him and thought, even though we forcibly knocked him unconscious and dragged him here, he's still calm? The first impression wasn't good, so I should treat the leader well to gain his favor, right? Having thought that, she extended her hand and said, I am Iveria Oberon. I'm the Lord of Ehio, and you're their leader, so we have something in common. Ethan frowned and said, you'd better not shake my hand. She wondered why. Ethan explained, if you come into contact with a werewolf, you might become a beast yourself. Iveria thought, it seems he's been ostracized many times because of such words. Or maybe he doesn't know if he wants to talk, or wants to test me. She said, I heard that if you're not bitten, it's all right, so can we shake hands? Unless, Ethan, you don't want to. Ethan pondered. Then he extended his hand and shook hers. She smiled brightly, shaking his hand, and said, it's just a greeting, but it's quite difficult. Please take care of me. Ethan said, touched, you're the first person who knew I was a werewolf and still asked to shake my hand. Iveria grinned and said, actually, I did that on purpose because I wanted to look like a good person. Do you usually speak so bluntly? Of course not, but it seems you prefer honesty, so I tried being straightforward. She asked, why did you come to Vio Moran? Ethan recalled the past. After the werewolves were isolated, Venom became a strange and dangerous land. Life in the abandoned land, without contact with anyone, was difficult and arduous. And on that fateful day, what is this? Look over there, the road is open. But we never thought of moving to Vio Moran, because if we did, we would be completely annihilated. So only a portion went out to search for food. The rest of the pack at Venom had already arrived at Vio Moran and then hurriedly fled. After the lead group left, they discovered the werewolves unconscious, and right after that, we were chased by that thing, so all the injured were barely able to make it here. Back in the present, Iveria asked, who in the world could chase werewolves like that? Ethan replied in a low voice, it wasn't human. The thing chasing us was a spirit. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.